birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, saving destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't have it to see. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on. Put it on me, put it up, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my itch, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can hide. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. I mean the way it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Run my head for the holiday. We're gonna make a mess of it. Baby, let me be your friend.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a threat? They all amazed, this ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work. Till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
The day and the journey to bring on the legacy continues right here, right now at the SPS Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals, day number 2. Today, we're going to wrap up majority of the matches in Group A and some from Group B, but we're going to kick it off at Stream C with me, Husky, and alongside my favorite Final Fantasy character, Sir Cloud. And it appears that my boy Cloud, hello. So yesterday I've been practicing some ventriloquist, right? And I have put in a bit of an effort to kind of imitate how you sound like. So I'm gonna try, right? So I don't know how to do it, but it's okay, Cloud. It seems like we have a bit of technical difficulties. We'll have Cloud get his voice back. I'll ask Mother Mary to grant him the voice that he has always been yearning for. But for now, we are gonna dive into day number 2, because yesterday we had plenty of exciting matches. We have a couple of upsets. We saw RSG Singapore take down Burnex Flash, which was their eternal rival. We had Red Giants take out RSG Philippines afterwards in the 2-0 series. That one was kind of a banger. So I think today there are going to be a lot of that upsets, hopefully, and maybe we get to talk to more of their players down the road.
Okay, I should be back right now. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. You know, sometimes it happens, but glad to be here again. All right, so actually I was just recapping yesterday's games in Stream C. So just quick recap. Yesterday it was RGSG versus RGPH. It was Legends, Aura Fire, Burnex Flash versus RGSG. And well, today will be a new set of games.
Yeah, it absolutely would. And today we get to see EVO's Legends take on the stage again. They are going to be fighting, I believe, against AP Brand. That will be very, very interesting. We have, the Red Giants up against Burnex Flash. Both teams looking for the second series win in the group stage. And we're going to close out the day with Echo versus RSG Singapore. So a lot of high stakes matches at hand. You know, many of these teams have just one victory each. I mean, even Aura Fire yesterday, when they eventually took on Beacon Alpha, that was an 0-2 loss. So a lot of these teams are sitting on that 1-1 score.
Yeah, it does seem that, there's some predictions before we even started the show or this tournament. They'll say that, the invited teams will most likely be the ones to take home most of the wins, but not really though. Some of the teams who actually qualified directly onto the stage came up with a surprise. So we might be served with more surprises today. And, I'm always up for surprises, man.
Yeah, me too. Let's take a look at the updated standings first off of yesterday. I know when Stream C ended, we still had EVO's Legends against, I believe, Onyx happening on Stream A. But now the results have been concluded. For Group A, which is the group that will play majority of the matches today, Echo remains undefeated. Red Giants, Burnex Flash, RSG Singapore, and RSG Philippines both having 1 win and 1 loss, and EVO's Icon sitting at the bottom. But for Group B, Bigatron Alpha and AP Brand lead the pack. Onyx with a 1-1 score, and I believe Aura Fire is also 1-1 instead of 0-2 because they did win one of the series against EVO's Legends. Toda and EVO's Legends are sitting at the bottom right now, with Toda losing both their series. The same goes for EVO's Legends.
Yeah, and keep your eye on the top 3. We will be looking for the top 3 from each group that will move on to the playoffs. So right now, Echo, Bigatron Alpha, obviously looking good, but who will be the other teams that might come up with top 3 performances? And because the points are still really, really tight, right, amongst all these teams, like nobody is still at a 0. So anything can happen today.
Yeah, and I think, for some teams, when you look at Group B, right, AP Brand are looking for their 3rd win, and the team that they will be up against is going to be EVO's Legends, who are currently sitting at the bottom. And if EVO's Legends don't win the next series, high chance that they're not going to make it to top 6, and that's going to be the second series that we will be covering later on, because we are going to start with our home ground team with Red Giants against Burnex Flash. All of these, though, does accumulate to a total prize pool of $150,000, with the grand champions by the end of this weekend walking away with $65,000.
Oh yeah, and it goes down all the way to $1,800. So, in other words, every team that participates will walk home with something, on top of experiences, on top of the glory of being able to play among some of the best teams in Southeast Asia. So everything is on the line here today. And we will, of course, want to crown the champions by the end of the week. And the end of the week, it will be played in an offline, in a LAN setting. So get your tickets right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the best part is that the 6 invited teams already basically kind of like secured $1,800 way before they played, right? But here it is for them to kind of make that result and prove that they deserve to be here. But of course, they got to get to the group stage first. And so far, the group stage has been plagued with surprises.
Yes, and we will be introducing the format for this tournament. Let's go and check out the format. Here we go. Here's a video for you.
Yesterday's game was by far the longest day in the world.
Group A is actually spicier than I expected. Anybody can top 3, anybody can make it through to the finals playoffs.
After Burn beat Evo's Icon 2-0, I thought they were back in their MSC form, you know, prime Burn X Flash form. Situation Super Tama with a great spot, locking him down. Doma falls, the feathered airstrike will not be there for Bright. He gets taken out, and Donut is a maniac.
But then again, then you cut back to RSG SG, who beat Burn X Flash, even though they lost to Burn X Flash during MSC.
They might be able to do this. Oki again unleashing the damage. They're going straight for the jugular, and RSG Singapore have done it.
Burn X Flash got swept, RSGPH got swept.
It's upsets upon upsets. The table keeps on flipping. Let's not forget about some of the upsets that happened on some of the other streams, like Yudu Red Giants, for an example.
Yudu Red Giants.
They beat RSGPH with their championship lineup, and that's a big statement in and of itself.
Yeah, shows you how much, you know, the team has really evolved.
And it's anybody's game. Group A is the land of opportunity. Group B, it's called Jakarta. It is what it is, right? There's just so many Indonesian teams there.
I definitely didn't expect Onyx to lose in their first match, and Bren have the chance here, AP Bren, to kind of shut down all the Indonesian teams.
And if there's any teams that's actually making a dent on the home court advantage, right? It's AP Bren.
And it's too late! AP Bren take the game!
They did not disappoint.
I think the team right now to look out for is Bigatron Alpha, though.
I'm feeling like Bigatron is probably going to be the more stable team. I gotta be honest here. Onyx, they're looking up and down. They're going to recuperate, but I don't think they can recuperate over a single day.
Onyx has not had a great weekend.
I still have high hopes for them. They're going to come back together and only get stronger.
Right. So for today's games compared to yesterday there were a lot of upsets. I think Bigatron Alpha versus Onyx is definitely a standout to me. For RSGPH versus Echo, can't wait to see those two titans from the Philippines clash as well. Those are definitely the two matches I'm looking out for the most.
I will be keeping tabs on Echo versus RSGPH. Echo is coming in with a lineup that's very different. RSGPH, the same. Demon Kite coming in here, allowing for us to actually enjoy MSC 2022 championship lineup once more.
So Yudu Red Giants, I'm excited for them. They've definitely made upsets yesterday, but can they continue it here today? They've got a tough matchup because Yudu Giants are going up against Burn X Flash. Yes, they went 1-1, but both teams are currently at the same standing, so it's a coin flip, and I'm hoping that a Malaysian team is going to make it in that top 3 at the end of the day.
I also suggest y'all watch Burn X Flash versus Yudu Red Giants. These are teams that people are 50-50 on, right? Burn X Flash with the way that they played in day 1.
Now Soul, does he bite a winner crunch? And he doesn't, he dashes out, but Flora takes him out.
It's over! It's over, ladies and gentlemen! Burn X Flash are back! I'm expecting quite a spectacle from them, so yeah, definitely watch out for these two matches. Specifically, those are my picks.
You guys should be looking out for that as well, because man, who doesn't want to see elite MLBB?
Yep, Mirko is right. Who does not want to see some elite Mobile Legends Bang Bang action? And if you guys are tuning into Stream C, which is this one, you know that we got some lineup for you. Starting with Yudu Red Giants taking on Burn X Flash, the 50-50 coin flip, as most people have labeled it as, followed by AP Brand taking on EVOS Legends. One looking for a 3-0 standing, and one looking for the first win. And finally, we're going to close it out with Echo against RSG Singapore.
Yeah, do note that the times are GMT +7, so wherever you are in the world, do adjust according to your local time. And I mean, all these matches, they are huge, they are big, and some of them are playing for survival. So we'll be looking forward to see who will actually get past the group stage. Looking for the top 3 again. And we also have big names here. I mean, AP Brand will be the name that a lot of people will be watching. Echo as well will be going up against RSGSG. RSGSG has a mountain to climb against Echo, I must say.
Yeah, but you know, we also heard what our friend said, right? You know, Leo, Mirko, they kind of said that Group A is the land of opportunity. And when you look at the standings at the end of day one, I think that rings very true. Only esports Icon sitting at the bottom. Everyone else has 1 win, 1 loss. Aside from Echo, who has won both their series, so they're also looking for their third today to keep that clean streak going. But for Group B, I think Brand Esports, they're in a very, very nice spot, looking to take down the best that Indonesia has to offer. But at the same time, you also have Bigatron Alpha, who just came out the gate swinging, winning both their series yesterday. So Burn X Flash, they teams like Aura Fire, Onyx, they also have to kind of watch out a little bit. Yudo Red Giants against Burn X Flash, I guess, would be the series that a lot of people will be looking at to see where these teams stand, because Yudo Red Giants, they did beat RSG Philippines yesterday.
Yeah, technically they are on the same points as a Bird X Flash. So pretty much who wins this series will go on top of each other and has a good chance of moving on to the next stage, and will put the other team in a difficult situation and almost a must win on the final game for today. So this will be interesting to see as well. Keep your eye on that, whether Yudo Red Giants can come out with another upset just like yesterday. And if you're interested in the other streams, here's the schedule. Stream A and Stream B is running as well with their respective games. You can see on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stream A, you have esports Icons playing 2 series today. One against RSG Singapore, one against Yudo Red Giants. Bigatron Alpha taking on Onyx. That is going to be a sight to behold for the Indonesian fans. For Stream B, Echo takes on RSG Philippines. RSG Philippines back in form with the former MSC champions lineup. So that will be an interesting one as well. Toda against Aura Fire and RSG Philippines against Burn X Flash. So many things to behold, right? You're looking at a former MSC champion against a top 4 in MSC 2023 on Stream B. I say that today is going to be the day that makes or breaks a lot of these teams.
Yes, because the points are close enough for even like the bottom team. If they can get a win streak, for example, like esports Icon, like even like Toda or esports Legends, if they get a win streak, they can get into the top 3. So today is a day of survivability for some of these teams. And we do expect to see some upsets here. I think we will definitely see some of that. But what we will definitely see on the weekend is going to be the LAN tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Do catch your tickets to watch it live at the Istora Senayan, Jakarta.
Now, this is one of the best part of the whole event, right? 1 full week of Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. If you guys have been able to have the opportunity to attend M4 earlier this year, you know that the venue for this weekend is exactly the same place where we crown the latest champions for M4. So I mean, what are you waiting for? Right? Get your tickets starting at 30,000 rupiah. You can get them at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets.
Yes, don't miss out on the opportunity, because there's always this, last minute, I thought of going, I want to buy, and then, the tickets are sold out. Yeah, the last I checked social media, the tickets are selling fast. In fact, some of the hot seats are already sold out. So you don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Yes, there are still some seats. So just check out the link below and grab your tickets before you regret it.
Yeah, honestly, I've been doing this shout out so many times that it make me to be very, very reminiscent of M4, right? Love the food, love the environment, but you know what? We are here. We have some good games lined up as well. Yudo Red Giants against Burn X Flash. That is something to behold. So before we go any further into the series, let's bring on the boys from Malaysia itself, Yudo Red Giants.
The best thing about them is that every single game they seem to improve. So I would say the best thing about Yudo Red Giants right now is people always say we learn from our mistakes. They put those words into action.
Red finds a double, should be able to triple him, but no Super Red takes him out just in time. He's still alive, and despite all of Iman has the rose gold, and that's why he was able to. Iman is going to be taken down by Gorgeous. The base wide open, Irad targeting it down, but will he be able to do it? Yes, he will. RSGPH starts strong with game number 1.
We did perform before the patch, but after the patch we performed very well because our jungle is assassin player, so it's very favorable to us. Super Red can short call and his voice is really loud. It is first time that I see a good laner that can short call. So when he shout like doing something, we just like, oh back, okay. Even we war, when he asked to back, just back. So go because his voice is so loud. Our biggest strength is when we fight other team, we can really fast learn of like how the team beat us, or like we can really copy their meta. Like when we fight Blacklist, we can use UBE. When we fight this, we can use this, so we can adapt any meta. People thought that we are so lucky to be in here, but yeah, we will prove them wrong.
GG, well played as the U2 Red Giants have conquered.
There it is, your boys for Yudu Red Giants. Good to see that our friends have something to say about them. We also got to talk to them a little bit. Gojes, Sekis, Zach QT, Super Red, and Pancake. A roster that kind of grown. The seeds have been sown locally, but now we have a bit of Filipino players in there, a bit of Filipino blood, Filipino Mobile Legends Bang Bang. They took down RSG Philippines yesterday, alongside with their coaching staff, Ozora Vecchi and Arcadia. I think this team, if anything, is on the road to greatness.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even when they made their debut in MPL Malaysia, they gave out the vibe of like, okay, this team is definitely going to go far, and they are showing so far. After MPL MY, they continue to grow, they continue to do well, and now they are here in the Challenge Finals. Yudu Red Giants bringing in Super Red, who played for Blacklist International, has been one of the key players for them and has been performing really, really well. Multiple MVPs in the previous series, so we look forward to seeing his performance again, and I'm pretty sure that he can put up a good show for us.
Yeah. And I think this same sentiment can be echoed to the team that they're about to go up against, right? They got off to a great start, and then the flame fizzled a bit in the hands of RSG Singapore, but we'll see if they can reignite that blaze today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Burnx Flash.
Now, Burnx Flash, really interesting team, right? Especially for their performance during MSC 2023. I think they put on a spectacular performance.
Right down RSG, Burn and Flash takes the game.
ពេលមុនកាលពេលព្រឹត្តិការណ៍មុនដែលពួកខ្ញុំទៅប្រកួតចាប់ហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំប៊ីសនឹងឈ្នះអេកូដែលលទ្ធផល2-3តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងពួកយើងអត់ចង់ឲ្យប៊ីសឈ្នះនេះគឺពួកយើងចង់បានជ័យជំនះមកខ្ញុំគិតថាអ្នកដែល carry ក្នុង team គឺ Secret ដែលគាត់លេង rotation របស់គាត់ជាមួយនឹងខ្ញុំវិចិត្រគ្នាហ្នឹងហើយ
Now with the new patch, I think we're going to see, well, I don't think, I'm predicting that people are going to be very surprised with Burnx Flash.
I think I'm not afraid of anyone. ពួកយើងនឹងខំប្រឹងក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ SPS នៅខាងមុខហ្នឹងដើម្បីយកជ័យជំនះបាន
Unfortunately, wasn't feeling too well today, so Coach Mitch is going to stand in. And this is kind of like the second layer of the test, right? It's a very, very important series against a team such as Yudu Red Giants. It's a team that I think a lot of people are looking at Burnx Flash and be like, if they win, they have a chance to make top 6. But here they are in a predicament that they got to overcome, Cloud.
Yeah, so Mitch will be playing, but maybe some of you might be like, oh no, Mitch is playing and all that. But hey, don't worry about it. He's the coach for a reason, right? So for him to be in the coaching ladder, he definitely has something to show. And who knows, he might be the MVP in this round. But of course, it's a tall order for him. He's going to take on one of the most important roles. That's going to be the jungle role in the absence of Shima. And with that as well, we can expect that the Burnx Flash, okay, so this is going to be the advantage, right? We can expect that Burnx Flash might come up with something different, especially in the jungle role, because it's a different player. This might be something that Yudu Red Giants might not be prepared for.
I think that is kind of like the silver lining that people could look at, right? You kind of apply what RSG Singapore did against them yesterday. We bring in Buji, you have no info on Buji, and then we take you out. But this is the player head-to-head. We're going to be looking at Super Red and Donut, the gold laner for both teams. You look at the stats overall, pretty jarring, right? Donut overall, I think when you look at the damage per minute and that GPM in comparison, some might say that he is overall a slightly more effective gold laner, but you can't count Super Red out because he also has brought in that pivotal victory for his team, especially in the series against RSG Philippines.
And interestingly, their most pick heroes are the same. So we've seen Brody being quite popular in recent times or in recent matches. Aside from the usual Beatrix as well as Claude, we don't get to see Melissa as much nowadays. So I guess it's falling out of favor for these pro teams. So considering that their picks are pretty much the same, I guess it will get as well to whoever gets whatever they would prefer first.
Yeah, and I think that Melissa falling out of favor can sort of kind of brought back a lot more of Carrie. We saw some Leslie yesterday as well. A couple of games where Leslie has kind of this tipsy-turvy win rate, right? There's some games where Leslie was two-shotting people. There were some games where Leslie was getting two-shotted. So that, I think, is still going to be a very minor X factor that these goal laners probably would not go down. You look at the bans as well. A lot of them are centralized on banning out the mages, banning out the roamers, banning out the XP laners, and the marksmen so far haven't really been touched.
Yeah, so but other than that, we gotta give a shout out as well to you guys out there who's watching the stream right now. Who do you think is gonna win? Udo Red Giants or Burn X Flash with a coach in the lineup? Or is it Udo Red Giants who fought all the way from the qualifiers up until this stage? Put it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. The Twitch chat is now open.
Yeah, I think that's the craziest thing about Udo Red Giants, right? We've had the storyline for other teams where you have a team qualifying from either the Open Finals or the Challenge Season against an invited team from their respective MPL. And here they are, Udo Red Giants. I say that to a certain degree, a lot of fans might crown them as more of the series favorite, but I'm looking for this to go the full distance. I feel like Burn X Flash yesterday against RSG Singapore might have got caught off guard a little bit, but now with day one already passed, they have some time to think about it, they got to watch some of the games of Udo Red Giants, they can definitely put up a better fight.
Yeah, for all you know, right, yesterday's game against RGSG, it was they played under the condition of their jungler was not feeling well. So maybe they could have affected their performance, but hey, what's done is done. Let's look at our caster prediction. Looks like we are both going for Udo Red Giants. I mean, for me personally, for them to be able to come up with an upset yesterday, we can't deny that they have something special in them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that debuted in MPS Malaysia Season 11, right? That was the very first debut, and they left quite a mark as well. Sure, a lot of people obviously didn't expect them to win the whole thing, but those first impressions, they do matter a lot. And I think Udo Red Giants has definitely left quite an impression on the local scene. And now you bring that to the regional stage, and they have also left quite a mark as well on some of these teams.
Okay, so on behalf of our brethren, Jace, so he also voted for Udo Red Giants 2-0. So, yeah, there you go. Just putting it out there as well. But yeah, I mean, yesterday was a very interesting day. So maybe today we might see an interesting result as well. Who knows? Burn X Flash, with the coach coming in, like what we talked about, no information about him, what is his play style, what are his favorite heroes, they don't know. So they have to go with the pattern of banning and picking on what they are more comfortable with.
I think the most important thing in this series is if you are a Udo Red Giants, right? If you can take out Burn X Flash, I think you're going to end the day 3-1 because they're fighting EVO's Icon later on in the evening, and EVO's Icon was a team that got defeated by Burn X Flash as well yesterday. And then you could just kind of going down the hierarchy, right? So Udo Red Giants, Burn X Flash, I think would be the bigger challenge today. I look back at the history of Burn X Flash against EVO's Icon yesterday. It was a 24-minute and 21-minute game that Burn X Flash won. Then I look back at the game that Udo Red Giants took on RSG Philippines. They had one 13-minute and 21 seconds game. So Udo Red Giants, they're onto something, right? They are also a team that does play the Edith XP lane very actively, that plays the Hayabusa jungle in one of their games against RSGPH. So if anything, maybe these are the trump cards that they can bring out to beat Burn X Flash.
Yeah, you put it a good point there. Udo Red Giants, I think they've shown versatility in this tournament so far, especially for Sakai's, Martis, Hayabusa, Ling, Paquito, Fedrin. 5 different heroes in 5 different rounds. Can you imagine that? The level of versatility that they have. And on top of that as well, they are able to play the R-Lord in the XP lane, and also sometimes moving an R-Lord into a roamer role. So even if you pick like one of those flex pick heroes, it's not going to be as straightforward as, oh, he picks that, oh, that role is going to be that. They're going to do something else.
And I think that is very important. We have seen several flex picks, right? I think the Fredrin at this point is going to sound like a broken record. Everyone picks Fredrin, puts him in a flex pick role. We've seen Paquito every now and then. We've seen the Kadita every now and then. But overall, I think Fredrin is still going to be one of the more staple ones. I'm certain that we're going to see it either ban or pick, but let's see what the teams think about it. Yudu Red
See
Giants
value
starting
in
off
me?
with the
Your
Diggy
team
and the
is
Joy
bad.
ban,
You should.
whereas for Burnex Flash, no Kadita, no Fanny, and Yudu Red Giants banned the Fredrin.
Yeah, not interested to take the Fedrin. So besides the Fedrin, well, we have. I won't be surprised if we do see something different in the jungle. But if they do pick like a Hayabusa again, that'll be great because we naturally don't get to see as many Hayabusas. Martis will be an interesting pick as well for Yudu Giants, anti-CC. There's always you can't go wrong with picking the Martis being an anti-CC. So that will give a bit more of a headache for Burnex Flash in case they want to go for group CC type of plays.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Ling also ban out as well. I think this was your. I think this is one of the heroes that you did point out, right? Diggy was picked in one of the Burnex Flash games. It was game 1 against EVOS Icon. I think Yudo has picked up on it very easily. But banning out the Diggy also opens you up to a lot of picks that just hates the Diggy, right? I think Minotaur is a very, very good example. We've seen them run the Edith as well. Any huge crowd control heroes will benefit from not having a Diggy on the enemy team. Claude first pick by Yudo Giants, something that we don't see too often. Whereas for Burnex Flash, they're going to pivot a little bit. They bring out the Uranus.
Uranus seems to be quite the meta here in the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. A lot of teams find it very difficult to deal with the Uranus. Although the win rate is not like 100%, but the win rate is fairly good, and it's really annoying to have that Uranus as your opponent. Like what you said yesterday, Uranus is this spoiled brat that you somehow just need to ignore. But if it comes in your face, well, you still have to do something about it.
Yeah, I have a better analogy, right? Because
Right.
I think a lot of our audience are younger audience, so I need to speak in Gen Z term. Uranus is like those internet trolls, okay? It's like your cyber troopers, as they call it. So they're there, they leave very mean comments, or they say things to garner your attention. And every time you react to them, you start this thread, they get empowered by your reaction. So do not respond to these guys. Just block them, remove them from your friend list if they are in your friend list. Either way, we see the Dyrov picked up by Yudo Giants, and I believe Dyrov wasn't picked yesterday in any of the matches that they played. I mean, they did play RT Philippines. That one, there's no Dyrov. They played 3 games against Echo and actually picked it once, and that was the game that they won against Echo. So this is the second Dyrov pick, and they also finished it off with the E.
Yeah, I like how your analogy reminds me of Jay's. But anyway, so Dyrov, I guess this is the answer towards Uranus. He's able to melt down tanks and Uranus naturally. Well, as long as you can get like a Dyrov, or if you can get like a carry, that'll be great against a Uranus. But of course, we'll need to see whether the Dyrov will be sticking with Uranus, or he still has the ability to roam around and is able to take down Uranus as quickly as possible, especially during the early stages.
And that was something that I think me and Jay discussed a little bit, right? Well, what heroes do you want to do with the Uranus? I know that you can pick heroes to cut wave just like he does. You play this very boring game between the inhibitor and the tier 2, or you pick someone that can just shred the Uranus early on, and the Dyrov is one of the best options. So we're glad to see you Red Giants pick that up. Hayabusa banned out by Burnex Flash. They definitely have done their homework. That is a hero that Skies did play yesterday, and they completely demolished RSG Philippines in their first game. Bakaja will be banned out by Yudo Red Giants.
So now Yudo Red Giants, I do expect them to pick a tanky hero. But I also want to see them picking something that's able to go onto the backline. So perhaps something like a Kufra would be great as well, because they need to know that they're dealing with the Leslie that can put on a good distance when it comes to team fights. So I guess if a Kufra would be great, especially a Kufra that needs to aim towards getting the Leslie in a certain angle.
So 4 junglers banned out by Burnex Flash. A lot of emphasis onto Skies. Again, with the Fredrin ban out, there's 5 junglers. So it does make me wonder, right? What else is left on the table for Yudo Red Giants? They will ban out the Franco, so both point and click guaranteed crowd control ultimate is taken out of the game as well. It does leave something to be desired. I wonder if this sets up for potential Dyrov to be flexed into the jungle, I don't see it as a likely option. I think if you want an assassin jungler, the Paquito is still up on the table.
I have a feeling that the multiple bans on the jungler is more to protect Mitch. With Mitch coming in the lineup, and I guess he's going to play the Martyrs, a very can't go wrong sort of hero, anti-CC as we talked about earlier on in this draft. So I think it's more to protect him rather than them trying to ban out Sakai, because Sakai has shown that he has the versatility of playing multiple types of jungler. So do you really want to try to ban Sakai when he has a good amount of a jungler pool? Probably not.
Absolutely. I mean, again, right, you look at what Judo Red Giants still need to look out for. There's the jungler, there's the roamer. And one thing that's missing from the side of Burnex Flash is kind of like the roamer themselves, right? So there it is, the Paquito jungle again brought out. It was the same, XP and jungle jungle combination that they had when they went up against Echo, where you just have double assassins of the XP and jungle. So this quadrant of the map becomes absolutely deadly because Daryl can destroy you 1v1, and the Paquito also destroys you 1v1. Kufra being the last pick for that engage potential, and now Burnex Flash, they will have to decide on their roamer.
Yeah, to a certain extent, the Paquito can also deal with Uranus. So in case like the D-Rob needs help, Paquito can come in and they can take down Uranus probably in the early stages rather than allowing him to play the boring game. And it's so annoying just to see a Uranus. If it's your opponent being on your side, it's so annoying to see that Uranus just being behind your turret. So maybe they plan to take that down early. But this is an interesting play. Cho will allow Burnex Flash to have a lot of mobility here. So the Cho will be looking to take down the Claude at the backline.
And I think it's also a very versatile roamer as well. You can help your teammates disengage if needed to, right? You look at the side of the Red Giants, they love to dive into your face and just stick onto you, take you out. But with a Cho, you can disengage if you need to. It also gives you the potential to just catch targets out of position, and every single Will of the Dragon is going to be important. We don't have the Franco, we don't have the Kaja. Well, the third best choice is definitely the Cho.
Yeah, and also I guess the Cho is also to deal with the Eve because of the real world manipulation. So you want someone who is able to like, okay, turn on real world manipulation, that's fine. I go behind, I stop you, and I try to take you down, or even try to just kick Eve away as Eve was getting into position of coming up with the real world manipulation. So that could be one of the strategies that's used for a Cho. I mean, Cho is also one of those heroes that you can't go wrong with.
I mean, that would be doable if it was the old Eve, but the new Eve ignores all these crowd controls. So I think Cho is a bit out of luck. But I do agree, right? You still have a way to kind of reach the backline if Eve doesn't have the real manipulation, so it's not all doom and gloom. We just have to see how Burnex Flash plays this out. Again, they are playing with their coach as the jungler, which is going to be Coach Mitch. So there's a lot to be desired. He's playing a very, very important role on this Martyrs jungle. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 between the Red Giants and Burnex Flash.
Oh, I can already imagine the retribution battle later on between Sakai and as well as Mitch. Definitely has to hit it right on the mark, especially when it comes to the main objectives, the Lord as well as the Turtle later on. That's why they're being compared right now on screen, Sakai and Mitch. Honestly, it is a scary thought, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like when you look at how the stakes are for this game, I think if you're on the side of Burnex Flash, you definitely feel a lot more of that pressure. Partly because one of your players you had to play with the stand-in today, and on the other end you are also holding kind of the top 4 reputation from MSC 2023, right? That was just kind of a month plus ago, compared to the Red Giants, a team who just debuted in the previous season, who hasn't really had much international accolades to them. They haven't really achieved anything on the regional stage. You would think that as an MSC top 4, you have the obligation to beat them.
Yes, true enough. Okay, things would have been easier if only yesterday they won against RSGSG. Then today's game, they will be like, okay, cool, fine. But because they lost against RSGSG yesterday, then this game is very, very important for Burnex Flash.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, you also have Bernex Flash playing with the full lineup yesterday. So there are some variables that I think can be considered. I don't feel that it would be kind of the break it, the be or end all kind of factor, but overall it will still throw in a wrench, right? I think you look at Red Giants, most importantly is how far can they take this? Taking out RSG Philippines, I think is one of the most impressive things because you are taking out a championship lineup from MSC 2022 and it was a 2-0 victory. I think that itself made the entirety of day one fulfilling for the squad, but right now they are going up against another MSC team, right? So you kind of have this boss rush scenario. And also, Red Giants took one game off of Echo. I guess that is also something that they can look back and be like, well, we actually can do it. We just need to tighten up some of that plays.
Yeah, I mean, okay. At the end of the day, right? If you want to be the champions, you gotta be prepared to beat everyone. So whoever it is, whether it's Vertex Splash, whether it's Echo, or what, you gotta be able to beat them, right? So at the end of the day, if you are Red Giants, you're coming in and all these big teams, you have to have that mentality of like, okay, it doesn't matter who you are, we are here on the same stage, we deserve to be here. And plus, they qualified from the previous series onto the stage. So they fought more games naturally, and that allowed them to be here. And that just shows that they are among the best because they can do that too.
Yeah. Of course, we are having our marshals just kind of deal with this tech pause a little bit. Hopefully everything would be fixed by the end of the day. If anyone who is watching there right now, do remember to stay hydrated. This is a public service announcement. I think the weather has not been kind lately, whether in Jakarta or any other parts of the world. It has been a pretty hot cloud. For me, I'm at a stage where the air conditioning is too cold, but the fan is too warm.
Oh, I guess lucky you then. It's always warm at where I are.
Yeah, but you know the feeling when you turn on the air conditioner and it's too cold, but when you turn it off, it's too hot, and you're stuck in the middle. There's no good temperature, right? So just stay healthy out there. I think a lot of us tend to forget to take care of ourselves, but it's good to see the members of Red Giants kind of in good spirits. Just putting out the heart sign just now. So I think that mentality is very important. You have been an analyst before, right? You've been a coach to other teams from other different genres. So any insights on that? How do you make sure that your boys kind of stay in a positive mental state before going into a big game?
Right. So I guess there are two parts to this, right? So one is the health state of the players, right? So for the health state of the players, I would say the thing about it in esports, right? Like we are not used to we come like maybe a week before. Like normally when the players come, it's like a day before the next day, then it's already maybe they have a rehearsals, technical setup, and then the following day is already game day for them. So the timeline is really short to adapt to the environment there. So I guess to a certain extent, a way to manage this is just to plan time to arrive earlier, like maybe give it a week for everyone to settle down, and they can still play, they can still practice, they can still play scrims there. And naturally, this feeds into the second part of your question. If they are healthy, then they will be motivated. But if someone's unhealthy, and if you're one player out even, then the rest of them will be like, oh no, are we in a bad situation now? So you don't want to put them in that kind of situation in the first place.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can see kind of the different atmosphere for both teams, right? You can clearly see on the side of Bernex Flash, there is a bit more of that tension. Again, today is a very, very important day for them. And not just for them, I think for all the other teams, especially those who are 1-1 or 0-2, you have to be winning your games because there are only 6 slots in top 6, and by tomorrow, especially for the teams in Group A, they're not going to have much games to play tomorrow. In fact, they only have one last series to play tomorrow as compared to Group B, who are going to have 2 series for majority of these teams. So you got to make use of today. I mean, at least for Group A, today is sort of like their final day.
Yeah, so it's going to be really tight, right? Like Group A, just looking at the overall points again, it's so tight. Like we got Red Giants, RSG Philippines, RSG Singapore, Vertex Splash, everyone with the same amount of points. So just by playing today itself, the swap could be crazy. Echo arguably, okay, assuming that Echo loses all their following games, right, like worst case scenario for them, they could still be pushed down. So they're still not in a really comfortable position yet. Yes, they are okay, but you want to end up in the first place because of a better seeding anyway.
I tell you the craziest part. So Echo actually yesterday they went 2-1 against Real Red Giants. They also went 2-1 against Evo's Icons. Tell me that isn't enough proof that Group A is the land of opportunity. It's crazy. I think when you look back at what these two teams have kind of brought to the table, right? We haven't gotten much time to talk about the draft, so now we will have some more room to kind of raise that a little bit. We look at what Euro Red Giants has: double assassin in the XP lane and the jungle. They have the Claude, Kufra as well. What is going to be that win condition? What is Euro Red Giants going to be looking for in this game?
Ooh, I guess now that they have information that Mitch is actually playing, I guess they really want to try to exploit the jungle. I guess their win condition is that if they can overtake the jungle, like maybe they can even ignore the Uranus. As long as they can clear off the jungle, they can invade, they can clear off the jungle, probably they will be okay.
So again, just kind of like you target the player the stand-in, right?
Yeah.
That is one of the ways, right? You break the spirit of the man. Or Euro Red Giants just taking a bit of that time out as well. I love to see these kind of behind the scenes stuff. Like I feel like we don't get enough of this. A lot of people, I think, at a certain point when they see like their favorite players play, you sort of forget that there are also people behind the phones. Look at how you do, boys, just cleaning the table or whatever it is. Maybe too much talcum powder. Who knows?
Yeah, I guess they're also trained to keep the gaming house nice and clean. So they're so used to it. It's like, okay, whenever I see something on the desk, it's like, okay, before my coach tells me to, I better do it. Before a manager walks into the room, I better do it. Keep it nice and clean.
Especially, do you do that with your team?
Actually, yes. Yeah, because it's a form of exercise.
Oh yeah, I've been to pretty untidy gaming places before. It's not the best experience. I think it's not good for the players overall. I mean, so it starts from home.
Yeah,
hopefully
correct.
we get this resorted. I believe it was a ping pause from the side of Bird Flash, so you can see that the crew is kind of solving that problem right now for them. It does give this team some sort of some of that breathing room. I think if you are Burn Flash, that is even more important right now that you have your coach kind of on the set with you. I think it feels a bit different as well, because normally you look at the role of a coach and you're like, well, this guy is good at the game, but he probably is better behind the scenes as someone who is kind of coming up with the strats, telling the team what to do, kind of breaking down what the enemy does, and now you have literally the chief commanding officer with you in the team.
But you know what? I have seen teams at this kind of stage, like when they play, they have to play with their coach for whatever reason, maybe like the same reason like today. To a certain extent, the team becomes more disciplined. Like, because the coach is there to remind them, like, okay, guys, stick with the plan. Rather than the coach being on the outside and he's only able to see from a different screen and, being in a different point of view. When you look at your players doing something, you're like, oh no, I told them not to do that. That sort of feeling. Now he is in the game together with them. He is able to control and dictate whatever plan that they have discussed to execute.
Yeah, and we see the teams kind of testing the ping out, and it seems like everything is fine and dandy. We're going to be jumping back into game number 1. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Now we get to ensure the best possible game quality, and now this is the matchup I want to see, right? I want to look at Dyrov against Uranus. Normally a level 2 Uranus straight up just wins, but against Gojas, it's not that straightforward. ATM does have the Brace Might, so he can do it a little bit. Meanwhile, the jungle invade coming in onto Mish already. Not able to do too much damage, but you kind of force him back a little bit.
Oh man, something that was kind of expected, that they would try to poke the jungle. So that also forces the rest of Bird Splash to give more protection to Mitch. We can see D7 playing around Mitch. He's close by. Obviously, C-Cat as well, because he's a mid laner, so he can rotate towards wherever Mitch is. So now Mitch, has bodyguards. But that also means that the players will be pulled towards him and they have lesser opportunity to farm.
Maybe a slow start, waiting for the level 4. Turtle will be kind of the point of contention. I mean, Yudore Giants, they have massive damage in these early skirmishes, right? Dyrov and Paquito absolutely just assassinates everyone they come into contact with. This C-Cat gonna try and clear out the wave as much as possible alongside ZQT. But an splash on the Turtle first, instantly flicker into the Tyrant's Grave. That's gonna be Goldjess diving in, trying to contest. Turtle will be Yudore Giants to take it away. Skies gets it, and Goldjess with the first blood onto mid.
Unfortunate for Mitch there. Now D7 as well as ATM, they try to get a revenge, but not able to secure the kill onto ZQT. So they were all disengaged right now. But this is worrying though. So, okay, I know it's just the first kill. I know it's just first blood onto Mitch, but these are signs.
And I think the fact that Goldjess got that first blood, right, makes life for ATM slightly harder as well. I think that the biggest nightmare whenever you play up against a Dyrov is that if he starts snowballing, they can open engage again. ATM cannot dash and instantly cut to shreds. And that's the Uranus punished.
So this is how you deal with the Uranus. Instead of playing fire with fire, you counter cutting the wave and all that. You just go engage with it. But of course, you need to have the right hero. So they made the right move there to take down Uranus. And now with Uranus going down once, he will be a little bit more cautious to play at lane.
And it does demand attention from the rest of Burn X Flash as well. Goldjess is 2 levels ahead of ATM. ATM has no flicker. And the best part is that Goldjess can now just man fight this Uranus without any worries, right? You are always going to win those fights. And remember, he does have Festival of Blood. So it's not like ATM is going to outlast him. ATM is not going to have health to work with. One of the few things that Uranus likes to do, he gets to low health, pops Consecration, heals back to full, and he laughs in your face. But Dyrov, he sees you at low health, he's going to absolutely destroy you with his ultimate.
Yeah, so that's why you can see he will be sticking with ATM. And this is where ATM will be locked. Or I'll be looking forward to see what's going to happen here at the side. We got Mish, we got D7. Pancake is there just to scout out whether D7 is still there. But now the engagement onto Pancake. But Pancake being the tank, he should be alright.
Actually, I'm surprised that they actually decided to kick him. He's the way of the dragon, but the damage is just not there from Mitch. Not enough. Even deal with the tank. Now without the kick, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. 4 members of Burn X Flash. Turtle is going to get reset, reward manipulation used very early on by C-Cat, forcing Yudore Giants to fall back a little bit. Pancake taking the snipe in the face. The entirety of Yudore Giants is going to be there. Super Red stacking up the passive for the ultimate. Watch out for Pancake, he's going to engage straight into C-Cat, and he is gone. Nothing that Burn X Flash could do. They do trade one back, but they end up losing Mitch. ATM wants to stop Turtle take, and it's not possible. Look at ATM getting turned into cash almost. Burn X Flash forced to retreat.
I noticed a rotation coming from the bottom lane from ATM, but look at the amount of damage that's able to be dished out by Gorgeous. ATM doesn't stand a chance to even last a good 5 seconds in that fight.
This Dyrov 2-0 so far. Again, ahead in terms of levels and in net worth. D7, Flicker misses the Jikundo, still goes for the kick, commits onto Skies, wants to take him down. Skies can't get away. Just pinned against the wall. Burn X Flash with the punish.
Oh, Skies. Unfortunately, he was caught out there, but anyway, he opened up space for the top lane, so Super Red will be happy to take down the turret. At the bottom lane, Gorgeous is in trouble.
They steal that Visual Strike. There's gonna be the snipe. Yeah, Leslie finds that. Lovely punish from Burn X Flash. You need to slow down this Dyrov.
And look at the amount of space that Super Red has at the top. I mean, we don't talk about Super Red that much because he has all the space to play with. And including this kill maybe onto Mitch, but Mitch survives as C-Cat is there anyway. So right now we can see that because ATM cannot play on the lane just like how Uranus would play, he's joining with his team on team fights or giving more protection to his team instead.
An attempt to punish Gorgeous again. The kick is there from D7. Donut looking to get in range. Will have to snipe. Damage insufficient to take down Gorgeous, but Sky's gonna show up. D7 is the target. Bit of the poke and prod down bottom, but no kills.
ATM now. He knows that, okay, if it's against Super Red, he'll be okay. As long as Gorgeous is not there. But who needs Gorgeous if you got 3 onto him? Oh, the real world manipulation specially done for ATM. Mitch coming from the backline can't do much.
Very unlucky, walks into the perimeter of the real manipulation, gets rooted instead. Not that he could do much, like you said. D7 going for an invade, but this time runs into almost the entirety of the Red Giant. So overextending the flicker Tyrant's Rage into Donut. CCAT using the stolen RWM, blocking Pancake in place, and that's gonna be a kill for Mitch with the Decimate. Burn X Flash finding a response.
Oh well, but at least for Burn X Flash, they're not in a position to contest for the turtle. So this turtle is given to Yudu Red Giants. Still with the goal lead, but the goal lead is not that big despite them securing all the objectives so far. Only about 2k difference.
And I think that is good news if you are a Burn X Flash fan, right? You are able to punish Gojes, kind of slow him down a little bit. You caught the Paquito, and just now you're able to punish Yudu Red Giants in those small skirmish. Mitch, you go in with the Ashura's Aura. Not finding the members of Yudu Red Giant. Flicker forward into an RWM, locking the Leslie down. D7 finds the kick onto Gojes, but the Dyrov is going to stick onto you. D7 on the run. Burn X Flash losing their marksman.
Ooh. I mean, Burn X Flash, they had an idea, but unfortunately they couldn't execute it as well. And speaking about ATM doing the wave cutting thingy, he's doing it at the top lane right now. And so he's just going to stay away from Yudu Red Giants. He's just going to do the total opposite of wherever they are. But that exposes his other teammates to the number of people that Yudu Red Giants has on their side.
You see, I mean, the amount of damage from Gojes and Skies, right? We talked about it. This double assassin is lethal. They killed the Martyrs in one fell swoop, which is kind of a crazy thought, but you have ATM then in the base of Yudu Red Giants, cutting 2 waves at once, finally demanding some attention from Yudu Red Giants themselves. It's going to be Skies that takes care of business. ATM just need to hold on for as long as possible. Pop the Consecration, Super Red will be there. They're going to look to hand it over to the Claude. No, it's going to be Skies that takes it, but it does buy space for the rest of the team.
Well, I guess because of the gap to a certain extent, ATM, he can't tank as much as he would have liked. So the moment Yudu Red Giants send like 2 players down there, he's pretty much gone. And they don't even need Gorgeous in the process.
Yeah, and Gorgeous 4-1 and 2 right now. What is Donut looking for? Can't find anything at this stage. In Burn X Flash, they need space, and I think ATM has definitely created that space for them. But Yudu Red Giants now will be looking for the Lord.
And so I guess it's a trade-off of his life versus getting the space for a Burn X Flash, right? But let's see if they can make use of the space now. They are surrounding Yudu Red Giants, but I don't see them able to engage. They are quite behind.
They gotta get in fast though. A bit too slow. Skies would take the Lord. No contest. ATM in danger. Gojes falling back. Donut couldn't finish him off in time. The Decimate used by Mitch, but ends up getting taken down by Super Red. This Claude is a menace, and Burn X Flash, they don't get anything. Yudu Red Giant walks away with the Lord.
Ooh, another kill onto Minchi. But the good news is that Minchi managed to get 2 kills for it. So it's doing not that bad. It is just that the overall team execution, I don't know. Is it the chemistry? Is it the sixth sense? You know, when you execute something, sometimes you don't need to say, you just do it and everyone just follows. Maybe Michi not playing as much with the team, not able to execute as flawless as if Shima would have played together with them.
It could be, right? You also have Yudu Red Giants getting an early lead as well, so they did blow the flicker and the consecration of ATM. Meanwhile, Yudu Red Giants getting sniped from afar by Donut. Not something they're too worried about. Starting to starve out the jungle of Burn X Flash. Lord crashing in from the top side. Ideally, if you can take an inhibitor, that would be great, but it's not going to be that simple. RWM used as well. Stolen dual manipulation. Response from CCAT. That inhibitor turret ends up staying alive, but maybe not for long. Yudu Red Giants have a new minion wave and they will break it. Burn X Flash base is now exposed.
Oh yeah, wave management. Done well by Yudu Red Giants. 2 waves back to back pretty much, and that is enough for them to take down the turret. They almost Burn X Flash almost lost the mid turret though, but luckily ATM was there to just clear off the wave. If not, they would have lost at least 2. But it's okay for Yudu Red Giants because they're in control right now, and they have the map secured. They emptied the jungle for Burn X Flash. Now Burn X Flash has another issue: is where to farm.
Well, in this case, I think the side lanes, right? You still have the top tier 1 available from Red Giants. That would be a minor source of gold. You can see that Donut will be farming that lane, D7 by his side, just to keep him safe. They're not even hard shoving the wave because they're so worried that Red Giants might be there. But after seeing 3 members of Yudo showing down bot, Burnex Flash, they're going to commit to this.
And finally, they're going to take the top turret. So Donut will be there. But for Red Giants, I guess to a certain extent, they're playing this very disciplined. They're just waiting for the next Lord to come up before they make the big move.
25 more seconds until that. The Red Giants are 6.8k ahead in terms of goal. But you always have to keep in mind, right? When Burnex Flash hit that late game, you have a Leslie on the team. Donut is going to start destroying your front lines with the true damage.
So now I'm trying to think of like what's the comeback mechanism for Burnex Flash at this moment, right? It's hard to see Red Giants making mistakes. So I guess for Burnex Flash, number 1 is of course to chase up in terms of farm. Number 2, if you can't take the fight head on, try to do what ATM has been doing all this while. Try to cut waves and try to find those opportunity to do the split push the moment you can cut a wave.
I think ATM has finally been able to breathe a little bit more. Lord will be on the top side. And you can see Burnex Flash, they're not even going to bother about contesting the Lord, right? Red Giant just shredded that objective so fast, but ATM is going to have Sky to deal with. This Paquito max level already. And ATM is going to find it a bit troublesome. If Sky just cuts that wave, ATM will basically have all of his work undone. Lord in the top side dealt by Mitch and Donut, but this mid wave is going to crash in. Red Giants looking to break it, and instantly you can see CCat will use that flicker just so he doesn't get caught by the reward manipulation, even use the stolen RWM, but unfortunately it's not enough to stop Red Giants from breaking the mid turret. Pancake jumps
D7?
in, D7 from the back, there it is, the kick on the ZQT, that's enough to take him down. D7 on the run, trying to make his way out, but Super Red finds the kill. Super Red goes in with the battle mirror image, but Burnex Flash, now they have found the fight that they are looking for. ATM on the chase, but Super Red chunking him down, Mitch with the follow-up, but again, the damage from Super Red is overwhelming. Super Red running down Burnex Flash, ATM to fall, Super Red with a double, CCat and Donut, they cannot fight this anymore.
Oh, Donut managed to trade it back with a kill. So at least with that, Burnex Flash still survived. The game is not over yet. And Red Giants will need to reset. And with this reset, they'll be looking forward to the next Lord instead.
The game goes on, Cloud. We're going to get a heck of a game 1. Red Giants still in the driver's seat though. Almost, you know, I think the highest net worth lead was almost 9,000. They're back in that spot. Burnex Flash, as much as they are near 10,000 behind, they're putting up a pretty good fight against Red Giants. Decent resistance.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the items, some of the key items already done. Okay, I do see a Dominance Eyes there. I do see a Guardian Helmet. That's pretty nice as well for Mitch. So that means Mitch, he aims to just survive. So it does look like his setup is more of like, try to absorb as much damage as possible. Maybe because mechanically he's not prepared for it. So instead of trying to do the sexy stuff like going for the backline, try to get the kills, like try to draw attention onto him, try to be the target, and all his other teammates counter after the skills are thrown onto him.
I just want to commend D7 for finding that engage just now. It really did buy the team some time, but he has to do it a couple more. And Red Giants will be a lot more aware this time as the Lord will spawn.
And Red Giants, but this time Burnex Flash is ready to contest for it. So this is going to be really important. If Burnex Flash fails this, especially if they lose place in the process, that's it. Red Giants can close up the game.
D7 looking for a kick, finds it, but the angle is not there. So ZQ finishes him off, but look at that! Donut with the 2-shot onto Skies. The jungler for Red Giants is dead. Now Burnex Flash Massive opportunity to steal this away. The flicker from Pancake, not going to connect onto anyone with the Tyrant's Revenge. Gojek tries to steal it, cannot find it. It's Donut that secures the Lord of all people. And now Donut gets to reign supreme unless Super 8 can stop him. Super 8 finds mid. You got to do a bit more. Donut dealing damage as well. Both the marksmen putting in the work. CK with the flicker forward, forcing Yudore Giants to run as Donut uses the snipe. Super 8 will block the final shot. Burnex flash. I dare pull this game back, Cloud.
Wow, I mean, could this be the comeback here for Burnex Flash? Looking good so far. And now, with the amount of players that they still have, they can push on to the second turret. At the same time, the Lord is coming in the bottom turret. Red Giants will need to play the defensive game now.
Oh, they absolutely have to. Good news for Red Giants. All inhibitors from Burnex Flash have gone down. Bad news for Red Giants. This donut has come online. We said that Red Giants have a massive gold lead, right? But when you look at the net worth comparison between every single row, Donut actually has the same net worth as Super Red before the Lord fight. And now, he is definitely in the lead in terms of net worth compared to Super Red. We saw him two-shot Skies, and that's the Paquito with a 4K net worth ahead of Mitch. Pancake will try RWM, but look at the health of this Kufra. 2 shots from Donut, and he is out of the fight.
Oh, and now with the Lord pushing it onto the bottom lane. This is game time for Burnex Flash. Everyone's focused into the bottom. At the same time, ATM putting a lot of pressure onto the mid as they go in.
The kick from D7 finds ZQT. The kick of a lifetime. Burnex Flash needed that. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. Super Red needs to go massive. They kill the Lord. Paquito doing massive damage on the side of Skies. They stop Burnex Flash from potentially ending the game, but still, this game is basically back in an even state, Cloud.
Yeah, this is insane now. Burnex Flash pretty much doing the comeback at this moment at least. And now, both teams have more than 50k gold. Item-wise, pretty sure they're almost done, almost at a full capacity. And so that means that it's now down to execution, down to the team that makes the first mistake will be punished. So far, Burnex Flash, they are holding the game back.
And Burnex Flash, D7, the hidden hero for the team. The catch is right, he has caught the Yi 2 times in these crucial fights already. The importance of this show is really shown, in the last couple of minutes. 23 more seconds until the 4th Lord of the game spawns. And whoever gets the Lord just wins the game at this point.
Yeah, it's 15 more seconds to the next Lord, right? That's why we can see Red Giants, they're going towards there. The Burnex Flash has most of their members there as well, except for ATM, clearing off the top lane. But like what you said, this Lord is going to be really important. Either side cannot afford to lose this.
Burnex Flash actually playing on the top side when they have Mitch like poking at the Lord a little bit. This could be dangerous though. It could be a distraction, Cloud. We might see a setup for a potential backdoor. Burnex Flash, they have no intention to rush this Lord down.
I mean, look at this. So Mitch has immortality. His objective is just to be there, like just be the target man. So now Red Giants, I think they're starting to realize that, okay, we cannot throw everything onto Mitch. It's not going to be worthwhile. He's just a target man.
And
now
there it
at the top, wait a second.
They gotta engage onto Gojaz, but thankfully Gojaz bought some distance, so he's not kicked back into Burnex Flash. But Burnex Flash got the inhibitor turret anyways. ZQT able to get away just in time. Donut breaks the immortality of Super Red, and he's dead. This Leslie is a force of nature from Burnex Flash. Is this how it ends? The minion wave is coming in. Lord secured by Skies, but you gotta get back to your base as soon as possible. ZQT needs to clear the minion wave, and he has done just enough. Winter Trunk is gonna be there to protect Gojaz, and the leap in from Pancake breaks ATM's immortality as well, as Skies takes out Mitch in a 1v1 duel, and Burnex Flash. It is not time for them to end the game just yet, and they might pay for it. The Lord is pushing down mid. Look at Skies. He's marching down mid with the Lord into the base of Burnex Flash. There's nothing that can stop him. Donut will try, but Skies and the Lord have done it. Game 1 for Red Giants. What a way to start this series.
Bro, what a game this is. Red Giants, I can sense them sweating buckets after that game. Can you believe it? They almost lost that at some point. Let's look at the relief of these players. They're like wiping their sweats away.
And let me tell you, as much as this is a victory for Udare Giants in game 1, it was such a scrappy game from both teams. And I think they both have a good idea on how they want to close out the game, right? You look at Burnex Flash, they're like, well, we can't really contest the Lord. If we catch this Darrow, we break the inhibitor, we might be able to end the game right then and there. We just need the Martyrs to draw attention away. And for Udare Giants, they're like, well, the Leslie is two-shotting our entire team. Let's not play against the Leslie. We play away from her. And at the end of the day, it came out to these small margins. Udare Giant coming out on top. They get the Lord, they get the base defense, and they run it down mid. But I feel like you are not going to be too happy with that win because it was such a massive victory.
Yes, I gotta give it to hats off to Burnex Flash. I really liked how they try to take control back of the game, and they know that they have certain weaknesses, so they've tried to play around their weaknesses, and they play really well. Like the item build for Mitch was just going like, okay, I'm gonna absorb as much as I can, because maybe he knows that mechanically he's not ready for it. Maybe he obviously he doesn't train as much as the players themselves, so mechanically he's not ready. So it's like, okay, let me be the target man, and he worked out as a target man really well, and that's why he was playing the role of just being the one to so-called trying to secure the lot, but actually his intention is not to secure the lot. If he does, it's a bonus. As long as he can draw like 1 or 2 players onto him, it opens up the back door for the rest of Burnex Flash.
Yeah, and also props to Udare Giants for having 2 of their members actually hanging by the bush in the middle lane because they sensed that something was off. So, you know, the mind games very strong from both teams, but I'd say as much as Burnex Flash lost this game number 1, at one point it really could have been theirs. Massive props to D7 on the show. We saw it kind of off screen, right? When they went in for that play, if Go just didn't gain distance and got kicked into Donut instead, I think that game ends right then and there. So very good attempt from Burnex Flash. Unfortunately, it's not theirs, at least for game 1. However, there is some time for them to talk about game 2. Now that they know that they almost won game 1, I think for Burnex Flash, they are going to be feeling a lot more confident going into game 2.
Yeah, I think they should be proud of their performance for game 1. Despite their lineup not being optimum, but they did show a good fight. They know their game plan, very disciplined game. And I guess this is where having a coach in the lineup in game to tell you exactly what to do, to remind you of the game plan, it does give a difference.
Oh yeah, I think one of the biggest difference is that you don't get to see all 10 players, right? You have the fog of war, but that's pretty much it. I think the recovery from Burnex Flash was great. You know, they were getting good catches, again, courtesy of D7. They were winning a lot of these skirmishes, and at one point, Donut was just way too strong for anyone on the side of Udare Giants to deal with. They were actively avoiding this Leslie, and I feel like if not for Udare Giant kind of calling the bluff onto Burnex Flash, and they commit to a Lord fight, I think the game just ends right there.
Yeah, and besides that as well, I think the Uranus pick, they had no answer to the call of T-Rob as well as Paquito. So I think that the Uranus pick may need to be worked out later on. Probably not going to go for the Uranus at all because Udare Giants, they know how to counter it. But now looking at the stats, okay, I really want... just keep your eye on to Mitch, I would say. His build is not meant to take fights. His build is not meant to get kills, but he still managed to get 2 kills in the process. He's more of just absorbing everything. He has an immortality. He has a Guardian's helmet together with him. So yeah, he's built as a tank basically.
Yeah, look at this game, right? 17 to 10, 21 minutes in. At one point, Udare Giants almost has a 10k goal lead, and here they are winning this game by the thinness of margins. And you compare both the goal laners, right? That was our head-to-head matchup earlier on. Super Red against Donut, and both the marksmen did a fantastic job in their role.
Yep. Yeah, I gotta agree as well that both marksmen did super well. In terms of itemization, I think it's pretty straightforward for the both of them. It's just more of like execution. And you got to give it to his team as well. I mean, Leslie requires a lot of protection because Leslie is not that mobile. So Donut was given enough space by his teammates to dish out this amount of damage of 95k. CCAT, obviously with a lot of counter real-world manipulation, dishes out pretty similar damage as well.
And you can see, right, the damage dealt. You look at both the mid and the gold laners, CCAT and Donut, massive damage. Same for Zacuti and Super Red. Damage taken as well. ATM, of course, on the Uranus soaks up the most damage, but actually Gorgeous and Pancake not doing too bad as well. The Diref at one point after the Hunter Strike started building into tank. We saw the Dominus Ice. We saw the Twilight Armor just so he could survive a bit longer in these fights. And let me tell you, one of the craziest things was that when his immortality popped, he instantly swapped it for Winter Trunkian just to buy a couple more seconds in that final fight as well.
I mean, they were really optimizing stuff, right? Damage to towers. Kind of surprised that D7 didn't get any tower damage at all. I thought he was also to a certain extent pushing the waves. Maybe he got a few pokes, but maybe he didn't get to that. Total heals, no surprises. ATM is definitely on top. But on the others, I guess it was ATM really absorbing a lot of damage, naturally being a Uranus. So he takes over the damage as well as heals for his team instead.
It's just Uranus stuff, nothing out of the ordinary. But this is heck of a game one, honestly. I think, Burnex Flash, once more, we're looking at a team that has to win this series, or else their tournament lives are gonna hang in the balance. MVP for game one, Gorgeous on the Diref, 5-1-6, completely crushing his matchup, and to a certain degree is just kind of the person who was spearheading the team in the early to mid game.
Yeah, I think what really helped Gorgeous as well is the hero pick versus the matchup Uranus. Like what we discussed, like on lane itself, we know that the Diref can melt down tanks, especially Uranus. So that also helped him to get this amount of kills. I think out of the 5 kills, probably like 3 of them were on Uranus. But checking out the highlights again, just looking at how these teams execute stuff and how Uranus didn't have a good time at the bottom lane.
And in fact, the whole game, right? Every time the Gorgeous was there was nothing that ATM could have done better. We look at the objective fights as well. Judo Red Giants, they had a very good early to mid control. This was kind of before Donut came online. But Burnex Flash, they started mounting very good defense, starting from this where Zacuti was caught out by the Way of the Dragon, and Burnex Flash kind of committed to get as much kill as possible. They do end up trading, but the most important thing was that Donut survived, and that's how, towards the late game, Donut was one-shot, two-shotting people.
Yeah, just look at the distance of Donut, right? Like, he's either behind walls or there's somebody in front of him, so he's always well protected. So, gotta give it to his teammates as well. I think if Burnex Flash gets the win, Donut definitely will be the MVP. Although I would say that Mitch did his role really well as well. I will personally give him an MVP too, just because of their current circumstances and how he executed his role. He was versatile enough to play this kind of tanky Martyrs role that we don't normally see. But towards the end, this is where Burnex Flash almost got it. But I guess because they were kind of low as well, and the comeback from Judo Red Giants to rotate back onto the base was at the right timing, and that's where they finished and they could win.
Yeah, I mean, Judo Red Giants even stole the Lord, right? We saw kind of at the lower third camp that the Paquido and the Martyrs were fighting for the Lord, and Skies just won the Retry War. So all these small details giving Judo Red Giants a win in game one. Like I said, it is definitely a bit scrappy, not the clean win you are expecting out of Judo Red Giants, but it's definitely a better look for Burnex Flash, considering that yesterday they stood no chance against RC Singapore, and here they are putting up a massive fight. So, a good night of rest definitely changed a lot, and perhaps this is the version of Burnex Flash that's going to be enough to at least pull out a game 3 or give us a more victory down the road. But when we talk about victory, we're going to talk about the party that allowed all of this to happen. So let's witness these great moments. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters.
Yes, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, thank you so much for being with us for multiple seasons now across multiple game titles. Without them, we all would have been here. The LAN event would have been happening. I mean, Snapdragon, amazing. And the phone that these boys are using, these players are using, is going to be one of the best phones in the market right now. It's going to be Samsung. Thank you so much for being with us as well, as the boys are currently using the Galaxy S23 Ultra and, well, executing all those fast flicking moves. You can too, by sharing the epic and level up your game with a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
The best chipset in the best phones. What else could you have? What else could you ask for as a player, right? People complain about ping, FPS, refresh rate, whatever that is, whatever it is, excuse me, and Samsung Galaxy give you the best of both worlds. So hopefully we get to see an exciting game too. As always, I think these two teams have definitely set the bar for us. Now back to business. Burn X Flash, heartbreaking defeat in Game 1. What are we looking for from them in Game 2?
I think we will see a similar playstyle for Mitch. He might use a different hero, but he will play a similar playstyle just to be the target man. And this is where Red Giants, after looking at game number 1 and how Mitch's playstyle is, I think they would already know, like, okay, from the get-go, Mitch is the one that you kind of want to ignore because he's like kind of just a target man. Something else that we will see is definitely the Uranus not being played because it was easily countered by just picking a Dira.
I definitely am thinking of that as well, right? I feel like I was thinking if the Uranus will get picked again, if Burn X Flash really want to kind of run it back with that hero, and if they don't, what else would they put? Who else would they be putting in the spot of the Uranus? For Red Giants, they have shown the Diref and the Paquito. It was a very classic combo that they did yesterday against Echo, and I also wonder if that would change, and especially starting from the bans, because remember, Burn X Flash, they were target banning the hero pool of Skies.
I guess if Burn X Flash is not going to pick a Uranus, I think what would work out well for them, I assume that Arlot will be one of the top bands. So if we put aside Arlot, I think Terizla will work well for them. At least Terizla also can tank. He's probably not going to be the one to go and cut waves, but when it comes to team fights, he can be the one to engage. He can be the one to start out with the penalty zone. So that's something that Red Giants might want to consider to ban out as well.
I mean, look at this. We see the Diggy ban, the Leslie as well. So Red Giants showing massive respect to Donut, taking out the Leslie in the first phase, and Burn X Flash responding in kind as well with the Kadita and the Claude ban.
Yeah, so we don't have that. We still have the Beatrix, we still have the Brody to be picked up. But keep your eye on Fedrin. If the Fedrin is not being banned as the first phase, we might see the Fedrin be picked up by either side, especially for Red Giants. As a Fedrin is a flex pick. Skies can use it, Gorgeous can use it. So if it's been picked up, then that would put Burn X Flash in a position of like wondering where the Fedrin will be at.
So they banned the Yves instead. In Game 1, that was the Fredrin. So Red Giants making some minor adjustments to the ban. And this does open up heroes like the Fredrin, like you said, and heroes that generally just want to have the freedom to move, because real manipulation always stops you at the edge. It can be quite disruptive. I wonder if this signals that Red Giants wants to play a bit of a more mobile lineup, right? We saw Burn X Flash banning both the Kaja. Was it Burn X Flash or Red Giants, right? One of them banned both Kaja and Franco last game as well. So we'll see what Red Giant goes for. It's going to be the Valentina, so very, very great pick, especially after the Yves ban.
Yeah, very standard early pick, I would say, Valentina. So since the Valentina has been picked up, Yves is being banned out. Fedrin, as I would kind of expected as well, would be picked up by either side since it's not banned. I would expect perhaps a Farsa to be picked up by Burn X Flash, or even better, I'd like to see a Novara be picked up by Burn X Flash SMH.
Yeah, Novara would actually be not too bad of a pick, right? We saw a lot of Novaras yesterday. Uranus picked up one spore, and this time the Fanny slips through, so Red Giants instantly picks it up. And this is going to completely discourage any sort of artillery mages, because you don't want your ultimate to get stolen by Zakuti. You don't want to get dived by a Fanny. And now the Diref is back. It's like, you pick Uranus again? Really? Didn't see how game 1 went? Alright boys, let's play Diref.
Okay, yeah. I was so into the Fedrin pick that I forgot to think about like the Uranus, and oh my goodness, Uranus just pick the tier off. Okay, then Uranus won't have a good time. So to me, this is quite a iffy pick for them to pick the Uranus again. I don't know whether they're going to change the Uranus playstyle somehow, but even if you change the Uranus playstyle to be more involved in team fights rather than cutting waves, the Zero will still be there in a team fight to just melt him down.
And at the same time, right, you also have another assassin jungler, especially in the form of this Fanny. It's a hero that in that late game is not really the strongest, but when she snowballs, it is so hard to stop her. And it's going to pose a little bit of a problem for Burn X Flash. And picking out the Uranus also reveals that this Redrin is going straight into the jungle. You lose that flex factor a little bit. I think Burn X Flash are banking in Donut having a winning lane. That's why they picked the Brody. But you still have the Beatrix for Yudo Red Giants unless Burn X Flash bans that. I think for Aroma, maybe they can be looking for a Grok instead. It's definitely an iffy position for Burn X Flash to be in.
Yeah, now I'm... Okay, one thing is that for Burn X Flash, I'm worried that they don't have an answer to Diroth versus Uranus. That's number one. Number two, I'm worried that they don't have an answer to the Fanny. Like, they've already picked a marksman, so they can't pick... They can't pick a Fanny counter, which is a... man. Just slipped my mind for a second here. They can't pick a... man.
It's right, Cloud.
Yeah, I need that second. They can't pick a Moskov, sorry. They can't pick a Moskov. Yeah, because the Moskov is able to pin down the Fanny. So now with the Brody being picked up, oh man, I think that they have a difficult time dealing with the Fanny.
So as predicted, they did ban out the Beatrix. It's gonna kind of thin down the pool of Super Red a little bit. No Claude, no Beatrix, no Carry. Leslie also ban out as well. Might be a Melissa angle, honestly, for the side of Yudo Red Giants. We'll see what they decide to go for. Farsa ban out last, so they are playing it as safe as possible. Even though they have means to deal with Farsa, they just don't want to deal with it.
Man, a Lunox being picked. Lunox is it's a fairly defensive sort of pick here by Bird X Flash. So I don't know. Are they going to try to go in for the counter? Are they hoping for somehow Yudo Red Giants to make mistakes when it comes to team fights, and they try to counter back, just like how we saw previously that they had the opportunity, that window for them to try to end the game, but they just couldn't. Maybe they're hoping for the same case this time.
And when you play Brody and Uranus, you are basically telling your opponents one thing. I'm taking your gold plating, your gold shield very early on, and I now take down your tier 1 in the side lanes as fast as I can. But Brody is one of the best heroes to see structures early on. I mean, the good thing about Yudo Red Giants draft is that, Burn X Flash draft is that there's no really any good ultimates for the Valentina to steal. Melissa being picked up by Yudo Red Giants as expected. Kaja being picked up, and there it is. The KH special. I've been waiting for this for such a long time. The Johnson is back, baby.
The hero that whenever I play my ranked game will have a 100% ban rate for me. Johnson, so annoying to play against because you always have to keep your eye on the map. It's like, oh, where is he? Is he moving around? Or who is he gonna try to take down? And the good thing about having a Johnson on your team is that you can go for easy pickups. So with that being said, Yudo Red Giants might want to play closer to each other in case the Johnson managed to land a crash onto any individual in a particular lane.
Now the question is, how is this Johnson gonna play, right? When you look at the rest of Burn X Flash draft, it feels like none of them wants to be riding with the Johnson. And the more time you spend in the rapid touchdown trying to go around the map and find pickoffs, you're actually losing resources on the map. You're losing gold, you're losing XP, you're losing map control. So a lot of things that Burn X Flash will need to factor in going into this. But we see the thumbs up from the side of Burn X Flash. They are ready to rock and roll. This is game number 2 coming right up between Yudo Red Giants and Burn X Flash. And the KH rep, they have to win this game to force a third.
Oh yeah, here we go. My goodness. A lot of questions here for us, right? Like, how is Uranus going to survive with the Diroth? How are they going to deal with the Fanny? And for Yudo Red Giants, are they going to play closer because of the presence of a Johnson? And another question is that how is Mitch going to play this time? Is he going to play a similar role of being just a target man again, building all-out defensive, all-out shield items for himself? But D7, oh no, not looking good, but luckily he's a tank.
And this is very bad news, Mitch. Where is his purple buff? Did that get stolen? He doesn't have a buff. He's gonna lose his orange buff as well. This is a disaster for you for Burn X Flash. This guy has nothing. Pancake, of all people, stole the purple buff. This is where a lot of people, Jace, Gideon, everyone would say, just press the damn retribution. Mitch tried to save it and lost the purple buff. That is the most unfortunate opening ever. We're already off to a rough start for Burn X Flash.
I mean, we did talk about this, like taking round one conversation right between the both of us. One of Red Giants' winning condition is just to jungle in bait. It's just to take over the jungle. It's just to know that their opponent is playing without a proper jungler. So I guess this is where game two probably they start to realize that, hey, you know what? They're playing with Mitch, a sub-jungler. Why not just go in? And that's exactly what they did. And now look at their goal difference. 1k difference, and we're not even 2 minutes in the game.
And the most important thing is XP differential as well. Red Giants, because they were able to slow down Mitch by quite some margin early on, you have Skies doing this. Just disrespecting Burn X Flash, invading the jungle, doing everything that he wants, knowing that no one can stop him. And this turtle is going to be a no contest.
Yeah, there's no way you can contest this. They are going back to get their buffs. You can see them doing it, but Skies will definitely secure the turtle uncontested. Donut might be in trouble.
Yeah, Pancake just flickers in with a Divine Judgment, couldn't get the kill. Donut has to burn his flicker to get away. D7 also forced to show up. Seacat around the corner as both of Burn X Flash's members go for the recall. Unfortunately, it's not going to be an easy hold down bot. Forced to pop the Brilliance. Red Giants, they are happy to take these trades.
ATM. We kind of expected this to happen, right? Like, Gorgeous will definitely have control of the top lane. Now ATM is forced to move back. Skies has to get to safety. Shouldn't be a problem for him. The most mobile hero among all, and he's okay.
And there it is, the rapid touchdown. Seacat basically riding along with D7. Again, the longer they wait to hit someone, the more they lose. Seacat is still level 4. ZachQT, he's just free farming. Gorgeous gonna be the target. They ram into him. Gorgeous with the flicker, dashes to safety. They need to kill. First blood over to Seacat.
4 heroes from Burn X Flash at the top lane. Can you imagine that? Like, it opens up so much space for Super Rare at the bottom lane, and even to a certain extent, some space at the mid lane as well. So I don't know if it's going to be worth it for them to just get one Gorgeous.
It's definitely a kind of a iffy one, but I think if you're Burn X Flash, you want to find openings regardless of what they are at any point on the map. Now ZachQT alongside Pancake clears up this mid wave. Turtle spawning on the bottom side in 10 seconds again. Burn X Flash back in the rapid touchdown, looking for round number 2 to try and take down Gorgeous. This time doesn't connect, but they should have enough damage to take down the Dirov for a second time, and they will.
It's like now Gorgeous is like the target for Burn X Flash, but every time Burn X Flash goes for Gorgeous, they send 3. Previously they sent 4. So that allows Red Giants to have this much space to take the turtle uncontested again. So I guess for Gorgeous, it's like, okay, that's fine. If I can pull 3, I can pull 4 to me. If I lose my life, it's going to be a worthwhile trade-off.
Absolutely. Stolen rapid touchdown from ZachQT, going for the speed up also.
Oh,
the counter rapid touchdown, ZachQT. Bit too far forward, punished by Burn X Flash. Seacat finding the second kill. These pickoffs are gonna be, I mean, it's not the worst, right? Seacat found 2 kills. Just like that.
Oh, but Pancake is waiting, is coming behind. He does have the flicker, so he can go in anytime soon. Just not to get caught out. Donut as well as Seacat, they're sticking together.
Yeah, what Red Giants want is just the turret. They found it. Once more, D7. on the hunt. Who are we gonna find? Skies is level 9, by the way, compared to Mitch, who is 2 levels below him.
Yeah, Mitch, at this point, I mean, he didn't have a good start, right? He had a very difficult jungle start, so now he's trying to catch up with the rest. So the other members of Burn X Splash opening up as much space as possible for him. And now, the rapid touchdown has arrived.
On Gorgeous again, forcing the flicker. Burn X Splash tries to take the purple buff, and they will finally secure it.
Given to Donut, in fact. So, at least something of a redemption there. They still... Oh, but Skies actually stole one back on the other side. And now ATM is in trouble. Skies with the purple buff. But ATM is not the main target since they don't have Brojas with them. So they will focus on the objective instead.
Yeah, ATM tried to draw attention. It's not possible. ZachQT in danger. Becomes the Brethren himself. But wasn't able to do enough. Skies looking to clean it up. Seacat punished for that dive. Shutdown go over to the Fanny. Meanwhile, ATM losing this one 1v1 against Super Red. Pause the concentration. D7 coming through. Misses the rapid touchdown. But they still should have enough damage to bring Super Red down. As Super Red has ran out of steam, they just mow him down. ATM finds the kill. Pancake forced the flicker down mid. Burn X Splash so far not doing too bad. 5 kills to 1.
Yeah, oh, but here we go. That number could change as Donut's in trouble. Skies gets the kill, make that 2-5.
I mean, all these considered, Burn X Splash, they're not doing too bad, right? They're able to find some picks the rapid touchdown, and that is going to give them control of the third turtle of the game. The only turtle so far in the series.
I guess right now, draft-wise, they are showing their strength, especially with Johnson Pick. D7 playing really, really well. On point with his rotations with the rapid touchdown. So now he's going to do it again. He's facing the other side. Oh, that could be Gorgeous again. They want revenge of the Gorgeous. Oh no.
Yeah, they absolutely hate this steer off. Gorgeous doing his absolute best, but it's not enough. 3 people is just too much.
Ooh, yeah. I don't know. When it comes to a long run, right, it does feel that, okay, if they keep doing this, even though sending like 3 or 4 just to target Gorgeous, it's probably going to be worth it for Burn X Splash because they could still snowball to the end. And when they reach the power spike where all the items are already purchased, then that is where we get to see execution being done by Burn X Splash.
Yeah, as much as... Sorry, I mean, as much as Burn X Splash has been finding those picks with the Johnson, right? Goalie is still in favor of Euro Giants. Primarily the jungle, ATM. That's gonna be fed over to Skies.
Yeah, I was just thinking that late game when we saw game number 1. Oh, wait a second. Donut! Super Red. There to finish up the job. But the rapid touchdown has arrived on the side.
Good kidnap from Pancake. And it's such a weird fight from Burn X Splash. I'm not really sure if they could take that anyways, and I mean, Sky just deletes Seacat.
Going all the way to the back line. And you did talk about like Skies with the Fanny able to snowball really, really well. And now we're at the 9th minute, and if Skies continue on like this, then I guess they will be at a positive. And now Gorgeous could be in trouble. Flickers away to safety. Oh wait, what?
Ends up going down anyways. Corner part memory is going to be there from Donut. Rapid touchdown used again, D7. This time it's not going to find a target, so United Giants needs to be a bit more careful as Burn X Splash will take control of the Lord. They get the kidnap onto ATM. This Uranus almost going down. The Lord goes over to Burn X Splash, and now Mitch is going to jump onto him. As Skies will get rid of ATM, the Brilliance is going to be used. Donut tries to get away. Pancake on top of him. Skies back in the fray, using the steel cable, looking for Donut, and Donut ends up going down. Godlike on his Fanny, 4 dead on Burn X Splash. As CK is the last man alive, Super Red looking for him. Won't be able to find a kill, but Gorgeous is going to be around. CK trying to chase for any scraps, but it's going to be a wipe for you, the Red Giants.
Well, this is where Sky's already at his power spike, so now with a solo push onto the mid lane, shouldn't be a problem for him to just put pressure there and just get out to safety very, very quickly. At the same time, the Lord will not pose a trouble for you to Giants at all.
I mean, you look at this fight, right? ATM thought he was durable enough. Goes right in, absolutely shredded. And they spend so much time trying to deal with ZachQT that you just have this Fanny out of control in the back line, taking out all your key players. And in the blink of an eye, Yudo Red Giants, despite not getting the Lord, are still in the driver's seat.
Udare Giants now, let's see. Goal difference of about 5K between the both of them. Level-wise, they're actually pretty similar though, if we kind of look at it. Okay, maybe a little bit of a difference for a D7, level 10, but he's okay. As compared to Pancake, level 11, that's fine. But D7 has been doing his job really well. But now the worry is that D7, his rapid touchdown may not be as relevant anymore because the moment he crashes in onto anyone, he'll be deleted immediately.
Yeah, and because CK is spending so much time in the rapid touchdown, he is falling further and further behind in terms of experience and goal. ZachQT is 2 levels ahead of the Lunox right now. And I like you said, right? The rapid touchdown, at one point, Yudo Red Giants is just going to tank it and pick up a kill afterwards. They do find Skies, but they just don't have the damage to finish off. And now that's bad news because the rest of Yudo Red Giants will use the conceal. CCAT is the target. It slowed him down first. ZachQT spotted on the wings. Burnex Flash looking to escort this Lunox out of the way, forcing the Brilliance out even. But Skies once more tries to one-shot CCAT, almost finds it. Yudo Red Giants showing Burnex Flash who is boss.
Yeah, at the same time, the top lane, ATM putting pressure onto the lane, but Gorgeous is there to stop him. The moment Gorgeous shows himself, that's where ATM just bails it. That's like, nope, I don't want any of this. No Gorgeous in my life. But now ATM has all of them to deal with instead.
Divine Judgment is more than enough. Rapid touchdown coming true. The dodge, all of it. They sidestepped it. Fancy footwork for Yudo Red Giants and D7. What is the next move? Can't find anyone from the side of Yudo.
Wow, the members of Yudo Red Giants. That would be someone I would want to take to a ballroom dancing. And look at those moves, just sidestepping away from the rapid touchdown. And they kind of fail D7's plan to crash into someone and continue on in the fight.
Yudo Red Giants on the Lord already. He's going to be there. The crash from rapid touchdown. Burnex Flash wants to start a fight, but they immediately disengage. Don't have the damage to fight this. Yudo Red Giants will get this Lord for free. No contest at all.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Lord secured, and at the same time, Burnex Flash will need to retreat to defend their lane. And that opens up more space for Yudo Red Giants to push out to clear off the jungle, especially with the presence of Skies now in the top jungle. Going up against ATM. ATM does not have the damage to clear the jungle as quickly as he would like.
Yeah, it's starting to be a very, very big problem for the side of Burnex Flash. Lord's gonna crash, the middle inhibitor will go down. D7 still riding around in his rapid touchdown as Smish already got assassinated. They're gonna go after Donut. D7 with the crash onto Sky. Sky is finally shut down by Donut. But they need a lot more help as the Melissa is tearing through everyone from Burnex Flash. A triple kill from Super Red. Lunox might be the next, as Super Red is still fairly healthy. Donut and CCAT looking to defend this crystal, but Donut instantly goes down. That's going to be a maniac for Super Red. He is godlike, but he doesn't need the Savage. All he wants is the game, and Yudo Red Giant slams the door shut in the face of Burnex Flash.
Well, it looked like a very sweaty start for Yudo Red Giants, considering that rapid touchdown was really, really annoying to them. But the moment they hit that power spike, the rapid touchdown was no longer relevant. And when that came on board, and when they hit that, that's where they just go all the way.
Yeah, and congratulations to Yudo Red Giants. Definitely one of the Giant Slayers, right? We saw them yesterday take down RH Philippines 2-0 MSC winners for 2022. Now they just took down one of the top 4 teams of MSC 2023, Burnex Flash. So they're moving up the rankings little by little, securing their second series win. 2 more for them to go. They're going to be playing eSports Icons later tonight. And tomorrow they'll be playing their last series of Group A. And that's when we will see if they can make it. I believe they'll be playing RH Singapore tomorrow as well. So that is going to be one of kind of the home ground rivalry. But we'll put that aside for now because Yudo Red Giants deserves to be celebrated.
Yes, definitely. But there was still I would say there were still some questions on the draft for Burnex Flash, especially with the Uranus pick. I felt that he was quite missing from the game, and he depended a lot on his teammates to come and back him up on the lane. So he was not independent enough. So a lot of resources spent onto coming onto him. Yes, he managed to take out Gorgeous a couple of times, but that opens up a lot of space for Skies to farm, and that allows Skies to like be at his power spot below the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it was just, I feel like maybe for Burnex Flash, they just wanted to feel a bit more of comfortable, right, with what they are, with what they're familiar with. And Yudo Red Giants just had the perfect answer. Game 2 was definitely a cleaner game from Yudo Red Giants compared to Game 1. But for Burnex Flash, I think this is going to put them in a rough spot. 1 and 2 in Group A. Up next, they're going to be playing against RSG Philippines, of all teams.
Oh man, it's a hill to climb, not gonna lie. So let's see. I mean, we have seen upsets before. We almost saw an upset in game number 1, but game number 2 to me was pretty straightforward for Yudo Red Giants.
Oh yeah, it definitely was. So again, congratulations to Yudo Red Giants. They will stand tall for now, 2-1 in the group stage so far. One more series coming up later on, and I can't wait to speak to one of the players in just a little bit, because I want to hear kind of the train of thoughts of them coming into this entire challenge season. I think it's easy to say that they are probably the least experienced team overall, just judging by their competitive history in MPL alone and on the regional level, but also shout out to the coaching staff, right? Again, Arcadia, Ozoravecki, one of the most experienced local coach we have in Malaysia. I think he's going to be really proud of what the team has achieved so far.
Yeah, I guess what really helped them definitely was the coaching staff as well. I mean, like Ozoravecki, as a player, he's decorated. As a coach, he's decorated as well. Not only the local scene, he went on to SEA Games as well, bringing home medals for the country. This guy, and of course Arcadia. I mean, somebody who comes from a region that is really, really competitive, and they are putting a lot of value onto Yudo Red Giants. And looking back at the game recap of the draft, very early pick for Uranus, and it was an easy counter pick of a D-Roth on the other side. Pretty much the same story as game number 1.
Yeah, every time they see the Uranus, they just go, you know what, we're going to pick the Dare off, no problem. That is kind of like their instant antidote to the hero. So I'd say that in game 2, Yudo Red Giants, a bit of an outdraft as well overall, despite Burnex Flash best effort to shut down Super Red. Didn't really matter at the end. Let's take a look at what the post-game stats. Again, a cleaner game this time. Game 1 was 21 minutes. Game 2, 14 swift minutes. 17-8, Yudo Red Giants, they take it.
Yeah, and just looking at Mitch again, right? He's going in for the same strat, like going all out defensive. Guardian helmet there, pretty much the same build. We have a Guardian helmet, and also an anti-cuirass. So he is there to just be the target man. But this time around, because of whatever that Yudo Red Giants learned from game number 1, they know that, okay, Mitch, he's just a target. He's just there. So that's why they don't go all the way onto him.
And remember, right, at level 1, we already saw minor disaster. The purple buff getting stolen by Pancake because Mitch didn't press the retribution. The very aggressive invade from Yudo Red Giants. They really understood what needed to be done. Look at the post-game stat. Super Red 7-1 on the Melissa. Donut this time not able to deliver the same impact that he had in game 1. And you look at the Roamers. Pancake 0-0-11. This Kaja has done everything right.
Looking at the damage dealt, obviously Yudo Red Giants has a lot more damage because of their scaling, their snowballing. Super Red, of course, Skies, of course, at the same time.
And it's just a no contest for this game, right? So much more straightforward for Yudo Red Giants. So 63,000 for Super Red, 54 for ZQT, 52 for Skies. And on the side of Burnex Flash, only CK and Donut are able to dish out some form of damage. But even then, the fact that they didn't kind of have a snowball going, it made it even harder for Burnex Flash.
And other than that, damage taken, well, the sandbag ATM, no surprises there. I mean, he is a Uranus. At the end of the day, his role is to take damage. I would have expected D7 to take on more damage though, since he was the one to go around and crash in onto people. But Mitch still takes on a good amount of damage because that is his role. His role is just, well, hit me, baby.
I mean, we also kind of touched on the longer you spend in the rapid touchdown, the more detrimental it is for you. And we kind of saw that in effect, right? D7 and CCAT just couldn't get things going. In this game, as well as the structures, enough said for you, the Red Giants, they had a field day taking out the side lanes. And there was nothing that Brennan Flash could do. The question we posed early on was who is going to accompany this Johnson in the rapid touchdown? The only person that can do that is CCAT, even though as a Lunox, you don't really want to be in that position.
Oh yeah, and another point as well, if you kind of look at it, Burn X Splash, they don't have much damage output. Like, Mitch is not going to go for damage, obviously not D7, obviously not ATM. So the only one that can dish out that amount of damage is Donut. So that's why we saw that damage the tower, it's only him and no one else. So can you imagine that if Donut gets taken out early in a particular fight, that's it. They don't have the damage to counter onto Udare Giants.
Absolutely. There it is, the MVP, Skies, 8-1-5 on the Fanny. Just a free game, honestly. 3,694 damage per minute, 790 gold per minute. No one could stop him.
Yeah, the moment he hit his power spike with his level of mobility, I mean, they don't have an answer to catch him as well. They don't have the Moscow because they pick the marksman early. They pick the Brody early, so they don't have that option. I guess that's well read out by Udare Giants to see that, oh, they already picked the marksman, they already picked a couple of other key heroes, and it's like, okay, let's just pick someone with high mobility, and we know that your jungler, you're not going to go for someone that's like a Ling to try and catch, someone like that. So, no-brainer for them to pick a Fanny that has a very high mobility that it can go around the map easily.
And I think, you know, at the end of it, the takeaway is that for game number 2, at least, it was an outdraft for the side of Udare Giants. They just came in with, you know, the game plan as always, but they were able to disrupt Burn X Flash from minute number 1, and they just basically exploited the fact that Burn X Flash, they're running a Johnson, they want to constantly use the rapid touchdown to catch our members off guard, but whenever they do that, they're losing resources. Let's just take as much room as we can, you know, on the map. Let's just get our farm up, and eventually we're gonna outskill, we're gonna win.
Yes, and just looking back at the execution, right? Like, this is where, like, okay, I'm looking at like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, around that timer. That is when Skies is unstoppable. He's uncatchable. He has the amount of damage. He can go onto the backline. And when he goes to the backline, his target is definitely the marksman. And we can see Donut being chased down by Skies in this kind of situation. And the moment he goes down, or not even going down, in the moment he turns his back and he tries to run away, there's no one else that can protect him to dish out the amount of damage to pick out Skies.
Yeah, there's no one that can protect Donut, right? The moment this Fanny cuts to the back, you are basically toasted. And of course, Udare Giants in this final fight, Super Red almost scoring a savage, but you know, instead of going for it, focuses on the objective, just want to end it as quick as possible. And here it is, the 2-0 victory for Udare Giants over Burn X Flash.
There you go, 2-0 victory. And I guess for all of us at the caster desk, we got all our predictions right.
We did.
Yeah.
Finally, that we are not divided. We agree on our predictions, and you know, Udare Giants definitely coming out on top. As much as you know, as much as that is the case right now, I gotta give props again. Burn X Flash in game 1, they definitely look so much better. In fact, their game 1 looked better than their series yesterday against RSG Singapore. Unfortunately, the job is not done just yet. They still have one more series that they gotta play later on against RSG Philippines, so they gotta take time off and just kind of recuperate themselves.
But after that, we will be speaking to one of the players from Udare Giants. So we'll be speaking to the MVP himself, Skies, later on. But before that, we gotta thank our sponsors who are together with us today, and DHL is part of the show as well. This is the FBBot Dash Cup, and you guys can stand a chance to win 5,000 euros by just taking part right now at esi.gg/FBBot. And this is a game where you download on your mobile, you play a runner game you get onto the top leaderboard, and if you're up there by the end of the season, you stand a chance to win 5,000 euros.
Oh yeah, it's just that simple, right? Life made easy. Just download the game, check it out, become one of the best players, and you will be able to get that 5,000 euros. Lovely, lovely stuff. But if you ever want to get that extra boost, whether it's in terms of gaming, in terms of your daily life, and look good for yourself, well, here it is, Monster Energy, allowing you to unleash the beast within. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. They've been with us throughout this journey for a long, long time, and they're always keeping us topped up.
Yeah, I'm jealous the fact that Jay's in Singapore, he gets more variety of flavors of Monster Energy than us. So yeah, I think the last time we went there, I managed to try one of it, the blue color one. I think it was like mango. That was amazing. So hopefully we get to get that in our region one day.
So there's actually certain stores that you can find it. I know where to get the best flavors. I have my personal favorites. I've tried a couple. I think I tried one that's called it's a pineapple flavor one. Don't remember the name, but my favorite is fruit punch. That is my absolute go-to whenever I have the chance. Regardless of the flavors, I think Monster Energy will always keep you topped up, right? Like I've always had the problem with like coffee doesn't work on me, tea doesn't work on me, and then I came across Monster Energy, and my life changed for the better.
Wow, your life changed for the better. I like that. But after this, our life will change for the better because we get to speak to the MVP himself from Yudu Red Giants, Sky. So if it's going to be Sky, right? Like, what do you have in mind to ask him later on?
Oh, I think one of the things that I want to look at is just the journey for Yudu Red Giants, right? Heading into this, I kind of feel like a big part of it, of their success, is not only just the coaching staff, but at the same time is how these players approach kind of the journey, because they didn't have to play through the Open Finals. They were directly invited to the Challenge Group stage, and then you look at the group that they were kind of placed in, right? They were placed in the same group as RSG Philippines, Dewa United, and CFU, and they came in second. I think the only game that they dropped was to RSG Philippines, and they qualified for the elimination match. And yesterday they took down the same team that knocked them down in the Challenge Group stage, which was RSG Philippines. So this team definitely has grown.
Yeah, I mean, coming in pretty much last minute on to this stage of the tournament, right? It must be surreal for them, the fact that they are here right now against all these giants. And also for Yudu Red Giants, them as a team, they just entered the professional scene like in the recent season, and now they're already up here. Can you imagine the spike of their growth is just immense?
Yeah, and also I think during the elimination match in the Challenge Group stage, right, when they play against Dewa United eSports, this was a team that recently just got inducted into MPL Indonesia as well, and Yudu Red Giants took them out 2-1. So they also had to go through a pretty rough journey to get to this place. I think one of the star players, aside from Sky, is definitely Super Red in that goal lane. This guy has been performing immaculate from the Challenge Group stage up to this point, and we also saw him really just pop off in the series just now against Burnex Flash.
Yeah, previously played with Blacklist, and he had a good run as well with them. One of his performances was with Blacklist during MPL Philippines Season 11. He got a second place with them. I mean, that was the fight against Echo that time, and we all remember Echo being the champions that time, winning up against Blacklist International. So this guy coming into the scene, I mean, he's showing that I wouldn't say that he's carrying the team, because I feel that everyone played their role, but he's definitely an upgrade to a team that's called Yudu Red Giants.
Yudu Red Giants living up to the name, honestly. I think there's just so much more to be desired coming up. That is just the first opening series of today. There's so much more coming up, but I think the most important thing is to see how Yudu Red Giants is going to kind of get ready for the next series, right? They're gonna have, I think, a couple hours of rest, and then they will be back to play against EVOS Icon, which was the team that we did bring out earlier on that lost to Burnex Flash. And if that's the pattern, Yudu Red Giants have a very, very good chance to end the day with 2 wins.
Yeah, because EVOS Icon right now, they are at the bottom of Group A with only 2 points as of now. So looking at the stats, it's looking good for Udo Red Giants, but of course they have another mission. It's to be number one. It's not only be in the top 3, it's to be that number 1, to top the group. Can you imagine being technically a new team, but you're topping the group against names like RSG Philippines, against names like Echo, teams that have been champions before? This is a huge statement coming from Udo Red Giants.
Oh yeah, I definitely think that there's a good chance that this will happen, right? I think personally for me, I'm not looking for Udo Red Giants to just kind of smash teams like Echo, right? They've already played Echo yesterday. It was a 1-2 loss, but they did take a game off of Echo. I think that's what's important if we are looking at them as a team itself. But making it into top 6, I believe that is going to already be a very, very good achievement for a team like Udo Red Giants.
And they came from the challenge season. Of course, it was a long journey for them. Looking over, so as of now, most of the teams in the respective top 3 in Group A and Group B, they are invited teams. So for them, for Udo Red Giants, assuming that they go through handsomely, which they are at the brink of it right now, they have the bragging rights of be like, hey, you know what? We came from the challenge season, and now we are amongst those who are directly invited into the challenge finals.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, when you look at Udo Red Giants, or when you look at the rest of the teams in Group A, right? Because I believe the results have been updated for some of the series. RSG Philippines, they won their series. They just won their series. Echo also just won their series as well. So things are getting a bit more heated. At least for Udo Red Giants, they just 2-0 Burnex Flash, and then you look at Echo. I believe Echo had to go up against RSG Philippines. That I believe was a win. I'm not really sure. We're going to check back in a little bit. But overall, I mean, the most important thing is that Udo Red Giants have now put themselves in a more comfortable spot.
Yeah, because the games are running simultaneously, ladies and gentlemen. So we will get a summary later on, or at least by the end of the day, on what are the results of the other games running as well, especially for Group B, who we will be watching after this. So keep your eye on that too later on. But for Udo Red Giants, I mean, they are still, I would call them, okay, if they're able to do it, right? I know it's still very early. I know it's still group stage. But if somehow they're able to do it, this is a Cinderella story for Udo Red Giants.
Oh, I definitely think that it could be. You look, I think, when you look at the projections of the team that are going to make it through, Group A feels a lot more telegraphed, right? A lot more easy to kind of predict because every team feels even. You look at Group B, there's teams like Bigatron Alpha, AP Brand, Onyx, Aura, eVo's Legends, Toda. It's a more stacked group. It's kind of like your group of death. So for the first step for Udo Red Giants is to get through Group A, and once they hit the top 6, that's where we really get to see where they stand at a regional level.
Yeah, the top 6, very doable right now for Udo Red Giants. Looking at their discipline, how they play, how they really adapt to the other teams, and drafting wise, it's all on point. Like so far, from what we've seen, even like the other Uranus picks, I think the prime example is a Uranus, right? The other teams who pick a Uranus does not really have a direct answer to it. But you know what? Speaking about answers, let's get them from the horses themselves. Let's speak to the MVP from the previous round, Skies. Here we go.
Hello, welcome to the broadcast, Skies. Congratulations on your second series win. How's the weather there in Jakarta? How's everything so far?
Everything is good. Everything is fine because we did it. We win the match. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to kind of bring you down memory lane a little bit, right? You look back at Udo Red Giants. You guys invited to the challenge stage. First series lost to RSG Philippines. Had to go through Dewa United. Had to go through CFU. Yesterday's you guys beat RSG Philippines, MSC 2022 champions. You guys just beat a top 4 team from MSC 2023. What has been, how has that journey been, right? What has changed that helped you guys get these wins?
Actually, we just analyze back what we mistake last match. So when we yesterday, we just use what we learned from the mistake.
Right, and I want to know about like Coach Arcadia, right? So, coming from the Philippines, foreign coach, like your experience as a player working with different coaches, like what difference does he bring to the team as compared to the Malaysian coaches?
To me, Coach Arcadia have a lot of experience that he shared to us, especially like the gameplay and discipline and others.
Right. So I want to also kind of pry into it a little bit. How are the dynamics between Coach Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi? Like, how do these two coaches work together, behind the scenes?
Yeah, actually they work together. Sorry. Actually, they have a lot of argument when we like scream at the back. They like to agreement each other. Like that.
So it kind of, and at the end you guys figure out like what's good and what's not, right? Well, there's 2 more series with for you guys. It's gonna be the last question before we send you off. You guys are playing Evo's Icon next, and then tomorrow you guys will be playing RSG Singapore. Are you guys confident that Yudo Red Giants will make it to top 6?
Yeah, we confident to beat Evo second because we just have the momentum. Yeah.
All right, lovely. So again, get some good rest. We'll see you guys later on for your next series, and all the best to the rest of your team as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
That's it. I found my golden answer. I just wanted to know how do the coaches work behind the scenes, right? And a lot of disagreements and arguments that eventually turn to something that the team can kind of bank on and win games. That's the dynamic that I love. I love friction. So Yudo Red Giants, they're going to take a backseat for now before the next series. But we can't take a backseat. We have more games to come. Our second best of 3, AP Brand takes on EVOS Legends.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be huge as well. I mean, we are talking about 2 giants here. So AP Brand, EVOS Legends. Looking over at the current bracket, EVOS Legends is below AP Brand, not doing as well as I'm sure the fans would have hoped for. So stats-wise, it does look like it favors AP Brand, but who knows, a surprise could come up, just like what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the standing so far, right? AP Brand is 2-0, EVOS Legends is 0-2. So EVOS Legends, they need to win the series to stay alive in the group stage. Whereas AP Brand, they're seeking for their 3rd consecutive series win in the group stage. That is all going to come up in just a little bit because we're going to go for a short break, but more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action will resume in a bit.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the support emblem. By upgrading the support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank emblem. By upgrading the Tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
rhythm and I'm up the beat. Put it on lock, everything on fleek. Word in the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Pad up the beat, put it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Pad up the beat, put it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Babylon, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. third. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, shaping the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they send for me, say, get this, witness the birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a Letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals. And here we are on day 2. We just got done with the first series, but more action is about to ensue. AP Brand takes on EVOS Legends in that Group B matchup. My name is Husky, and this time I'm joined by the one and only Jace.
No, I'm not the only one. There's a couple of doppelgangers running around in the world as well. You know, one of them is casting MPO Indonesia, so I don't know what's going on with the world anymore. But you know what? I know what's been going on. AP Brand going up against EVOS Legends. I'm sorry, EVOS Legends fans. I think this is going to be a very hard matchup as well.
I think a lot of people would agree with that. at least when you look at the results from day one, right? AP Brand sitting on a 2-0 stat by the end of it. EVOS Legends losing both of their series. I believe they played, we were able to witness on Stream C, one of the series against Aura Fire. That one also ended in a 2-0, and afterwards they also proceeded to lose their second series as well. Not looking too good if you're an EVOS Legends fan, and to add insult to injury, to this series is a must win, or else they would finish 0-3, and there might not be enough games for them to win to qualify to top 6.
Exactly, and the worst part is you're facing up against AP Brand, right? So it's also one of the powerhouses. You saw how methodical and clean in their matches, especially against Todak, which you guys saw on Stream C yesterday as well, right? But apart from that, they also did a clean sweep against Onyx ID. So like I said, momentum stacked in the favor of AP Brand. But of course, I'd like to also bring up the attention as well. If you guys are also EVOS fans, there is a bit of caveat going in on the other side. EVOS Icon won RSG in a 2-1 fashion. This is also their first win in Group A.
And I think that's something that's definitely worth celebrating, right? If you want to kind of go back to Group A, well, guess what? Echo just fell 0-2 to RSG Philippines. So the land of opportunity, the group of opportunity is still alive, right? It's a free-for-all in Group A. So we'll check on them after this series, because I think for EVOS Legends, this is the do or die series for them against AP Brand.
Exactly, on the other hand. Exactly. On the other hand, right, AP Brand looking really strong, especially, not a lot of roster swaps going in for them. This is the star lineup they've gone since like SEA Games or even after the MPL PH, right? So looking out for them, they are really solid contenders. I say beyond the group stages, right, Husky?
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, we're going to have to introduce AP Brand to everyone out there. So here it is, AP Brand.
To be honest, the journey for Brand Esports is quite interesting.
The silence is taken out. He's an army. Now Chico guys, left in no man's land, he's taken out the Fatal Links, Alex up to 1.
So us, AP Brand, coming up from another tournament and we won. I think we are more comfortable and well prepared in this tournament, and I believe that we will reach the highest result ever.
They proved it in Cambodia. They won a gold medal for the Philippines in the 2023 SEA Games. I'm expecting them to bring home another title in the form of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Out sword is super low. Gonna be safe for now, but will be taken up by Riquitiano, the cleanup.
They dominated in their group, and honestly, they still look like they're in their gold medal form.
Bren here in the challenge season reminds me of Bren Esports in season 11 regular season, where they've been on top week after week after week, and they're so clean.
We already know our attitude inside and outside the game, and we respect each other. That's why our team is really strong. So recently, we won a couple of tournaments, so I don't find a reason why we cannot win it here.
There it is, AP Brand with Flap TZ, Cow TZ, Few, Super Marco, and Ogwen. And it's love to hear from Pandora himself as well. I don't see any reason for us to lose. Oh boy, EVOS Legends, they're in for a ride, Jace.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, Super Marco has been consistent, outputting damage from afar as a star marksman as well. His positioning very crazy. Pew, we're just talking about yesterday. They didn't even break a sweat. I think he's just like no Pew. That should just change his IGN already. But of course, not to forget the double RTZ, one more combo from the side of AP Brand as well. Flap TZ created so much space for his team as an EXP laner, and Kyle TZ, it's all about just the fact that he's able to just dominate in the jungle as well with the protection of Ogwen as well. This is a matchup. This is a team that has a goal in mind already in the long run, right? Which is to make sure that they get to the M5 stage.
And I think the craziest part is that we asked Phil yesterday which team is he thinks is going to pose the biggest challenge. EVOS Legend isn't that team. It's actually Pegatron Alpha, which they will be playing tomorrow. So with that in mind, I think Brand are feeling really confident going into this matchup against EVOS Legend, probably looking at a clean sweep as well. That being said, I think EVOS Legends, if anything, they not only are looking for the first win, but they're also looking to kind of shut AP Brand up a little bit. So let us bring on EVOS Legends to the center stage.
mid performance at MSC, which was very disappointing to a lot of Indonesian fans, me included, because even though I'm a Bigatron Alpha fan, 3 of the members in EVOS Legends, Dreams, and Brands were from Bigatron Alpha, so my support kind of continues on.
Kita masih harus lebih bersatu lagi, lebih ke arah dari dalam tim kita juga. Jadi kita harus lebih banyak bonding dan sebagainya supaya chemistry kita lebih kuat lah.
I know there's a lot of person or people that doubting them because of like they look weak, they look not strong.
Jadi karena kemarin turnamen MSC kita kalah dan juga MPL kita juga kalah, runner up, itu jadi motivasi buat kita semua lah supaya bisa jadi lebih baik ke depannya dan kita sangat siap buat turnamen SPS ini.
EVOS Legends, a lot of shakeups, maybe surprise me and you guys. So a lot of doubt in them, they can pull off something crazy.
Jadi di turnamen SPS ini kita nggak ada takut buat lawan siapapun dan kita siap buat lawan siapapun. Jadi belajar dari turnamen-turnamen sebelumnya yang kita mungkin kurang persiapan, jadi kita sekarang lebih persiapan buat turnamen SPS ini.
Some remnants from Bigatron Alpha, the team that AP Brand fears the most, Brands and Dreams, also accompanied by Fluffy, Taz, and Hijumi, and here they are, fearless against any opponents, but AP Brand might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I feel like, it's gonna be very hard for me to say this, but I'm just have to say it anyway. I'm sorry if I sound really harsh, because I would be very harsh to this team, because since MPL ID, when we were watching them in the last season, it's just tough, right? It has been a very tough ride since MPL ID, and now they're going up facing against AP Brand, which has known that they always play a very perfect game. Even if they make small little mistakes, the other team cannot punish, right? So, and you heard the casters as well, the colleagues from Stream A, right? They're all talking about the fact that they are doubting them. There's a lot of doubts right now, and they need to perform well. If not, their chemistry is going to fall apart, the teamwork is going to fall apart, and there will be just another small little road bump in AP Brand's victory lap, right?
Yeah, this is kind of like an AP Brand conquest, and EVOS Legends is sort of like the barricade in front of them. We also
barricade?
saw okay, speed bump, all right? But
speed bump.
But I think, from what all our colleagues have said, you can see the very polarizing impressions, right? AP Brand, best form, gold medalist, gonna win everything, might win SPS. EVOS Legends, like you mentioned, a lot of doubts are thrown towards them, and this is the best chance when to prove against a roster that feels is unstoppable. I'll play a head-to-head in the gold lane, Super Marco and Brands.
Yeah, personally, I feel that EVOS Legends, the only star player that I'm always looking out for is Brands, right? He's actually been consistently playing around his gold lane. He sometimes can also deliver the crazy wins, right? If you take a look at this player's stats, obviously, he's going to lean towards Brands, right? It's kind of surprising though. However, AP Brand, right? Super Marco only steps up when he needs to at the later part of the game. Obviously enough, you can see even though like the kill participation, the damage time per minute is a very efficient, but it's higher for the side of Brands. But if you look at Super Marco, GPM is a lot higher, so which means that he's actually focusing mostly on farming. And when he comes online, he's able to output the damage and he is able to deliver the victory.
And we got a very good taste of Super Marco yesterday in Game 2 against Todak, right? Where Todak seemingly had a very solid start. And then one team fight at the turtle, Super Marco shows up and the game ends in a blink of an eye. That is the scary beast that EVOS Legends have to go up against. And, obviously the KDA, is not a very good form of measurement because EVOS Legends did drop both their series yesterday. So hopefully today is going to be a different one. I think it's fair for a lot of fans to support AP Brand. I know Indonesian fans will be backing up EVOS Legends. The onus is on them to prove if they can leave a mark on AP Brand.
Definitely, right? Like, there's a lot of doubters out there. Not gonna lie about this. Not gonna sugarcoat this. They really need to pull something out. And you heard from Brands himself, right? There's a bit of issues regarding their chemistry as well. So I hope they really quickly solve it, especially when they're going down the road in Group B.
And for those out there, I think If you support any of these teams, it's time to cast your votes and the predictions down in Twitch chat below. AP brand, Filipino fans, it's time to cast your votes for EVOS Legends. Indonesian fan, I love it when we have ID versus PH, right? Because it's not just the teams that are fighting, the country, the nation is also fighting.
Yeah.
I, who is not from any of these nations, I get to enjoy it unfold. But in all seriousness, keep it friendly, keep it fun between all of you guys. At the end of the day, there's always going to be a loser in the competition. I want to look at our predictions because personally, for me, I think AP Brand is going to take it, but not without EVOS Legends putting up a fight.
Yeah, like I said earlier just now before we actually entered the team lineup, right? I have a lot of doubts in them in MPL ID and look at their performance in MSC, so I'm gonna put it a clean sweep in the favor of AP Brand. I'm running low a bit of a hopium today, so yeah, a little bit more harsher today in terms of my predictions. What about you?
I mean, you gotta save it for later on, right? RSG is playing, so you gotta save it for your boys.
I use it all in game in day one, right? Like I just literally went all out on that one.
Well, I mean, for me, right, 2-1 in favor of AP Brand. I think EVOS Legends haven't really shown all their cards yet, and I would continue to believe that. But AP Brand, they said yesterday, Todak, a fresh team, lacking that chemistry, very easily dissected. And if EVOS Legends, like they admitted just now, are still facing that problem, I think we have kind of identified the first weakness, the first Achilles heels for EVOS Legends against AP Brand.
Yeah, AP Brand definitely would take advantage of your lack of chemistry, right? You saw it. It was like what you said, surgical against Todak. Now this time around, EVOS Legends also having almost a similar issue as Todak as well. I think this is going to be a clean sweep in my opinion because it's really going to be a bit of a hard watch. But like I said, AP Brand, they're poised. They're looking at other opponents as well in the group, right? You mentioned they're up against Bigatron Alpha, and apart from that, I believe if you asked that question a little bit earlier, they'll be talking about trying to take down Onyx ID, but they've already done that, unfortunately.
Onyx ID wasn't even at the top of their list, I feel. Or maybe, after they beat them, then Onyx ID kind of moved down a little bit. But when we call back to the matchup just now, the head-to-head, you can see both gold laners have, aside from the stats, right, you look at the heroes that they use, it's vastly different, right? EVOS Legends Brand's one of the few players that still runs that 1-1, which was a hero at this point of time that's been completely ignored.
Yeah, this 1-1 has been nerfed to the ground. You mentioned about because of the talent update as well. I don't think not a lot of people actually prefers to run like the weakness finder and the marksman emblem. On paper, it looks really good for the 1-1, but there's too many things that's really strong right now because like you saw how the Leslie can two-shot one people. So if 1-1 takes time to set up for the crossbow attack, the Leslie is just gonna one-shot the 1-1 before he actually goes into the sky, right? But apart from that, there's also the fact that Claude is prevalent in Snapdragon Pro Series. It's like one of the top picks or must bans in this tournament as of now.
Yeah, we've seen many of Leslie plays, right? Even in just now's game where Burnex Flash, they almost took game 1 over Red Giants. We have Donut on the Leslie who was two-shotting people. Yesterday, I believe, was it Okko? There was also a second Leslie. It was at Super Marco. He also ran the Leslie. He was also two-shotting people. Do you think that this Leslie is going to move up that hierarchy and be more of a priority to get banned out down the road?
Definitely, but I think right now, if you want to just sacrifice the Leslie ban, you're also opening up yourself to Novarius, right? And you saw the one-more combo that RSG has done before in the Novaria and the Beatrix, well, that can also work. So it's all about the fact that you are basically sacrificing one ban to ban away the Leslie. But Leslie can be counted in gameplay, right? If you try to shut her down in the early part of the game, you guys were discussing earlier just now on stream number C, right? Like you guys were talking about like sometimes you don't see the Leslie like two-shotting anybody because the Leslie is not grown up yet. The Leslie is still lacking in equipment. So shut the Leslie down in the early game. I think the only way to counter the Leslie right now is not to ban her, it's just shut her down in the early game.
I think that I agree as well. I think that we saw some Leslie respect bans, and it kind of does take away a lot of that priority on your end. The Novaria is also something that you pointed out early on that I am looking forward to it a lot. I wonder if AP Brand is just going to fall back to Novaria for few again. He talked about how Coach Ducky was like, you know what? You are not threatened at all. Run the Novaria, and he just runs Novaria and runs away with the game.
Yeah, but that's because the enemy will actually ban out the Link and the Fanny, right? These two are the known counters against Novara. Novara, like what you said, likes to snipe from afar, likes to hide in his own jungle. The only few heroes that are able to do that, to find a Novara when she's vulnerable, is just jump from wall to wall, just land the steel cables, find her in your own jungle, and then assassinate her. All of a sudden, you're entering a fight 4v5, and then the Link could just come back in and re-engage and join in the team fight. So yeah, it's all dependent on the type of bans that the enemy go for, or unless if they really want to set up for Novara, yeah, they will ban away the Link as well. But like I said, they ban away these non-meta heroes, or not say non-meta heroes, like heroes that can be easily counted. You're opening yourself up with even more things as well, right, in the roster.
I think that is, yeah, that's definitely, I think, something that AP brand will take into consideration, which kind of brings me to this question, right? I know it's a hero that you yourself like a lot, play in the jungle, that can access the bad line. Here's a wild card out there. How does Hanzo look?
Hanzo, wow. It's actually quite spicy, but right now, I think the Master Assassin nerf actually hit him quite hard, right? Because Master Assassin now actually runs lesser percentage as compared to back then. So I don't think Hanzo is a really good pick anymore. So it's like one of the few heroes that literally got hit by the talent nerfs, right? But with that said, I feel like looking around these players that we can see on screen, AP brand, you know, they're looking comfortable, they're looking great. But if you notice during the video, right, there are some questions as well, and you also start to see some doubts as well, you know, in their own roster. So if they don't believe in themselves, how are they expecting other people to believe in them? Because, you know, ego and also a bit of arrogance is very important in esports, because you need to have that self-confidence in order to execute, in order to fight against big names such as AP brand.
Yeah, I think that kind of ties back to like your kind of past performance, right? We are looking at a team that, you know, sure, both of them play in their respective MPLs, but one of them made the MSC. The other, you know, AP brand, they were participating in SEA games, they're participating in other tournaments. Then, you know, to someone who is not familiar, you look at these two teams and the history, the impression that EVOS Legends gives is obviously, you know, a stronger front, right? That they are going to dominate AP brand. They're going to give us a very good game. Maybe, not even if it's not 2-0, it's going to be a 2-1 win. Then you look at day number 1 and suddenly you realize that, EVOS Legends not in top form yesterday, whereas AP brand, they came off a gold medal win at the SEA Games, and, you know, the IESF is also in their sights. They talked about that yesterday alongside Pictron Alpha, and here they are being absolutely fearless. And I think this momentum is pivotal to any team to look for more wins.
Yeah, I feel like the common denominator right here, both these two teams were winners of IESF once, right? EVOS Legends actually beaten Blacklist International once in one of the IESF, so that's also kind of an interesting storyline for both of these two teams. But I also like the fact that you mentioned that, yeah, for viewers that are not really familiar with these two teams, one from one is representing MPL ID in MSC, the other one didn't. But you can also say that AP brand kind of took a scenic route, because along the scenic route, they won quite a few championships for the Philippines too.
Yeah, they definitely did. Again, you have one invited team and one team that came in from the challenge season.
Scenic
AP
route,
brand,
right?
Yeah, scenic route. Would you really call it scenic route? I feel like it's not you still have to play extra games, right? You know, it's a pretty brutal format in the challenge group stage. But I guess the scenic part is that they were placed in a group where they were just, you know, a cut above, right? They were placed in the same group as Team Flash, Archives eSports, and Blee eSports. And let's be real, AP brand is never going to lose any of those games because we know how good they are. So in that sense, sure, it's a scenic route, but once more calling back to their victory yesterday over Onyx ID, I think that is kind of like the strong statement that AP brand is making.
A very strong statement indeed. And, you know, as I said about the scenic route, right, they definitely hit all the tourist hotspots, right? IESF, CE Games, and then after that, now this is also one of the way. They're unstoppable right now, right? This is the momentum they've been riding on. And, you know, yesterday I also posed a question whether are they fatigued. Obviously, they are not, because they're still going strong. They played a perfect game all throughout against Todak, and now seeking to also dominate another one of the so-called speed bumps on the road to going into playing LAN in Istora Senayan.
Yeah, this does feel like, well, yesterday does feel like slightly of a warmed down game, right? When you had a very strenuous exercise and you go in for a lighter routine. And it's not to put Todak aside. I just think that when you look back at that 2-0, AP brand clearly outclassed Todak in every single aspect. And it's also because Todak were not running with kind of the main roster, right? It is a roster with 4 mains leading 4 other new bloods. So it's very understandable how that result came to be. But now you kind of put AP brand back in the ring against a stronger team for sure, and I do wonder if that momentum after winning against Todak, is that going to be significant enough, or maybe to AP brand it doesn't even matter.
I feel like it doesn't really matter, Husky. I just feel like, EVOS Legends has a lot more to prove. They have potential, definitely, especially in Brands, right? But sometimes, if Brands doesn't wake up in the right side of the bed, he just doesn't perform. And if his team doesn't know how to support him, the whole thing falls apart. And there's a lot more things that, EVOS Legends has to look out for as compared to AP Brand. AP Brand, known to find these small little mistakes, send in the surgical strikes. That's how AP Brand has been performing ever since, day one of Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, we're gonna head into the draft in just a little bit, and I wanna kind of pry your brain for just a while, right? You said that EVOS Legends have a lot more things to worry about. What is the most important thing that EVOS Legends is looking for in the series?
I think it's EXP lane matchup, right? Like now you're sending Fluffy in against Flap TZ. Don't forget they also do have Dilar that is still sitting on the bench as of now. So maybe they have to start to look at the EXP lanes, right? But now if you take a look at how AP Brand is ban away the Kadita, this is also one of the heroes that a lot of Indonesian team loves to play. And then they also take away the Paquito, one of the few heroes that could flex easily between the EXP lane and the jungler, which is a very good first pick, right?
Yeah. Valentina also banned out by EVOS Legends. They banned out the Uranus themselves, a hero that I was about to bring up, right? Because Fluffy did play the Uranus yesterday, and earlier on we did see Yudo Rich Giants' method of dealing with the Uranus was a matchup that we discussed about, right? Bringing the Derov and you just shred him in the lane. That is not going to be there's no possibility for that in game number 1. But so far, I mean, AP Brand, you take out 2 big flex picks for EVOS Legends. What is the direction that they want to head in, though? Are we looking at kind of Fredrin start again? What is AP Brand looking to shut down?
Yeah, I think it could be a Fredrin start, right? Like, they already banned away the Paquito, which is also like a flex pick. You saw this awkward position where both these two teams, they decide to just ban away, they just pick up the first picks, right? Like the Paquito on one side, and you have the enough Fredrin on the other side, and you kind of scratch your head a little bit for both of these two teams, right? Because they don't want to review a lot. But you also see sometimes when the roster, when they draft it, they also immediately review like 2 of the win conditions, right? Sometimes they snap pick the Kadita and the Claude together. Now Kadita is already out of the question for the side of EVOS Legends, but now, at the last ban, there's also the potential Novaria, which is also wide open, and AP Brand has already taken one of the secret sauce against the Novaria.
Yeah, it's also a hero that they snap pick instantly, right? The moment they see the threat removed, they're like, all right, we'll go Novaria, no problem. And I think that, Ling being left in the pool probably is fine for AP Brand at this stage. Yeef banned out by EVOS Legends, so we are left with kind of Farsa as the remaining hero in that S tier list for that mid lane, at least for now.
There's still the Faramis that's floating around, but albeit the nerf was hit him quite hard because of the out, right? But now, first pick, I think Novara is also kind of decent because AP Brand has already taken away the Fanny. And even if, EVOS Legends decides to go for the Link, there's also the potential Kufra or even the Franco to basically lock this Link down when he's dashing around. So that's also something that AP Brand can also abuse against EVOS Legends if they run the Novara first pick.
Plenty of choices for AP Brand to start it off. Novara has been one of their staples, but they will take the Link themselves. So it still keeps Novara in the pool by eliminating the last threat.
Oh yeah, that's a big brain, right? Like, they take away the Link, and immediately EVOS now, they would need to think twice. Are they going to run a Novara for themselves? I don't think it's a very good idea. But EVOS right now, this is basically checkmate, right? Even in the first few picks, right? This is really good coming out for AP Brand.
So I think for EVOS Legends, you just gotta fall back to, having the more staple picks, right? There's no way you're going for Novaria. And I think forcing the Novaria right now, for AP Brand, they're like, wow, you can go for it. We honestly don't mind too much. For EVOS Legends, they have 2 picks to respond to this. They're going for the
Right.
Faramis first. It's one of the few majors that you pointed out still left in the pool for that S tier. And now we have the Arlot. And to a certain degree, you can still flex the Faramis, but I am expecting Hijumi to be on this hero.
Yeah, I think Farah's mid is still quite strong as well. You still got Imperial Rage to run along as well, and you do need pseudo tankiness, right? If you're running a Faramis in your roster, right? If not, when you go into Cult Altar, you get bursted down very quickly, and then it kind of acts like a pseudo stun. Now, if you take a look at how EVOS Legends is actually currently drafting right now. Arlot is actually quite good against the Link because when the Link comes down with the Tempest of Blade, one final sweep will push him off his combo, and when he's off his combo, he will be vulnerable. And then again, there's also the second layer of EVOS Legends, just in case if anything happens, there's also still the Cult Altars to save the day. So EVOS Legends is a very safe draft that are coming out, but AP Brand, time's ticking. Yep, that's a Novara that we definitely will see, and follow up with a Terizla to lock everybody in place when the Cult Altar is active.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to lock when everyone clumps together with the Cult Altar, like you said. You have the Astral Echo to also increase the hitbox of all your targets. And the best part is that if you want to be dashing around like a Faramis, like an Arlot, well, tough luck, because all these heroes that the AP brand has is meant to keep you where you are.
Yeah, surprisingly, Joy is actually not being selected or being seen. Okay, I said the Joy. There you go. EVOS Legends will deliver the Joy now. This Joy should go into the jungle instead, unless we're seeing EVOS Legends pulling a key boy, bringing the Arlot into the rope, which is on a, I would say, 20% chance.
It has to be a jungle Joy. I believe we saw it yesterday. Was it from Taz? I think there was one team that did run a jungle Joy, but overall, it feels like it makes a lot more sense to have this Arlot. You at least won a stable matchup in the XP lane, right? Arlot against the Terizla. I think it's still doable. You're not looking to crush that matchup, but at least you want to be able to go even. You want to be able to sustain an empty shove while this Joy is farming up.
Alright, now we're going to the second ban phase, right? There's still marksmen super wide in the pool. That's a Harif being thrown into the ban pool as well. You talk about the Leslie being used to great success by Super Marco, especially now you're running a Novara comp. That's just, like I said, it's just a vision game, right? So I think EVOS Legends should look out to ban the Leslie away. Whereas on the side of AP Brand, right, same idea. They haven't picked up a marksman yet. They also, technically speaking, haven't picked up a roam as well. But like what you said, Faramis could be flexing the roam, albeit not the most effective way, in my opinion.
I'm looking at the Beatrix pick for AP Brand, right? If Beatrix does make it through, and you do have another layer of, a layer of AoE, they can just decimate the Cult Altar, in the form of the Beatrix. So Hilda ban up by AP Brand. You want to keep the Link safe, and EVOS Legends ban the Melissa.
Okay, unless EVOS Legends is thinking, okay, I will take the Leslie instead, or you take the Beatrix. I think Leslie and Beatrix is really strong in this particular patch. And now if you take a look at how AP Brand is actually drafting, they're taking away Hilda, things that can actually hard invade against this Link. If they really want to follow this route, there's also the potential Marsha that if they really want to play around this, a Marsha roam can also do the exact same thing as this Hilda, or maybe ban away the Chol to prevent that kick away when the Link is jumping around with the Tempest Blade trying to pick up the swords.
There's also like the Kaja and the Franco, right? The two heroes that you say can lock down a mobile hero like Link, but no, it's a Beatrix ban. So, I mean, AP Brand is basically just saying, right, you're not getting anything, I'm not gonna get anything, right? So both of us, we're gonna just live with the fact that none of us will get what we want.
It's just basically burning bridges, right? Like destroying the industry, destroying the bridges as the enemy try to cross, before they cross, even it's in your home territory. Now, the Leslie I think is a prize pick for the side of EVOS Legends, right? Don't forget, this Beatrix, I think is a nod over to Brands because he actually can perform really well on this Beatrix. Now, you brought a question, right? EVOS Legends right now, they don't really have a lot of tankiness, right? You need to try to find some way to have this tankiness, like what I said, to couple that alongside with the Cult Altar. I'm thinking something along the lines, maybe like a Kufra, right, to counteract against that Link, or even a potential block coming out from EVOS Legends. But no, like I said, lockdown is still in the hands of EVOS Legends because they also have the Joy, so this also protects themselves from being counterpicked. But this is still a very squishy draft.
Yeah, and they also kind of, at least they leave Brand's pick for last, right? They want to see what AP Brand will bring up. You have the Leslie, like you said, the price pick, the carry, the Claude as well is still in the pool. If you want someone elusive, I think the Claude is actually not too bad of a pick. Because you have the battle mirror image to kind of get away from a Joy running at you, to get away from a Kaja who's trying to flicker with the Divine Judgment. AP Brand, they also have their Roma. The Kufra could also be taken for themselves if they want to.
I think Kufra is also good for the side AP Brand, right? Like the fact that you don't get busted down by the Kaja, but no, look at how AP Brand are going off the script right here. Instead of going for the Leslie, that's a carry going in as well. They know that EVOS Legends this last week is going to be that tanky person. Like for example, the Fredrin's not selected, but then again, like there's also no marksman for the side of EVOS Legends, so maybe they can look at a Brody, I think. But AP Brand, this carry pick, I feel like it's also something to prevent a counter against them, because Teresa will get shredded by the Light Wheels and also the Minotaur as well. You mentioned about the Claude, EVOS Legends playing it safe, playing with the Claude, but look at how squishy EVOS Legends roster is, and also how divey this roster is. If Faramir's positioning is bad, he's going to have a hard time catching up with any of them for the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, this feels a little bit reminiscent of Game 1 between AP Brand and Todak yesterday, right? Where we saw the exact, almost the same archetype where you have Oakland playing the Minotaur and then Todak having the Faramir, having a dive-heavy comp. And once you blow your abilities, Oakland just re-engages with the Minotaur, with the Minoran Rage, those big knockups. Your call Alta means nothing to them. What are we looking for in EVOS Legends? What is the win condition?
Go to late game. That's all they can do. They have a bit of a mid game power spike with Arlot popping off, and then they have the late game insurance. But whereas for the side of AP Brand, they have the advantage of just jumping from one point of the map to another in the form of their link, so they need to apply constant pressure. If not, the Claude will start to farm up. Now, this Claude will have a painted target behind his back. That Link would definitely try to look for him to slow down the farm. But ladies and gentlemen, this is just like how I'm gonna theory craft how between the matchup between AP Brand versus EVOS Legends. Like I said, EVOS Legends, remember about the chemistry problem, and then you remember what I said about this roster, right? Hijume, if the chemistry is not right, the Hijume will be left behind, and the Call Alter only benefits himself.
Yeah, and I think, you know, coming off of that interview, they are literally playing a composition that demands perfection, right, in how you communicate with your team. So you have that put to the test almost instantly. Bottom side, Hijume and Fluffy, it's gonna try to push out the wave and give Fluffy a bit of space, but at Terizla, you don't really care too much. There's very less heroes that can kind of just fight him head on thanks to his passive.
I think the main reason why EVOS Legends sends the mage down bot is also to help, you know, Fluffy gets this level 2, because, you know, when Arlos hits level 2, there's a small little power spike for him. He allows him to get his combo a lot faster, and then after that, you also got, you know, Dreams. I don't know, maybe in the mid lane getting level 2 also helping to slow down and invade as well. But hold on a second, there's a purple contest right here.
Yeah, try to fight for it. Kaltizi not looking good. Forced to dash away. Fluffy and Dreams chasing after him. First blood already attained by Taz. And the Link also goes down. Kaltizi falls. Very ambitious invade from AP Brand, and they might lose more of Laptizi, forced to flicker away, but Taz takes onto him. The joy is 4 and dances on top of his dead body. It's 3 for EVOS Legends.
Well, we doubted them, and they finally delivered, right? AP Brand tried to hard invade just a little bit earlier. Kaltizi was a little bit greedy right there, right? They know that Taz doesn't really have the clear speed, decides to hard invade, but they got hard invaded themselves. This time around, EVOS Legends, the chemistry is coming online a lot better this time around. Maybe a bit of a science of life against AP Brand.
And that is just a dream start for EVOS Legends. Your jungle Joy, slower clear speed, now 2-0, having the experience advantage, having the goal advantage. And the worst part is that for Kaltizi, because he didn't get the purple buff, now he can't contest this objective. And he's gonna get harassed by Dreams in his own jungle as well. This turtle is gone.
Yeah, I think AP Brand is not in a good position to actually take this tunnel, right? But Dreams going in on his own, a little bit ambitious, repeating the same mistake as AP Brand in the early game. This could be it. This giving in Kaltizi that first kill as well. Now that early game priority that you have is just gone, because Dreams was just dreaming a little bit too big right there.
Tried to kind of slow down Kaltizi a little bit, overextending his welcome, and AP Brand with a very good punish. But either way, EVOS Legends still having that minor lead that they're looking for. You stabilize the XP lane for Fluffy, you get the turtle for yourself. Taz is 2-0, and this also gives space for Hijume to kind of start running around the map and really causing some problems for AP Brand.
Yeah, Awkward's a little bit behind, right? Look at Dreams. A solid level, Awkward jumping in a little bit. Unfortunately, doesn't really have the ultimate. That's bad. Flicker's already burned by AP Brand, so EVOS Legends know for the next turtle fight, there's no Flicker ultimate from the side of AP Brand.
Yeah, Fluffy even used the final slash to try to displace Awkward, couldn't find it. Bottom side, FlapTZ ran at penalty zone, used as a counter engage. FlapTZ is dead, joined by the Ling, but unfortunately no kills for AP Brand.
Yeah, FlapTZ right there, and you've noticed how the TZ one more combo coming in, right? Using the penalty zone together with the Tempest of Blades is really A-okay, but unfortunately, Taz actually goes into CC immunity in the second skill, so was able to get out of dodge as well. And Fluffy, when he used the Vengeance, it's also uninterrupted dashes, so even if he's stunned in the mid-air, he doesn't stop there. He's just going to continue and finish that animation. So EVOS Legends right now have a timing on how KalTZ is rotating, and now they're hard invading the jungle instead.
Instant flicker into a Divine Judgment. That's going to be Awkward dead. EVOS Legends holding no bars at all. And AP Brand, they had 15 seconds. It's going to be the turtle on the bottom side, but I don't think AP Brand can contest this at all.
Not at all. They've already lost the purple buff at the same time. Don't forget Taz actually using that retreat just to take it away. So if the EVOS Legends wants to play it safe, they can actually slowly delay this. If you notice, that's a lot of gold lane pressure from the side of EVOS Legends onto Super Marco. So everything that AP Brand is trying to do, they're actually recouping. This is the first mistake they made in game thus far. So EVOS Legends right here punishing the mistake against AP Brand, delivering AP Brand's medicine against themselves.
And you said that EVOS Legends are the best way, the only way to win this is to go late game. But they have gone out to a great start, with, you know, a bit unprecedented for EVOS Legends themselves. And that is going to fast track, you know, their potential to win this.
Yep.
They're going to try and take this turtle away. AP Brand, they're circling around the pit. FlapTZ does have the flicker, but no penalty zone. And Taz just makes quick work of the turtle. And the drag went back. This Minotaur might be making to Wagyu steak, but they let him go.
Yeah, there's nothing to do. There's no value in Awkward this time around, unfortunately. But EVOS Legends, right? You can see how KalTZ was actually trying to do damage control. Dash forward just a little bit to try to steal the retreat away from Taz. But oh, KalTZ in a spot of trouble.
They did spot him, and thankfully KalTZ had one more blade to jump away. But that again compromises the purple buff, right? EVOS Legends forced a recall, and Taz was like, alright, thank you very much. This purple buff is mine. Whoever walks forward might just be kidnapped. Open losing the majority of his health. They're going to try to power everything onto Taz, who's running away. Actually getting the kill. Super Marco cashing in on the shutdown. Hijume with the call Alta is going to expire right now. FlapTZ gets the knockup, and instantly Brands respond with Blazing Duet. FlapTZ still alive, but Fluffy coming in, looking for the cleanup. Gets knocked up under the tier 1. Final slash onto 3. Couldn't get the reset in time, and it's Super Marco with 2.
Fluffy's engagement flank is actually really on point and on time, right? But unfortunately, you saw that slight hesitation right there, and that cost him right? There's two weak members from the side AP Brand he couldn't capitalize on, he couldn't finish it. And just now, if you notice, the gold leaderboard actually appeared for the side on the right-hand side. EVOS Legends, this Claude is starting to pick up all the gold lead, and this is really good, right? For the side of EVOS Legends, they're starting to go into this late game form that they need to be, and now they're actually pummeling AP Brand, now punishing and keeping this link on track. KalTZ right here has lost 2 purple buffs, and this hurts KalTZ a lot.
I mean, you say that, but AP Brand, they're keeping it close, right? Just a minor 1.4k gold deficit. Super Marco got 2 kills. One of them was a massive shutdown onto Taz as well. So I guess at the end of the day, you have this balancing factor on the side of AP Brand. At least the gold laner is doing fine. FlapTZ will be the target. Kidnapped by the Divine Judgment. Dragged back into EVOS Legends, and there's nothing that he could do. He unleashes the penalty zone, staying alive for as long as possible as Oakman comes in with the ultimate. They just have no follow-up.
Yeah, the AP Brand is actually conceding all these neutral objectives. In the meantime, you notice how KalTZ is playing. It's transitioning into the split push lane right now, and EVOS Legends, knowing that they have the advantage, presses on in the mid, and then after that, double down onto the turtle.
And it's just EVOS Legends getting all these kidnaps, and able to go for the invade on the side of KalTZ again, forcing the Tempest of Blaze. Purple buff is the point of contest. Also trying to stop this from happening, forcing the flicker from Fluffy. Taz unleashes that ultimate. He'll try and run away with it, and yeah, once more getting the objective for himself.
All right, two big things happen right there, right? For the side of Kaltisi, he misses purple buff again, so we're gonna have to keep that counter. On the other hand, Taz is actually trying to secure the turtle, but Few actually took it away. So AP Brand right here in pure damage control mode right now, and if you see how EVOS Legends is playing, they're contesting this purple buff as if it's a turtle itself.
And I mean, while that was happening, Brands was free farming down bottom, took the bot tier 1 for himself. So all things considered, EVOS Legends still having a bit of that control and a 2k gold advantage, but you look at the net worth by very, very minuscule for all of the members.
Yeah, still recoverable for the side of AP Brand, not gonna lie, but EVOS Legends right now, I think they need to try to up the ante, if not once Super Marco start, but speaking of us upping the ante, that's Awkward getting caught out.
One Spore with the Divine Judgment, Taz on the flank, Awkward just tries to stay alive but couldn't do so. I mean, Taz is starting to heat up 4-1 and 2 on this Jungle Joy. Just again, level and experience ahead compared to his counterpart Kaltizi. All the tier 1s knocked down. EVOS Legends keeping AP Brand on their side of the map.
Yeah, EVOS Legends, this is exactly where they want to put AP Brand, right? On their side of the map and also on the ground in terms of the aggression, right? If AP Brand wasn't able to punish EVOS Legends for the aggression right now, they need to try to end the game quick, because once Super Marco starts to come online, he's actually never died yet. So he is actually slowly building up these farm. But at the other time, this is now the purple buff contest once again between these two teams.
The fourth one. So far, it's 3-0 in favor of EVOS Legends. AP Brand once more couldn't get a contest done, so that's 4-0 in terms of purple buff for EVOS Legends. But at least for Kaltizi, he did get the bot tier 1, going on a split push journey. It's gonna be a tough one without the purple buff, but you know, you gotta get something done, right? You gotta try and catch up.
Yeah, AP Brand right now just playing cross map, right? Like what I said, EVOS Legends need to try to end the game before 12 minutes. If not, Super Marco is just starting to scale, and Kaltizi just jump around the map like that and being an absolute menace against EVOS Legends in terms of the rotation, and all of a sudden you have a wave push against you because you lose that turret. That's not exactly where EVOS Legends want to be, and that's an engage.
Final slash from Fluffy. Catching one, Flaptisi dragged back as well, trying to get away, and he will. With the help of Ogun by his side, no more Divine Judgment for the catch, so EVOS Legends decides to not pursue. Two big ultimates down from EVOS Legends' side, as they also start working on the Lord. It's going down pretty fast. AP Brand not even there. Kaltizi trying to hop from wall to wall to get there. Ogun already unleashing the ultimate. Actually, it doesn't really matter though. Brand's in the bag. Actually finding everyone from from AP Brand. 4 dead for them, and EVOS Legends just dances on top of their bodies.
Yeah, massive AoE. Fluffy setting up, catching 3 members, and then after that, Hijume just casting the Cult Altar just in time. This is different EVOS Legends as we saw. I don't know, for the longest period of time, this feels like, you know, they're living their IESF dream once again, right? EVOS Legends, yeah, just starting to slap AP Brand down to the ground, because, you know, it all started because of the plan to just shut down this lane and prevent him from doing anything. And EVOS Legends, you know, that gold lead started to escalate. Now, earlier just now, it was 2k gold lead, and now it started to double that. With this Lord coming down, marching up top, there's a lot more standing goal for the side of EVOS Legends to actually take. But Kaltizi, ooh, Brands gets spotted out.
He's going to be the target. BMI already used as well. Kaltizi can't finish the job thanks to the Cult Altar again from Hijume. All that effort gone to waste. Taz, what? Just runs down Few. That is going to be the life of the Novaria for the rest of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, and not only just that, has the lethal ignition really working into play. Able to burst down Few right there, getting caught out position. Tried to actually get out of, go out of the map and actually hide outside the map. Unfortunately, he's already used the second skill. Now, EVOS Legends starting to clamp down. This is going to be a base defense for the side of AP Brand, and they need to do it. They don't really have any form of high ground, and if EVOS Legends wants it, they can pick them one by one, because Fluffy does have the final sweep.
I mean, Dreams also has the Flicker and Divine Judgment, right? If they want to end the game right now, they definitely have the potential to do so. EVOS Legends slowly breaking down the structures. The top inhibitor is going to go down very soon. Ogwen and Flaptiti trying to keep that base intact, but it's just not doable. Fluffy, he's going to be in front, but now penalty zone locking 2 members down. Hijume backing with the Cult Altar as Kaltizi looks for an angle to engage. The Cult Altar expires. EVOS Legends decides that it is enough.
Yeah, they can't do anything, right? Kaltizi knows that he doesn't really have the purple buff to sustain the dashes in order to pick up the multiple swords. And if the lane cannot do that, it's best not to join the team fight at all. You don't want to give more edge over to EVOS Legends. Now, take a look at the items right here. It's just, you know, for the side of carry, it's just, okay, that's a golden staff, replacing the lightning trunket, I believe. But it's corrosive scythe and then going to Wind of Nature. Desperately need the Wind of Nature right now because Claude is going ham again.
Looking to kill Super Marco. Super Marco barely getting out. Kaltizi.
Oh, that's big.
Will pay it back with a kill. That is the shutdown that they're looking for. Ogwen and Flaptiti pushed right back by the final slash, and Flapteasy might just go down, and he will, in the hands of EVOS Legends. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but at this point of time, it favors AP Brand. Look at the shutdown gold. It minus off 2k in terms of the gold lead in the favor of, still in the favor of EVOS Legends, but then with the Lord coming out in 36 seconds, Brand should be there just in time. AP Brand right now just needs to fix a wave, but they need to fix a wave against all odds. 2 lanes march against AP Brand. EVOS Legends definitely has a better Lord control right now.
And AP Brand, they do have ways to get vision, right? That's what the Novara is there for. But the question is now, how are they going to contest the objectives? It does feel very tough if AP Brand wants to stave off another Lord invasion. It feels so impossible.
Yeah, they do have a form of a clear with you as well with the first skill. But right now, because there's 2 super minions marching down on 2 lanes, right? AP Brand may have lost just a little bit too much, like what they wanted to, right? EVOS Legends, because Taz is just solid right now. The lethal ignition coming in, just bursting down every single member, but there's a scuffle happening up top instead. Ling and Fluffy going on, but there's a Lord coming in. Taz just dashing around. He got knocked up though. Lord, the one dot, Hijome picks it up.
They just cannot contest the Lord because the Ling isn't there. Flapteasy might be surrendered again. Tries to buy distance with the penalty zone, ends up getting run down regardless. 13-4 in favor of EVOS Legends. They have a 7.3k gold lead. And Kautizi, this entire Ling pick was to unlock the Novaria pick, and EVOS Legends, they just let it go to AP Brand, and they completely came up with a solution to shut him down. This is the final defense.
Yeah, this is definitely the final defense, right? Brands, don't forget, on this Claude is already massive right now with the enhanced Lord marching down mid. EVOS Legends need to end it here and then. If not, you don't want to give more time over to AP Brand. Now they're syncing up 2 lanes right here. There's another wave marching down bot at the same time. Fluffy looking for pick up right here. Final swipe. Oh, he misses.
They're gonna try. The kidnap is there. Kautizi able to run away with the Tempest of Blaze, and that is good enough. Now working on the Lord as Super Marco takes it down as fast as he could. That one goes down. Taz waiting for an opening to run right in. The Crystal is under siege. All lanes have lost the inhibitor. Final slash from Fluffy. Gets the stun on Flapteasy. Flapteasy once more able to get away and buy some distance. AP Brands keeping the whole team alive. But Kautizi gotta be very careful though. Can't get caught like this. EVOS Legends cannot end it just yet. But maybe this kidnap can if Dream gets that Divine Judgment. Final wave.
You talk about a kidnap, right? Dreams doesn't really have the Divine Judgment, so EVOS Legends right here, unable to end the GG push right there. There you go, he has it right now, doesn't really have the flicker, but if you take a look at the damage leaderboard, right? Taz and Hijume doing most of the damage. Rans, on the other hand, you know, slowing just a little bit behind. Few is the only one that can consistently output the damage against EVOS Legends, and I feel like your first skill is much needed to just wave clear right now, because right here, the minions are going to start to stream in bit by bit, and EVOS Legends...
There it is. The final slash immediately kidnaps Open. Doesn't have the immortality. He's gonna unleash the ultimate before he goes down, but it might be too late. Taz actually gets absolutely melted by Super Marco, the hometown hero that they need. And they also got rid of Brands thanks to Kautizi with his dying breath. EVOS Legends could not end the game, and AP Brand once more stays alive.
Yeah, and like I said, if EVOS Legends is unable to end that game right there, right now, AP Brand starting to scale, right? We're already reaching the point where, wait, the purple buff still finally taken away by Few.
Yeah, I mean, look at this replay, right? I mean, yeah, there's this fight.
It's just Fluffy, you know, forcing the issue, right? They really want to force AP Brand into a fight that they don't want to have. But the reason why AP Brand was able to actually sustain for now, because Super Marco is just consistent doing damage. Kautizi is just able to shut down Brands right there, so that's a very good thing at the very least. Even though this Link wasn't able to secure his own purple buff, he actually sacrificed himself for the cause to assassinate the marksman, and then all of a sudden, EVOS Legends doesn't have any pushing power, and now both of these two teams resetted the map just a little bit. However, EVOS Legends have 3 super minions mid lanes marching against them.
Yeah, I mean, for EVOS Legends, right, Tash tried to go for the run it down onto Super Marco. I believe he didn't get to proc enough damage on the lethal ignition, so he ends up getting melted. But they have the third lord, right? If they get this, it has to be an end game. And once more, AP Brand, they're not in a position to contest this. But TZ will see this happening, but Kautizi is not even close, and there's the retribution on the task. So EVOS Legends, they will get this for sure. Kautizi ends up showing up. He didn't try to steal this. He needs to get the objective. Kautizi might have just kept the team alive in this game. Open, keeping the backline intact as AP Brand will lose Kautizi. Few and Super Marco, they're going to be the last hope for the team. Dream pushes forward, gets the kidnap, and onto Few. Few goes down. Super Marco dies. EVOS Legends have just drawn first blood against AP Brand as they march down the mid lane, 5-man strong. Lord does not matter at this point, and Evo's Legends will strike first blow.
AP Brand literally got baited by EVOS Legends right there, right? GG well played over the side of EVOS Legends, mind you. Yeah, maybe, you know, Husky, you're actually right after all. 2-1 may be the scoreline, or maybe perhaps a 2-0 in the favor of EVOS Legends. This time round, you know, they're fighting against AP Brand. This is a very different team, right? Tasks finally was able to snowball out of control as the Joy on the lethal ignition. Brands this time round waking on the right side of the bed. Caltizi committed a Hail Mary right there, tried to go all in and at least try to buy some time for his team. But unfortunately, because of that, you know, EVOS Legends punches AP Brand right back because they know that there's one man down and they just ended the game right there, right then. If not, you don't want to allow AP Brand to just survive from another Lord fight again.
Yeah, we talk about the Kaja into Ling. We talk about how you know how AP Brand they want to, and you know, go to the late game and also have these big AOEs to deal with the Cloud Altar. Doesn't really matter too much when EVOS Legends got off to such a great start, right? It all started at 1 minute 1.5 at that purple buff that Caltizi brought like 4 of his teammates there and ended up having 3 of them getting killed off by EVOS Legends. If anything, we said that EVOS Legends needs to win the series. Well, they're one step closer to doing that.
Yeah, definitely. You're talking about Achilles heel in the side of EVOS Legends, but now, you know, this time round, it is AP Brand that started to show that heel instead, right? You know, that was a little bit too ambitious and greedy for them to try to actually take a purple buff that early on, especially when they don't really have mid-game control because Novara doesn't really have enough damage in the early game. Whereas on the other side, Faramis actually has more damage in the early game because of the Ghostbusters, especially when, you know, they stick together. The Ghostbusters will just bounce from each other, and then when your late game comes into play, and then, you know, they've already unlocked the Claude, unlocked Brands, and the Cult Altar starts to become a bit of a nuisance, right? And it's not only just about the roster that EVOS Legends was able to bring into this game, right? It's about the fact that they entered the game with a plan in mind. We deny the purple buff away from Caltizi, and now Caltizi can do nothing but split push. And he knows if he goes in with Tempest of Blades, he doesn't really have enough damage, plus he doesn't really have the combo to pull off that 4-sword link.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is such a breath of fresh air for EVOS Legends fans, right? This might be the series that goes to 3, and we've been waiting for so long, right? We looked at EVOS Legends yesterday, and you know, they fought Aura Fire, and they kind of got crushed. And we're wondering, well, what is happening to EVOS Legends, right? We looked at all the interviews, we looked at what our colleagues, you know, Merkel, Leo, what did they say about EVOS Legends? It is all doubts. What is EVOS Legends going to bring to the table? And with this game 1 win, there is a bit of hope.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the pickup potential coming on EVOS Legends was huge. If you take a look at the game recap, if you guys missed it, the roster, this double pick composition, right? They can pick with the Kaja, they can also pick with the Arlo, or they can also combo it together, right? You pick with the Kaja and then push the person that the Arlo the Kaja kidnap even further away with the final sweep. So, man, this is just so strong for the side of EVOS Legends. They just punish AP Brand. They finally found, you know, AP Brand's mistakes, and they punished hard.
Yeah, and definitely I think that the Kaja pick played out fantastic. The Joy jungle completely kind of shut down what AP Brand wanted to do. We said that, you know, Ling and Fanny are the biggest threat. I think Joy can be added to that list if he starts snowballing. Look at the post-game stats. 19-6, this was not even a contest.
Yeah, it all started because of that one mistake, right? EVOS Legends, this, like I said, if they are allowed to snowball out of control, that's great. And if you notice now, the matchup between Brands and Super Marco, by right, it should be Super Marco having a bit more priority because of that, the fact that he's a carry. But then again, you know, Brands was just allowed to just scale out of control into this Omega monster in the late game. And if you take a look at the battle spells that EVOS Legends were picking up, right, showing a lot of respect, especially towards Aquin, because it's a Minotaur, 2 Purifies on their hands, and then of course, once you unlock Taz in the jungle, he starts to pick up the items like, for example, the Genius 1, and then after that, the Holy Crystal. He's gonna run you down. Like, he's gonna find Few and then just run you down. With the Lethal Ignition tick, he's gonna hurt Few even more.
And you look at the damage dealt, right? Enough said, the Taz and Brands basically dominating the damage chart. Hijumi also basically is dealing 1 less damage compared to Few, but everyone else from AP Brand just was not able to do too much. You compare the stats of the junglers, right? Kautizi on the link with only 24,000. Ooh, that is painful.
Yeah, if you want to compare MOBAs into this game of rock, paper, scissors, right? If you notice how AP brand, this roster is this dive and also this wombo combo roster. This is a team fight roster that AP brand wants to play, but EVOS Legends doesn't allow them to play that because they're just picking them one apart. This heavy pick composition suits them. So initially, I thought AP brand out macroed them in the draft because they are able to secure themselves the link and then the Novaria. But EVOS Legends has a different plan instead. Instead of allowing you to just, shoot you from afar over and over again, EVOS Legends bites the shot, catches one person, bursts him down, and then rotate to just counter the Link. It feels like, Link is not a really good hero for the side of AV brand this time around because he was the weakness for the side of EVOS Legends that they managed to exploit.
Every single time, AP brand, damn if you do, damn if you don't. If I stick together, the Arlot can kind of swipe all of us, to out of position. But if we don't stick together, then Dream shows up and he just kidnaps one of us, and we'll never see the light of day for the next 30 seconds. Tough spot for AP brand to be in, but thankfully it's a best of 3. There's still one game left to push the distance. The bigger question is that what is AP brand? What do they need to kind of fix and polish up for game 2?
I think it's just the fact they need to start respecting EVOS Legends, right? I feel like they disrespected EVOS Legends in the first minute of the game. That's why they made the decision to start hard invading. Just Carl TZ when he's a level 3, he doesn't really have Temples of Blades yet. But of course, apart from that, right, also big props over the side of Hejum. And remember, we asked the question, this is a very dive heavy, this is a very fast-paced moving roster from the side of EVOS Legends, right? So if the Faramis wasn't able to follow up, Joy is just gonna run around and just get busted down. But Hejum was able to do so, and of course, MVP goes over to that Joy because we mentioned it. Going in, this is a very aggressive talent build. Going in, Assassin, so he needs as much penetration as possible. Couple that with the Rupture, and then you couple that with the Genius One. Obviously, this is the reason why few literally get melted down in that one fight.
Yeah, I feel like if you are Novaria himself, you also wouldn't expect to have the Joy on top of you, and half a second later, you disintegrate. 9-2 and 9, 95% kill participation. Taz was everywhere around the map.
Yeah, Taz is just Yellow Flash, like just running around like Minato in a sense. No pun intended if you guys remember who Yellow Flash is.
Yeah.
And apart from that, also another interesting build, right? Taz going for the concentrated energy at the same time. So, the spell bam is going to be super strong, right? He's going to heal out of control. Let's take a look at highlights right here. This, I think, is the biggest mistake that AP brand made, unfortunately, and EVOS Legends, knowing that AP brand decided to do that, capitalize that, allowing Taz to get that 2 kills, and then just snowball out of control, and then start to play the purple buff as if it was a total contest.
Yeah, and just of that, I agree with you, right? After that one botch invade, EVOS Legends, they took it to AP Brand's jungle, and they're like, this is how you do it. You talk about Taz being the Yellow Flash. I think Taz also learned the Thunder breathing because he was absolutely styling on AP Brand, right? You could not have been more literal than walking on someone's dead corpse than what Taz did in this game.
Yeah, Carl TZ, that one was just him buying time, right? What AP brand has been doing is just literally buying time for Super Marco to pop off, right? Super Marco was starting to pop off just a little bit, but unfortunately, if you notice, Super Marco was just lagging behind. He's spending most of the time running, whereas his teammate gets ripped apart one by one because of EVOS Legends pick composition.
I think this is the game that, remember, I kind of posed the question, right? So AP brand, they had a Lyric victory over Onyx ID, and afterwards they faced up against Todak. That was a cakewalk. How are they going to reset their mentality for EVOS Legends, who is clearly a better team? And I think we kind of found the answer, at least the first part of it, right? AP brand not really too prepared to take on EVOS Legends in this state. So they got to kind of go back to the drawing board a little bit. And one of the things that I'm looking for is, what else can Few play? Are they going to ditch that Novaria?
I think they're gonna ditch it, right? This one doesn't work against EVOS Legends, so I might as well just reset, right? There's also still like the Farsa that's also wide open. There's also the potential Lunox if you want to go a little bit creative, right? But then again, this is just game number 1, right? Going game number 2, I think it's not about a roster that AP Brand needs to fix. I think it's just about the mentality going up against EVOS Legends, because this is a different beast coming on.
Oh, it definitely is, right? I think what did they call them yesterday? The tiger from the beast from the east or something. But they definitely have awakened. This is a team that has a long list of legacy, right? I know when people compare it to kind of
M1.
The M1 era, you look at it and you're like, yeah, it's not the same roster. It's not even, no one was from the M1 era, but they were the very first organization to lift that trophy. So there is a reputation to be upheld, and with reputation comes big responsibility. And who else has that responsibility to make this happen than our partner at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters? They were the one who basically made everything a reality, right? They gave us this platform to commentate good games. They gave the players a platform to play the good games, and they are the ones who made the LAN event this weekend a possibility. Alongside them is the one and only Samsung Galaxy with the latest product, the Galaxy, the S23 Ultra. That is one of the best devices I've ever come in contact with. Good photography.
I think
good photography.
I think my key feature is definitely the photography, right?
Yeah. I believe you play some games on it, right? How do you feel about it? Come on, give me a quick one.
I think it's actually quite good. I think the best part is not only just the photography as well. I think it's just the fact that you can actually run with high specs and your game looks stunningly good as well.
Yeah, your game looks as good as the pictures that you take. Whether there's a lot of light or whether it's low light situations, do not worry. This device has to cover. So use it to shatter epic and level up your game, just like these players are doing right now.
Yeah, definitely. Now, let's take a look back at this game right now. Don't forget, EVOS Icon, on the other hand, for the side of Group A, they actually took one game from Echo. So now you know where I'm going with, right?
I did.
It's a 2-1. So Echo, and then you also mentioned that Echo actually did a speed run against EVOS Icon as well. So you know when these teams, especially when these Filipino teams, when they actually down one game, they get even more fired up. Now, EVOS Legends, if they really want to solidly play this game in a 2-0 fashion, they really need to start looking deeper. Now they're going up against, AP Brand, which is going to definitely change up just the way they think, the way they play. And now look at them, they're not really actually slouching anymore. They're actually thinking harder. In fact, you can see the focus in the of Orquin just, putting his legs up. He really needs to literally dig even deeper. And I believe they will find that answer against EVOS Legends.
I guess for AP Brand, they're like, all right, guys, it's time to actually play with our fingers, right? Kyle TZ, you were playing with your feet. Now cut that out, play with both hands. This is
amputate him.
This is stage 2. This is not stage 2. This is you watch Naruto and you remember when Rock Lee took off his weights and his weight crushed the arena. This is that moment for AP Brand. Well, hopefully it is that moment for AP Brand.
Man, so many Naruto references in this particular series, right?
Yeah, I grew up. I grew up with that. Okay, this my entire childhood.
I also grew up with that one too. I finished the whole manga, especially. It was it's a really intriguing story as well. I love the magic system, right? Personally, well, it's kind of like a magic system in my opinion, because after you dissect and pull apart the different jutsus or spells, yeah, they feel like wizards to me as compared to ninjas.
Oh yeah, I mean, as a final note, right? Like a lot of my life principles came from the main character, right? I'll just leave it there. That guy has a lot of influence, a lot of strong influences to me when I was still a kid. I think for EVOS Legends, back to how they performed in Game 1, sublime performance. Looking to see the exact same one emulated in Game number 2. We're gonna pull out the draft right now. AP Brand, what is still left in the tank?
Yeah, right now I think it's just Kadita Ben. I think a Paquito will follow suit. I feel like AP Brand needs to start respecting Taz, Joy. If not, EVOS Legends will pull that out as well. But there's also the potential Kaja, right? So AP Brand, if they really want to leak out the Joy, they need to at least secure the Kaja for themselves. Now, EVOS going in second pick, which means that they can secure the Joy and the Kaja together. So this is absolutely safe for EVOS Legends. So AP Brand, I think they need to take out the Joy in this particular event.
That Paquito banned out, Uranus and Valentina as always, so nothing much has changed in terms of the draft, but it's more of the pick, right? I think for AP Brand, they kind of experimented with, we're going to ban the Fanny, take the Link, take the Novaria. Didn't work out at all because there was a Joy and there was a Kaja. Does this, like you said, right, the Joy feels like a priority, and I'm looking to see if AP Brand will ban him out.
I think you have to take it out. That's the only hero that you don't really have an answer to, right? Unless you secure the Kaja. But I feel like right now, AP Brand just doesn't really have the Kaja in their hands unless they first pick the Kaja. But if you first pick the Kaja, you know, I mean, it's a very safe, not say safe, it's a solid hero, but you're very soft, you're very squishy, right? So AP Brand, if they want to go for the Kaja route, they need to definitely secure the Freddy for themselves, right? So EVOS right now, I think they're gonna leak open the Novara, even down to the Joy, maybe ban the Eve away from the side of AP Brand, because you know you want to try to limit what Few can play, because Few has consistently played Novara. You want to force him back into that Novara position, right? There you go, that's Eve ban.
And I think either way, it's still a win-win for EVOS, right? If AP Brand takes the Novaria, EVOS is like, all right, now we have the Link to consider. So Farmers is gonna be the first pick for AP Brand, but EVOS, they still have, you know, decent openings, right? I think the Joy could still be considered. They still have the Arlot if you want to display someone from the Cow Alta. I don't think it changes too much in terms of the drafting sequence for EVOS.
Yeah, but now does EVOS and Legends want to take the Novara away? Because right now, what AP Brand just did is just take away what Hijime can play, right? The Faramis away. Now, there's also still zone denials, like what you mentioned, like for example, the Arlot as well, just sweep everybody down, and then especially when they're in a Cow Alta, there's also, you know, zone denials coming out from the Farsa as well. Used quite well against the Faramis. You do have a faster rotation as compared to the Faramis in the mid lane, and you can also burst everybody down. And with that sense, zone denial is the name of the game for the side of EVOS Legends. They selected a Melissa. Now the model is just gonna drag everybody down and then just burst everyone down. You mentioned that Melissa actually fell off in terms of the priority when you were discussing with Sir Cloud. There you go. That's a Melissa from the EVOS Legends.
Yeah, and there's a snap pick as well, right? We talk about the Arlot, which is going to go unaffected, so we can see it again onto Fluffy, in Fluffy's hands. Now the onus is on AP Brand. What else do you want to go for? Locking the farm is kind of just says to EVOS that, well, we're not playing the Novara anymore. We're gonna have a team fight comp. We're gonna make sure that if you die first, we have a way to survive that. But what are the options for them?
There's still a Joy, there's still a Kaja that's also wide open if they want to go back to game number one, the theme for game number one. And right now they're looking deep. Okay, this time around they're going to change it up just a little bit. This Lapu Lapu and also Claude is meant to counter that Melissa. Now the Melissa doesn't look very scary anymore, and now that's also going to be a Joy from the other side, which EVOS Legends found great success using this Joy.
I think at the end of the day, right, if the Joy starts snowballing and get the immense damage, even with the Cow Alta, you're still putting yourself at risk of getting, you know, run down by the Joy and getting mini stunned by your own ultimate, right? It's still not a foolproof solution to deal with a Joy. But I guess in this case, at least you have this fail-safe, you have this insurance from the Faramis to keep your team safe when he dives you.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, if you want to dive against the Joy can zap you away, but there's also apart from that, EVOS Legends, if you notice, that's a lot of AoE damage in a sense, right? From the Melissa and also with the Joy. Now, this Joy definitely going into the jungle this time around, TaS is looking to use that again. EVOS Legends preemptively ban away the Kaja because it means like they don't really want AP Brand to go for it. But looking at AP Brand's roster, like I said, a very kind of pseudo squishy roster because you do have, you know, the innate sustain from the side of the Faramis called Alta, and also the lifesteal from Spellbam this time around. It's called Spellbam now. Spellbam from the Bravest Warrior and also from the Lapu Lapu as well. Yeah, so right now AP Brand, I think they took away the Minotaur as well, known counter against Faramis. They used that against EVOS Legends, but they didn't seem to find any success using that one.
I mean, even without, we look back at the Minotaur, that was because there was a Kaja on the other end, right? You can kind of drag the Minotaur away. So I guess this makes so much more sense. Kaja ban out, so you don't want to take the risk and you go for the Minotaur ban instead. I do wonder what else is left in tank if you are, if you are AP Brand. You are still looking for a roamer. You're still looking for someone who can go in the jungle, but Ling is definitely off the boat. So who else is going to be a fit? Are we gonna expect him to fall back to something like Fredrin or Akai?
Yeah, I think the Fredrin is always old reliable because Fredrin is just so good in in his own role. He's also quite tanky at the same time, and Appraisal's Drive does a lot of damage, can also turn around that fight as well. So, you know, I think right now, if EVOS Legends want to limit the jungle pool, I think they should take the Fragile away, because it's also someone that's very tanky against EVOS Legends. But no, looking at that, they're banning away Flap TZ Ling, and immediately that's Farsa, which is a no counter against the Faramis.
Yeah, so they definitely are still very respecting the Ling. EVOS Legends side, again, same thing, right? Looking for a Roamer, looking for... I mean, it could be... I was about to say Angela because you have the Joy on the side, but the Florin, like you say, the new flavor of Estes, now on the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, this floor is going to be very helpful, right? The ultimate is going to allow her to heal Joy wherever she is, because the Joy will be dashing away very far away. So I think this global heal is also very helpful. And just in case the AP brand decides to go for an assassin jungle this time around, instead of going, well, the common version that we see, the Florin is also a good counter against these assassins.
Oh boy, I mean, EVOS Legends so far so solid. AP brand, I feel like you're kind of strapped for picks, right? So Hayabusa is going to be the choice for Kaltizi. We see that Grok being picked up as well in the role. How is this lineup going to fare? I mean, for EVOS, they are still looking for that mid laner. The primary 4 are now out of the table. I mean, they can still go for the Novara, I suppose, if they want to, though there's a Hayabusa on the other end.
Yeah, the Novara is going to be not a very good pick for the side of EVOS Legends, right? Maybe go for a Lunox as well. I think
Lilia?
Lunox really works really well. Lilia can also work because of the zone denial, but I prefer the Lunox because you do want to just prevent the Bravest Warrior dive onto you. There's also... No, the Youth is already taken away. So yeah, like what you said, the mage pool is just being limited so hard right there. AP brand, you know, banning away the Farsa is really quite good. Now, there's also potential that Fragile mid can be played by the side of AP, by the side of EVOS Legends, but no, look at them. They're going full out. That's going to be a... Wait, a Florin mid? Wait, hold up. How is this?
It's a Ruby mid.
Changing up? Yeah, that's a Ruby mid. It's like basically taking a book from AP brand. They sported a fighter mid lane before, and now this time around, it's going to be a Ruby mid.
Walk me through this. What are we looking for this time? I mean, it's obviously... For AP brand, you know, they bring the Hayabusa, a more standard lineup, but for EVOS, they got the Florin, they got the Ruby mid. Are they looking for lane priority?
No, I don't think they're looking for lane priority in the mid lane. They're going to hard shove mid lane and then rotate harder, right? Ruby does have decent wave clear in the mid lane. It's very rare for us to see a Ruby mid, right? Usually a Ruby goes into the roam. No, I don't think a Florin goes to mid as well. You don't really want the Florin to get most of the gold because you want the Ruby to get more gold. But this Ruby is also very helpful against jungle invades, right? Hayabusa very prone to jungle invades. This time around, they forgot about the Hilda. It's going to let it through. Now, if the Ruby was able to clear the mid lane quick enough and then start hard invading jungle, and don't forget, with the life steal update, now with the Festival of Blood and Brave Smite, this Ruby is actually going to heal non-stop and actually will love to duke you 1v1 in the jungle.
Yeah, now we know who pay attention to during our commercial break at the videos, because it did sport the Festival of Blood and Brave Smite for a Ruby. I believe it was played by Arnold004 or something. Pretty neat stuff. But here it is, game 2 between AP brand and EVOS Legends, and of course, I can't believe I'm saying this, AP brand on the back foot.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? This is a team that has been surviving on this momentum, and then momentum is exactly what they're looking for, right? With Grok, they do have some early game invades that they can also potentially do as well. So Joy this time around not gonna be also getting around the jungle easily. With the help of you as well, there's also some movement speed at the same time, and Awkward, even in the early game, going in even with the Concussive Blast as well, wants to help the mid lane to clear faster as compared to their own Ruby, against the lane matchup, which is the Ruby, right?
Yeah. But it's lovely stuff from you know, Dreams and Hijumi, just making sure that Taz got onto a slightly rough start, but he was able to secure both the orange and the purple buff, so he's kind of back on track. Contrary to, you know, what AP brand tried to do, I think at least for AP brand, you do have, like you said, better way to kind of invade. You're not going to give away members to EVOS Legends and let them snowball. So this is a more even start for both teams. I say that Taz trying to run down Oakland with the electrifying beast, almost takes him down.
Yeah, and something interesting about the emblems right here. If you notice how Kyle TZ is not going for the Season Hunter at all. Taz is the one that has Season Hunter. Kyle TZ went for the Master Assassin. He really wants to find the pickouts on EVOS Legends and then assassinate them one by one. Now, Fluffy, instead of going for the Festival of Blood, went for the, I believe, Tenacity, because you want to out lane and out sustain and going in and out against Flap TZ in lane. So right now, if you notice how the rotations of EVOS Legends, right, instead they're sending Hijume as the Ruby down bot as well.
Good, Flap TZ is going to be there. Hijume going to hit 4 very soon. So no contest from AP Brand. You don't want to push this. Good news is that on the top side, Super Marco is slightly winning out the trade against Brands in this early game, as Ogwen was spotted roaming around in the jungle with EVOS Legends, as both teams start to jostle around for some turtle control.
Yeah, turtle control, both these two fighters, right? Oh, well, Fluffy and Flap TZ is actually trying to contest for the attention of the turtle, but Ogwen, Hijume going down with the I'm Offender on top of Ogwen. That's no I'm Offender for this turtle fight. Unfortunately, both these two teams are not looking at the turtle as of yet because they want the jungle up and ready before they actually go for the strike.
And one of a slower turtle takes, you can see Flap TZ showing up to the scene as well. The fact that Hijume puts himself in front, even without the I'm Offended, still poses a significant threat with Dreams behind him, right? The sustain in these fights, pretty nutty for EVOS Legends with the bloom up from Florian, but just like you said, without the appropriate resources, they're not going to do it, so AP Brand gets the turtle.
Yeah, I think Hijume blew the I'm Offender early on. That actually costed him the turtle. And this time around, Taz is not actually able to snowball out of AP Brand. This time around, AP Brand showing a little bit more respect, right? Ogwen is also hard invading against Taz, especially level 1 this time around. Ogwen is in the target.
Yeah, wild charge, just instantly gets out of dodge. Nothing much can be done, so Taz, an attempt invade on the top jungle, also not able to do it. AP Brand, at least in this game, you not only got to an even start, but you are kind of soft winning that goal lane matchup, right? Brand's constantly calling for help from Dreams.
That's not very normal, right? Usually, Super Marco in the early game as a plot is a little bit softer, but this time around, Hijume now the target. Don't forget, Kyle TZ is actually rocking on the Master Assassin. Actually did quite a huge chunk of damage against Hijume, but Hijume can always heal up, and this is the power of the Ruby in the mid lane, right? You can always heal up from these minions.
Ogwen wanted to follow up, but he's blocked by his own barrier, but they did get the flicker out of Hijume, and that is massive if you're AP Brand. Ogwen starting to threaten Taz again in his own jungle. The ultimate was used. Taz will get that purple buff. Flap TZ instantly disengages with the Bravest Warrior.
Oh, that's another miss. I'm offended, and also, another flicker once again. Now, no I'm offended for the next turtle fight. And so take a look at the gold leaderboard, right? Super Marco leading in terms of the gold lead, so that's very good for the side of AP Brand. But then again, EVOS Legends, when the Melissa hits critical mass, the Muddles is actually going to hurt a lot. So AP Brand needs to know when to disengage from the Melissa. But on the other hand, Kyle TZ, slowly taking over in terms of the farm. Taz, on the other hand, I don't think he has enough damage.
Yeah, Fluffy getting the reset from Demon Mark, trying to heal back up, but doesn't have enough. So first blood goes over to Kyle TZ.
Yep, that's very easy pickings for the side of Kyle TZ, right? Fluffy was caught off guard on his own. Don't forget the Master Assassin also does a lot of damage. Now Super Marco going to unleash hell with the Blazing Duet just to wave clear, just to reset the wave, because right now, AP Brand is looking at the turtle instead. Taz is already there.
Going in all alone. Again, his teammates not ready to support him, so this turtle will go over to AP Brand. 2-0 so far in terms of objectives. But TZ continues to go in for the dive. Bravest Warrior used as well. Hijume will be the target. The stun just clips him on the edge. The barrier trying to block him out, but unfortunately not able to do so. So EVOS Legends were able to get Hijume out.
Yeah, a lot more respect for the side of AP Brand, but don't forget, if you notice how the rotations from Brands, right? You want to go into the mid to try to help, but then again, you're giving more gold over the side of Super Marco. Super Marco, I believe, blew the Blazing Duet once again just to get more wave clear, and now the Brands, I think, botching that rotation is going to return to the top lane with a half HP turret.
And just like that, right? Brands will have to play catch-up game. This is a complete opposite of game number 1 in the AP Brand. Ogwen, I mean, on this Grok himself is kind of a big problem that EVOS Legends have no answer to, right? Especially when you are running the Ruby, you're expecting to get these catches, but Ogwen just, the nature of the hero doesn't allow it to happen.
Yeah, and because of the CC immunity when he goes in for a skill. And not only just that, right? Ogwen did his role to basically slow down Taz at the same time, because first skill of the Grok in the early game does a lot of damage, but bottom lane, Flap TZ going up against Fluffy.
Might be one level ahead, but Fluffy already using the ultimate, so no more follow-up onto Flapteezy. It's gonna disengage. Top side AP Brand are putting some emphasis. Kalteezy around the corner as well. Jumi will show up on the map. A lot of emphasis on this area. With 30 seconds until the next turtle spawns. And Taz looking for a kill onto Few. Decides against it instantly, but it might be too late. They use the blue, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Taz ends up going down. Hijume also not look too healthy. The Muddles is there from Brands, but now he's going to use the get away from me. And AP Brand was like, no, we will stick onto you. Brands able to get away, but not far enough. There's 3 dead for the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, it's just all of a sudden, you know, EVOS Legends trying to hit, thought that they got hit critical mass. They tried to fight this, but Flapteezy going up against Fluffy in the mid lane right here. If you notice how Flapteezy just now during that team fight was actually trying to cut the waves. EVOS Legends right here a little bit disarray because right now Tess is supposed to snowball. He wasn't able to find the snowball because AP Brand is not feeding him food.
And EVOS Legends down 4,000. 7.5 minutes in. Mid lane as well, right? This Ruby mid lane not able to contribute as much as you would have liked for EVOS Legends. So Taz continues to go back into the jungle to farm up. Which team is going to be better in that late game? Is it going to be AP Brand with the Claude?
I think it's gonna be AP Brand. That's correct. AP Brand with the Claw because Phil does have the Cal Alter to also help off as well. Because you know you saw how annoying AP Brand needs to deal with EVOS Legends in the late game, right? Because when the Cal Alter starts to have lower cooldown, don't forget there's also the Wild Charge coming in.
Yeah, Flicker into the wall, Bloom used as well, but it doesn't really matter. Task gets bursted. Second death for the Joy. That's easy. Overstanding just a little bit. Hijume is going to be dead. Flicker actually not getting the pullback. But Peasy just walks out of it.
Oh,
they even come in.
the value.
Super Marco with the Blazing Duet, forcing out the getaway from Brands. I mean, AP Brand are just gatekeeping EVOS Legends in front of their own turret.
Yeah, literally building a wall, right? This is how you gatekeep EVOS Legends. Don't forget, EVOS Legends finally got a 1-game win from, from AP Brand. Now this time around, AP Brand knows and started to fix the leaks on their sinking, a little bit sinking ship. Now EVOS Legends this time around, they're the sinking ship because the torpedo coming up from AP Brand is strong, and that torpedo comes from Kalteezy. He's actually creating a lot of pressure in the enemy jungle. He's also picking up several kills right here. Tas is a little bit slower this time around. This time around does finally built into the Holy Crystal, but then again, AP Brand is able to burst down Tas. And Tas, I don't think, even with the dashes, if you get caught off guard like that, yeah, AP Brand will be easy pickings. It will be easy pickings for EVOS Legends.
Fluffy tried to get away with the dash. Vengeance doing a good job. Hijume will be dead. 4 members of EVOS Legends around the corner. Flapteezy will be the first target, but has to play versus Warriors, so he will be safe. And Brand's now in danger using that ultimate, but it doesn't matter because OG Shadow Kill ignores it completely, and Kalteezy is on a killing spree. Taz running in with the electrifying beast, but Few will get the Call Alter off. So no kills on the side of Brand, AP Brand just yet. Fluffy will try, but he can get pulled back, force the flicker away, and Kalteezy chases him down for a mega kill. EVOS Legends falling apart.
Yeah, and it all started because, you know, Kalteezy was able to find a shadow kill onto Taz. Taz absorbed most of that, and also Brands at the same time, while Kalteezy picks up the Lord at the same time. Now Super Marco going in.
The Blazing Duet onto Hijume and Dream. Gonna force that ultimate off the floor and out healing them, but it doesn't really matter. The objective is going over to AP Brand. They have a 7.6k gold advantage. Taz gotta be very careful. 3 members of AP Brand by his side. He's gonna use that electrifying beast to get away, and AP Brand will stop it.
I like the fact that Ogwin actually built that wall right there. There's a small little dot of movement that allows Taz to basically sneak away. That's how annoying Joy can be. But at this time, at this rate, right, if you take a look at the damage leaderboard, Kalteezy is actually outputting quite a lot of damage onto the right targets, right? Onto Brands at the same time. Now, you start to question the Hijume going in with the Ruby in the mid lane. There's a few things that he kind of missed, especially with I'm Offender, which actually gave out so much value, and the AP Brand is slowly capitalizing on all of that advantage. Now with the Lord marching down bot, there's also another prong video wave up top. Kalteezy will go and deal with that one, and that's already two lane that only has the inhibitor turrets.
A clean game so far. Brands blocked out from his own base. Lord's gonna be just killed off as Brands will rendezvous with the rest of the team, but this is a masterclass from AP Brand. 7-0 so far. EVOS Legends couldn't hold a candle to it.
Yeah, and I like the fact that EVOS Legends actually took one game from AP Brand, and in game number 2, AP Brand, I'm not gonna let you win. And when I say I'm not gonna let you win, I'm gonna play this game perfectly. No kills from the side of EVOS Legends, they couldn't find it. Few is the one that literally denies EVOS Legends from any of these kills, and because of that, all of a sudden you blink, EVOS Legends is trapped in their base.
Oh, the flicker pull back into the base, open charges away, Flapteezy in the midst of things, they use the bloom keep themselves alive. EVOS Legends with a good attempt. There's no kills for them.
And Few doesn't even need to use the Call Altar. So EVOS Legends right now, yes, they managed to get a pick off using Hijume. This time round, the Ruby actually put into great use, but there's not enough damage from the side of EVOS Legends to take advantage of that play. Because take a look at the gold lead, 10k in a favor of AP Brand. All that standing gold they had after that Lord push just allows them to get so much value out of it. Not only just that, they also put EVOS Legends back into their place in their side of the map. Yeah, that's very strong for the side of AP Brand, because take a look, Super Marco and KaoTZ leading in the gold earned leaderboard right here. KaoTZ has been farming like a storm, not only just from the jungle creeps, but also from EVOS Legends as well.
The same can't be said for Brands right here. Is 3,000 net worth ahead, behind Super Marco. Here's Melissa. There's still a long way before he even starts remotely dealing any damage, and the second Lord is going to be up in 20 seconds.
There's no range for the side of EVOS Legends, right? Like the hero that has the most range for the side of EVOS Legends technically is Brands, but KaoTZ could just jump all the way in, shadow kill like that. Look at him just clearing a wave at the same time, and he could just bounce back easily.
And the rest of AP Brands going to show up, splitting EVOS Legends as they scatter into the wind. Fluffy should be fine. Final slash use as well to displace members of AP Brand, whereas Taz is going to get chased down by FlapTZ and KaoTZ. This Joy just can't do anything as he gets sliced like hot butter through knife. Hot knife through butter. EVOS Legends just, I mean, 8 and down 0-8 right now. Still nothing that they can do.
I like the fact that, you know, the Observer, there's two fights happening right there. Observer chose the one at the bottom because he knows that Taz is actually just got caught out of position. No one for the side of EVOS Legends can actually reach him. Gate kept literally by Awkward and Few. And now because of that one kill, no jungle, AP Brand proceeds to burst down this Lord. Easy pickings for their side. Now EVOS Legends has to play base defense. But if you take a look at their base defense mechanism, there's no one that could actually AoE wave clear except for Hijume, but getting Hijume to do that means that Hijume needs to put himself up close. If you take a look at the items right now, Dom Eyes, Blade, Armor, so there's not enough damage from the side of EVOS Legends. The mid lane usually should have the damage, but then again, Ruby going in with no damage at all. So EVOS Legends lacking in the damage department. They can't even kill anybody for the side AP Brand. You couple that with Few on the Call Altar, and also Few can also do damage with Ghost Bursters. That also does a lot of damage too.
Yume tried the flicker trick again, and this time it missed. So big resource expended for nothing. EVOS Legends are definitely going to lose this bottom inhibitor. And without Hijume's mean of engage, it feels like there's no way for them to take any fight or to isolate the members of AP Brand. Open from the back, big knockup with a wild charge. All 4 of them into the air. EVOS Legends trying to survive right now. Everyone's scattering into the wind. You can see Super Marco comes in with the blazing wet, but Brands will take down FlapTZ at least. 4 versus 4. However, he's going to be taken down very quickly. Hijume also falls. Super Marco dealing the massive damage that his team needs. EVOS Legends keeping this game alive just barely as Taz goes on the chase, but he's too far. He's gonna destroy Super Marco as he Nikola Tesla his backside with electric. EVOS Legends still in this game.
EVOS Legends still in the game, but two big things happened, right? AP Brand was able to secure mid lane and bot lane. That was a massive wild charge committed by Awkward at the same time, but unfortunately they're fighting right underneath the turret. So, and I was actually doubting EVOS Legends, you know, amount of damage they could output reliably with Ruby. Let's take a look at the replay, right? If you take a look, Brands is actually free hitting from the backline. Let's secure the Lord already taken down. Brands is going to commit to the flicker because he knows he's the main damage dealer, and once, you know, EVOS Legends losing Brands, they know they can actually push up. AP Brand got a little bit greedy with the Joy because they noticed that Taz is really out of position right there, but Taz on the ultimate still does a lot of damage, especially in the late game part, right? He's already secured the Holy Crystal. He's also secured the Genius 1 plus Elite Ignition. Super Marco decides to bounce back to try to get for that kill. I think a little bit too greedy right there. Giving 2 kills over the EVOS Legends. That's shut down gold, but AP Brand still leading in the gold department in 10k.
10,000 net worth lead. Nothing to scoff at for sure. But EVOS Legends, if they can pull off a fight like that again, then I think we will definitely have an even match on our hands. Easier said than done though. Brands needs to go massive, Taz needs to go massive.
Yeah, especially Hijume, right? The one time that finally Hijume actually managed to get a good catch was that particular fight. He needs to do that over and over again. So the pressure is starting to be a little bit high for their side, especially how Awkward actually start putting down the walls like that. Don't forget, it is EVOS Legends. Stuck in the base, they can't really possibly do anything because the Lord is already up. AP Brand has total map dominance yet. So, and with that turret is just one dot, right? Awkward, I think he could just step out and just punch it down, and that's an open base for the side of EVOS Legends.
And of course, this Lord is going to be a no contest against Lord number 3 for AP Brand. Might just be what they need to push this to a third.
Definitely, I think well, okay, I don't know exactly what's happened right there, but we didn't get muted, so thank God for that note. But hold on a second, it is still a Lord secure by the side of AP Brand. EVOS Legends right here, once again, base defense, right? The only defense they can do is a good offense. Hijume needs to land out the I'm offended onto AP Brand, catch as many people as possible, and probably use the core to basically supplement into the damage. And that's a little bit awkward, if you ask me, coming out from the side of EVOS Legends in terms of executing that one. You can see Awkward doing exactly that right here. Just gonna boop that turret and then, unleash the floodgates of minions and Lord.
And there it is, the final push coming in from AP Brand. Can they survive this though? Bloom already used by the side of Dreams to keep his team alive. Tash trying to run down Calteezy and blows his immortality in the process. Brands will now turn his attention to deal with the Lord instead. EVOS Legends once more holding on to this game, and I mean AP Brand were not able to capitalize on anything.
Yeah, Calteezy entered a little bit too early right there, but there was a nice 3-prong attack for the side of AP Brand. Awkward credited for that one by unleashing the floodgates at the same time. However, the defense is there. I'm actually kind of surprised because Hijume was actually desperately trying to wave clear and absorbing a lot of these attention. Taz, on the other hand, finding Calteezy was huge, but then again, it only delays inevitable. 13k goalie in the favor of AP Brand. EVOS Legends still like 1 or 2 items, maybe 1 item shy away from a full build, but EVOS Legends is starting to pick up all the items that they need in order to dish out the damage, especially with Brands, right? Brands didn't even use Inspire earlier on just now. So AP Brand, I think, if they really want to play the safe to secure a game number 3, they should actually try to go for that Lord.
The flicker into the wild charge. Brand's gonna be the target. He's gonna still hold on to the Inspire for now. The ultimate not used. EVOS Legends being really patient with this fight. The bloom though from Dreams already blew to keep his team healthy, and now blazing away from Super Marco onto everyone on the side of EVOS Legends. They're all dropping low. Not there just yet though. Fluffy comes back to life with the immortality as they do lose the floor, and finally Dreams falls. Hijume might be the second as he cannot hang on for long enough. The flicker forward from Few to pull back the members of EVOS Legends, but it's still not enough. Brand needs to fall, and he's still alive. Life stealing back up. Open, looking for a flank, couldn't find it. EVOS Legends once more hold on to the game.
Yeah, they committed way too much for the side of AP Brand. AP Brand lost a little bit of patience right there. And EVOS Legends, they are able to capitalize on that one because right now playing base defense, you saw Hijume using the I'm Offender onto Awkward, but Awkward is actually big, so he doesn't really care, and he eats a wall charge right at the face. And speaking of wall charge, he's going in right now.
This could be the end, right? EVOS Legends, they still haven't had their members back just yet. Calteezy going straight for the crystal. Taz also falls. It's Brand against the entire world. AP Brand looking to close this out. Dreams back in 3, but it doesn't really matter. AP Brand, they won game 3, and they have gotten it. It is not over just yet, my friend. We are going the full distance.
Is this like the first game number 3 for Stream C?
From Stream C? Yeah, it is. The game.
Yeah, I think it is.
Game 3, yeah.
Yeah, finally. But if you hold your thoughts just a little bit, AP Brand, on the other hand, this time round, they finally dot their I's, crosses all their T's, right? This time round, they're coming in playing a little bit more disciplined. Just now, I thought they were a little bit impatient right there, just try to end that game right there. But unfortunately for EVOS Legends, right, they blew the I'm Offended super early on. So that probably costed them the whole fight. And then eats a wall charge like what I mentioned right in the face. But apart from that, Calteezy was able to find on the assassination onto Brands. He's the main target for the side of EVOS Legends. He's the only person that could comfortably dish out the damage, and if it's not him, it will be Taz. But if Taz, misses the dash and is unable to go into the ultimate, he's also not going to do a lot of damage. So there's a lot of room for errors for the side of EVOS Legends. And what AP Brand did is just slowly clamping down on their win condition, which is to get Calteezy to assassinate Taz or Brands if they can do that.
Yeah, and well, we finally had a great series on our hands, right? And this one, I said, one of the more higher profile series that we're gonna have on the stream today. Well, EVOS Legends, they were so close, but unfortunately, again, the job is not done just yet. You know, it's like dealing with venomous animals. You want to kill them right then and there. If not, their venom can still sting you, and that's the case. AP Brand woke up in game 2, and they strike back real hard.
Yeah, literally defangs EVOS Legends right there in game number 2, right? But if you take a look, I feel like the Ruby pick just did not work out for the side of EVOS Legends. Like, there's a few times that Hijime wanted to go onto this Flicker ultimate. You also pointed out and misses quite a few times as well. But you gotta admit, on paper, it actually worked quite well, right? You do have a bit of quicker clear so that you can rotate even more active around the map. But going towards the later part of the game, where it's the damage, there's not enough damage for the side of EVOS Legends. Usually the mid laner is that mage role that has a bit more, that also contributes into the damage. It's now gone. And this is not like game number 1 where Taz is actually snowballing out of control. This time round, it is AP Brand that actually duct tape him up in his own jungle, and he's not allowed to snowball.
So both games we saw kind of the same storyline from the early to mid game, which is the junglers getting invaded and getting shut down. You know, we saw that from EVOS Legends. Now we saw it from AP Brand in game number 2. We're also going to take a look at the post-game statistics, because this one isn't really pretty at all if you're an EVOS Legends fans. Absolute shutout.
Yeah, not only just that, right? Like, they only just hit the 55k mark, but the game has already ended, right? And if you notice how, you know, Taz actually building the same. And if you notice as well, this Ruby, right, didn't really go for the Has Cross as well, a known prior item for this Ruby. Yes, the emblems actually work quite well. Bloodlust Axe will make him kind of almost unkillable, but this time around, it's going in pure defensive items, right? So no spell bamp, no like life steals or whatsoever, going in and hoping that the talents and also the innate kit of the Ruby to sustain him, albeit to no avail. And not only just that, Pew on the also does a lot of damage with the Ghostbusters. He's the one that actually kind of put a nail in the coffin when everybody's down low, because Super Marco bursts in down with the Blazing Duet. But Pew comes in, the Ghostbusters jumping from one target to another. That's the one that actually ended EVOS Legends in that particular team fight.
It's just a very, very dominant one from AP Brand. And we finally get to see Super Marco come online, right? I think this kind of also brings me back to at the start of the draft. I was looking at the Melissa getting picked up, and I wondered to myself, why not the Claude?
I think the Claude is kind of iffy, right? In the late game, he looks monstrous, right? But in the late game, he's squishy. He's tend to be bullied if your roam is not careful. But if you notice how, you know, in the early game, it is the other way around. In the gold lane, Super Marco was having the priority even up against Melissa, right? And that's because, you know, the Claude can BMI away from the puppet. So there's a lot of small little micro things that the Claude can do in the early game, and Brands ultimately suffered. And not only just that, right? EVOS Legends, they don't really have any high ground at all, so which makes it, if EVOS Legends is not putting AP Brand on their side of the map, EVOS Legends doesn't really have the wave clear to deal with any base defense over and over again. It's the same like game number 1 for AP Brand, but AP Brand does have the Novara this time around. But if you take a look at game number 2, Flap TZ also creating a tremendous amount of space, making sure that Brand is unable to free hit from afar. Cal TZ, you know, the ever-looming shadow kill goes into iframes. Is also a very scary thing for Brands, and you know, because of that, Brands wasn't able to show up.
And again, this is I think it's a blowout game number 2. AP Brand, well, they've woken up a little bit. We are starting to see some of the trend, I suppose, some of the norms for the series, right? We're seeing the emphasis of the R-Lot and Joy on the side of EVOS Legends, and both teams bringing out completely opposite drafts for both of their games. I mean, AP Brand, they were able to enable Kautizi a lot more with this Hayabusa compared to the Link, just because he doesn't rely on the purple buff as much.
Yeah, that's right. There's no purple buff contest to be done for the side of EVOS Legends, which was the main recipe for game number 1. But this time around, Kaltizi, you know, redeeming himself. You know, after that botch lane game, he comes back with a Hayabusa, like what I pointed out during the emblems when it first showed during the game. Instead of going for the Season Hunter for the Hayabusa, he went on full damage. He knows most of the time he's actually in the back line trying to solo kill with the shadow kill, right? There you go in for the Master Assassin. And you also kind of asked me the question with Hanzo, right? Because the fact that Hayabusa does have more priority, and the fact that there's also an enemy joy on the other side that could just find your real body and dive you, so Hanzo does have that weakness. But a Hayabusa, this ninja, he doesn't.
yeah, he's the embodiment of Shadow. We're gonna also kind of go through the highlights. I mean, in this MVP screen, Kautizi, what else can you say, right? 6-0 on this Hayabusa, completely uncontested, and it's just so hard to stop him. Evo's Legends caught him once, but at that one time he had the immortality, so not that it mattered too much. He kept that KD intact.
Yeah, not only just that, if you notice, when you see the highlights just now, the first kill only happened at 5 minutes. AP Brand was just slowly making sure that Hayabusa is well fed, and when Hayabusa is well fed, he can snowball, right? There are sometimes when you also talk about the fact that Hayabusa can also go into the shadow kill when, you know, there's a go away models. You saw what happened. Brand's trying to push the Hayabusa away, but the shadow kill does have the iframe, and these shadows just jukes, you know, Evo's Legends around, just flinging them around like a ragdoll because they don't really have the range to counter against AP Brand's draw.
All this considered, props to Evo's Legends for putting up such a crazy space defense, right? They had to really fight tooth and nail to keep the game alive, but unfortunately, it's just not meant to be. They were just too far behind to have anything meaningful, and this was kind of the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, you talk about too far behind, not only just in terms of economy, not in terms of just the map pressure and the tempo, right? It's also the range. There's not enough range for the side of Evo's Legends to basically counteract against, you know, Brand eSports. Brand eSports, on the other hand, they've got the range. The Lapu Lapu first skill technically is like a range. Wild Charge has a huge range. The Shadow could just jump to your backline and ignore your front line at the same time. There's also the Ghost Bursters just in case to dish out the damage that's required to finish out the job. You saw that again once in the highlights, right? In fact, the wall also contributed to a bit part of the damage to allow the Ghost Burster prop to just clean up house for the side of Evo's Legends.
So we got a lovely series. We have AP Brand, who are the projected winners of the series. Now I'm up 1-1 against Evo's Legends. So my prediction is still intact, right? I'm looking for a 2-1. I was looking for Evo's Legends to kind of, you know, leave a mark on AP Brand, right? Don't go down without a fight. I want them to go down swinging, and they have done the first part. But we have a game streak coming up after a short break, so do get a toilet break, get some snacks, and be right back for the final showdown between AP Brand and Evo's Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a break? They all amazed, this ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work. Till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
I am the vixen, I am the stallion, I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens, cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs, you're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, and put in work. Put in work, okay, work today, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang
wanna so bug, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Even in higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. Make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a threat? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
It is game number 3 between AP Brand and EVOS Legends. One final showdown to see if EVOS Legends can overcome the obstacle that's been plaguing them for so long and whether AP Brand can continue the clean win streak in this group stage. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals and you're here with us. My name is Husky and alongside me is my buddy Jace.
Hey, we're buddies now. Yay! I remember the last time when I went to Malaysia and we kind of hung out just a little bit more. It was actually a really fun experience right there, right? Like, I like the fact that, you know, you also mentioned that you like the contest between the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams butting heads against each other. And then you have someone from Malaysia and someone from Singapore just like, yeah, we're watching.
Yeah, we're watching. You know that meme where like two guys is fighting and then there's one guy who's just
fight.
taking photographs. You know,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we're that guy. We're that guy. So and we got a series on our hands.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna pull the Godzilla meme. Let them fight.
Oh, that could be one of it. I was thinking of the other one, the street fight. But you know, either way, I think for both regions, this has been a long time coming, right? We have a couple of 2-1s, but never on stream C, so this is definitely a treat. In fact, you know, it's the most unlikeliest of 1-1 score, right? Because judging by previous performance, this should have been over by game 2, and yet here we are bracing ourselves for one final game.
Yeah, Circloud likes to say, you know, I like to look at the stats and make my decisions. This is the one that literally went against the stats, right? This is an anomaly for the side of EVOS Legends to actually take one game from AP Brand and, you know, they punish AP Brand's mistakes. And now this time around, you know, EVOS Legends decide to go for a Ruby in the mid lane and it definitely costed them. It busted right in front of their face. And now, you know, you bet AP Brad is really offended by game number 1. And don't forget, you asked me about, Echo getting like the fastest game in the Snapdragon Pro Series this time around. I mean, if they really want to repeat history, they can also try to just 10-minute game against eVoS Legends.
I mean, right now you look at eVoS Legends, right? One of the good things I love about a full series, whether it's a best of 3 or a best of 5, is that the deeper we head into a series, the deeper we get into the pockets of these players. I mean, if we've already seen a Ruby mid lane, who's to say that we're not going to see any other, I wouldn't say wacky picks, but I would say unorthodox selections. And this is where, the coaches, the analysts, they really pry their brains and kind of come up with strategies that you don't really see too much to kind of catch the opponents off guard at the same time. Maybe this draft is going to give us a bit of that insight. So Kadita, Paquito, and Valentina still ban out. No changes so far.
I feel like what AP Brand did well in game number 2 at the start of the draft, right, is that if you notice how AP Brand literally starving out all the meta mages. We talked about, the potential Lilia that could come out. We talked about the potential Lunox that could come out. It didn't come out. Hijume decides to last pick the Ruby. And if there's if this is an experiment that AP Brand did in game number 2, it is in the results that AP Brand wants, right? This shows that they can actually start targeting down on Mage Pool. eVoS Legends could not respond to that. So if you're eVoS Legends right now, you know what's going on. eVoS Legends, I think they need to secure the Mage right here in the first phase pick.
Yeah, I think the only change that we saw was the Faramis, right? And both games, the winning team had a Faramis on their side. So eVoS Legends taking the initiative to ban it out. And at the same time, for all 3 games, they have not switched sides at all. So AP Brand getting priority once more in this first pick. We've seen them first pick the Faramis, which is now not available anymore. We've seen them first pick the Ling, which they did end up losing against eVoS Legends.
Yeah, so it's also kind of confusing or say surprising for me that AP Brand decides to go back into first pick because, you didn't really have a very good time game number 1, and now looking at the draft right here, no, they're going to repeat game number 1, isn't it, Husky?
Yeah, going back to the Ling. Is this a Novara again? I mean, the Joy is open, the Kaja is still there. We've seen a couple of problems, but the main difference is that there's no Faramis, right? So there's this insurance policy that eVoS Legends did get rid of themselves, and maybe that's why AP Brand felt a bit more comfortable picking up the Ling, knowing that they don't have to deal with the Cult Alta.
Yeah, but now, AP Brand is just literally say, hey, game number 1 was a fluke. I'm just going to throw you first pick Ling once again. And this is what I like about Filipino teams, right? You also see that in Blacklist International, sometimes even though they lose with that one roster, they're not afraid. Further down the road, they are not afraid to bring it back up again and contest you right with the same roster once again. Now, speaking about same roster, we're seeing eVoS Legends going back into old reliables such as the Claude, and this time around bringing out a Uranus. You mentioned that for the Dyrov is actually a good matchup against a Uranus. I'm also gonna introduce you another couple of heroes that's also quite good against Uranus. Carry and technically an Esmeralda, right? Esmeralda will be able to hold the lane down against a Uranus, and Uranus, when he goes into shields, Esmeralda loves those shields.
I mean, you can just kind of pick carry right now and not be too worried if you're AP Brand, right? We've seen a certain drafting patterns from even the best teams where if they see the enemies open up first phase marksman, they're gonna go for their own marksman and kind of just leave everything else in the dark. You basically don't have much threat that you need to worry about. In this case for AP Brand, they're gonna go for the Farsa and the Kaja.
This Kaja is good, right? This Kaja, knowing that, eVoS Legends may potentially go for the Joy, they're just gonna secure that and then lock down that Joy even before it actually happened, right? But eVoS Legends, maybe they don't really want to go down that Joy route. They may actually want to go down that Frederick route, right? You want to chain CC and also you have the Ironing Edge, the Uranus slow at the same time. It helps the Claude to kind of catch up with the Blazing Duet to spread the damage all across the board. But also another thing that AP Brand also did this time, right? Instead of going for, the likes of, I would say, the Lunox, which is also does quite well against the Uranus because of your Darkening Shred. This Kaja will be able to kidnap anybody from the side of eVoS Legends, and Farsa does have the ability and also the damage to burst down whoever Ogwen decides to kidnap.
There it is. We see the Novara picked up by eVoS Legends this time. I think when we saw Novara yesterday, one of the key traits she brings is definitely vision control. You get to open up the map with all of your abilities, and that was also against a draft that has a Kaja on the other side. So Hijumi, he's gonna have a lot of work to do because sure you have a Uranus, but it's one of the few heroes that I'm tanky, but I would like to move as well. So Kaja is kind of the soft kryptonite towards the Uranus.
Yeah, not only just that, right? The Kaja is actually the soft kryptonite towards everybody from the side of EVOS Legends, right? If they actually catch the claw right out in open, Ogwin can also do that. And now, because, you know, I'm also kind of confused right here, Husky. Like, EVOS Legends going in for the Novara, even though there's an ever-looming threat of that Ling from AP Bren.
Oh yeah, that kind of goes against everything that we discussed previously, right?
It denies my logic as well, right? Like, this also goes to show that Hijome knows that he needs to secure a mate right now. If not, the mate pool is getting smaller and smaller, right? And don't forget, they are forced to ban away. They actually banned 3 mages themselves, so they actually put themselves into this awkward position.
Yeah, and you see the Bucks are getting banned out by AP Brand. We had the Hilda that was let through in game 2, but there's a chance that AP Brand goes back to the Hilda ban once more because you do want to protect this Ling, you know, in the early stage. At EVOS Legends, they do have a slot for that hero, but I think right now you're going down the marksman pool, right? Because the carry most likely might be a ban, and it is.
Yes.
EVOS Legends banning it out. You don't want the Uranus to get shredded, so for AP Brand is to kind of find a pick that can disrupt this link, and I think Hilda is probably one of the choices.
Yeah, I think they may go for the Hilda to try to disrupt that. And speaking about disruption, there's also the second skill from the Martyrs that can just ignores everything, ignores all the CC you're forcing him down the throat. That's also going to be taken away by AP Brand this time around, EVOS Legends. I think if you really want to try to limit that, try to limit this Ling as well, and also play, you know, the purple contest like a turtle fight, yeah, go for the Hilda. You know, you can start doing that since level 1, right? But of course, you know, looking at what EVOS Legends is going for right here, they also miss out the fact that there's also the fact that they can, AP Brand can always rely back into that Beatrix, right, which is able to find lane priority against this Claude.
Oh, there it is, Franco. So both teams having a way to guarantee a lockdown on their enemies. It's a Kaja Franco battle. One of the old-time classics.
Both sides can suppress, right? Like the Divine Judgment and the Bloody Hunt, right? Like, but it's a lot easier to execute a Franco, in my opinion, because like you could just stay there and then just hook, right? But for a Kaja, you need to flicker and then you need to land down your Divine Judgment. There are a higher chance for you to go wrong there, and it's a very expensive mistake, right? For a hook, it's what, only a 16-second cooldown, so that's a-okay. There you go. AP Brand will secure the Beatrix, but once again, I think they need a very tanky EXP laner to deal with, to supplement their tankiness for the side of AP Brand.
Oh, there it is. Terizla solves the problem, right? You want a tanky XP lane, can hold its own, has decent sustain, and can also start a fight. There it is. Terizla to lock everyone in place. So Lancelot will be the final pick for the side of EVOS Legends. We get the Assassin jungle matchup as well.
Yeah, Lancelot right here, I think should go into the damage Lancelot, right? Unless EVOS Legends for task, right, decides to go a little bit more traditional. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's traditional. They can go fall back into the tank slot once again. But in this meta, I think Assassin Lancelot is a lot better. But if you take a look at the draft, right? Yeah, this time around, it's a lot more balanced for the side of EVOS Legends. It's not like that wonky draft that we saw in game number 2. On the other hand, AP Brand, yeah, Terizla does solve that tankiness problem. But like I said, the pseudo tankiness that we're talking about, right? Like, his tankiness relies on him actually dishing out the damage from the spell ban, right? That's why the Franco looks very scary against AP Brand. You lock the Terizla that's jumping towards your backline with the penalty zone, mind you, and then you just bloody hunt him. He easily gets busted down if he cannot swing his heavy axe around.
Yeah. Do both teams have kind of same win conditions, or are we looking at, you know, AP Brand having a faster draft this time with what they have?
Yes, definitely. AP Brand does have a faster draft. Their heroes comes online a lot faster. So it's about how EVOS plays this, right? If the Uranus starts cutting the waves like how he used to do, but don't forget, Link can also respond to those wave cuts at the same time because of the mobility, right? Now, going into the Land of Dawn this time around, game number 3 is at foot between AP Brand against EVOS. Now, ooh, Iron Hope, very dangerous.
That could have been something, for sure. It could have blown a flicker right off the bat. Both junglers gonna start off just in parallel jungle. Honestly, Taz going for the purple and Kautisi starting on the orange. Kind of to dodge the Franco as well, right? You don't want any sort of you know, harassment. I say that, but You can see that EVO's Legends showing a lot of respect towards AP Brand. In fact, the early rotate from Dreams up top instantly spotted out by FlapTZ.
Yeah, two things interesting about. Oh, that's a hook.
Follow up with Fluffy. Not the most damage, but Taz is not having a good time at all. Actually, he hasn't even gotten his buff. They're gonna get first blood, unfortunately, onto field. ScoutTZ shows up. Low health members on the side of EVO's Legends. Look at Taz, he is having a rough time. Flicker forward from FlapTZ. Look at the slam the hammer down onto Dreams. Catching him at the very end. Iho is gonna be there from Dreams, pulling ScoutTZ back, but he hits level 4. Finds the ultimate, gets the reset, jumps away. As AP Brand starting on EVO's Legends, but Hijumi will find himself a double. The 3 kills for the Novaria, a minute and a half in.
Hold your horses right there. Taz is actually at the orange buff at level 1, so which means that he missed his purple buff. The purple buff actually went up to Awkward. Taz missed the first buff, and now Taz is permanently behind, 2 levels behind ScoutTZ. The turtle is going to spawn in 17 seconds. Taz is in not a good position to basically fight this turtle buff, this turtle fight.
You know what we say? Just press retry. Just press retry when you're getting contested.
It's a disaster for EVO's Legends.
This is not the first time we see this happen, right? We saw this happen in the first series, Burn X Flash against Eurobase Giants. Same thing. If you're contested, just press that retribution and get that buff for yourself. And now Taz, he's not gonna be able to contest. Awkward is just gonna keep harassing him. Taz does have the retribution. Please press it. Thankfully, Dreams is gonna be there. Hijumi helping him out. But Turtle will go over to AP Brand.
Yeah, he didn't really use the retry just to secure for that one. He's very confident. Ogwen, it's really hard for him to actually try to steal the buff away, but the retribution will be pressed by ScoutTZ. Oh no, it's not even pressed by ScoutTZ. He's the one that actually secures the turtle. So if you take a look at the emblems, it's just, look at the gold laners, paying so much respect towards each other. Tenacity for both these two teams. Common emblem for the Clot, my favorite emblem for the Clot, especially, is so addictive, right? You do have a lot of these mana regen to maintain that lane pressure. Novaria going in assassin emblem because she needs that magic penetration and then add on to the rupture as well. So Bargain Hunter is going to help her to get these items. So speaking about getting these items first, Hijime picking up these 3 kills earlier on just now is going to help her escalate and actually grow even faster. Now her snipes will hurt even more as compared to your regular Novaria in the early game.
Especially with the Impure Rage, right? Every single hit feels like you have a mini Lightning Trunkion fight with you. It has trying to play catch-up game right now. 3 levels behind ScoutTZ.
Man.
I mean, the Link just got a Corrosion Sight. Okay, 2 levels behind, but still. Brutal start for Taz. And Ogwen, he's just going to try and look for Fluffy, who also blows his flicker to get out. Meanwhile, they do not know that ScoutTZ is in the bush. Info gathered, flicker by Dreams. Can't get the hook.
Yeah, can't get a hook. We'll be able to hook only the siege minion just to delay. But look at where ScoutTZ is. That's a proper buffer gone, putting Taz even further down. If he's cheeky, he might have tried to take this away at the same time. I can't really see who taking that, but you can see Taz is just permanently behind. Hijime can't do anything against ScoutTZ.
Yeah, ScoutTZ, he drew 4 members of EVO's Legends just by doing that, and it opens up the mid tier 1. That turret is gone.
What?
AP Brand showing us a masterclass of how to play this game right now.
Yeah, it all started because Ogwen took away the purple buff in the first minute, right? It's EVO's Legends. I don't know what's going on for their side, because right now they really need a solid plan to get this Lancelot up to speed, because right now Taz is just dead weight. For the side of EVO's Legends, he doesn't really have enough damage to assassinate anybody. He can't even secure any form of neutral objective. They lost a mid lane as well, and then if you thought that, oh, Bloody Hunt.
Bloody Hunt, whoa, that's a good kill. Exactly what they need. That one going over to Brands of all people, so EVO's Legends, at least you'll be happy that despite this very underwhelming start, you're doing something in the side lanes, right? Both your gold laner and your mid laner are getting something done. I say that, but AP Brand, that 3,000 gold ahead, and a big chunk of that is basically the jungle gap.
Yeah, the jungle gap right there. And speaking about jungle gap, it's gonna go even further, right? ScoutTZ now hard invading Taz. Taz, I don't think right now you should basically try the jungle anymore. Right now you're reduced into a lane Lancelot because, your mid lane is also cracked open. AP Brand has all the access into your own jungle. It's a very dark jungle for the side of Taz. If you notice how, FlapTZ is also starting to rotate in towards the mid lane, getting even more gold because Few is actually rotating around. Finally picked up right here, Taz in a spot of trouble.
He was able to secure his own purple buff, but that might end up selling Hijime to the Wolves. ScoutTZ doing massive damage. Now coming in, forcing the flicker from Dreams. No Iron Hook yet from this Franco. EVOS Legends playing survival game, but the bot tier 1 is going to be taken out.
Yeah, gold leaderboard. You talk about the jungle gap, right? It's actually also the gold lane gap at the same time. Super Marco leading into the gold earn leaderboard at the same time. The only thing that EVOS Legends can play around with is this Uranus just to cut the waves. Maybe cut 2 lanes as well. Novara, I think right here does have enough damage, so she doesn't really need the gold. She needs the gold or basically a team fight.
Ogwen goes on the flicker. Trying to be cheeky on the side of Taz, but it doesn't really matter. They commit the penalty zone for the kill.
Man, this is really hard to watch if you're an EVOS Legends fan. AP Brand just awkward. That was disgusting, right? Like, your first buff was literally stolen away, and Taz is just permanently disabled for the rest of the game. You probably need another like 15 minutes for EVOS Legends for perhaps Taz to come back online. But with 2 deaths in this name, it's gonna be even harder now. Wretched Battle coming in. Kaltizi miles ahead. Level 11 going up against a level 8 Kataz.
It's like losing an arm, honestly.
Both arms.
Both
can't
arms.
box. Man has no arms. Men can't box.
It's a very painful lesson.
Amputated, right? We talk about amputation of the legs. Now it's amputated arms.
What's the contingency plan? Okay, we're gonna hold that thought for a while.
That's a
Good
condition.
bloody hunt. TZ down. A good opening. EVOS Legends, do we want to look for more? Suppression is gonna be dead. The task dead again. Purple buff not in contention. Kaltizi waiting for an opening. Fluffy dropping low. Kaltizi to the back. Hijume is the target. Wants to go away, but the Tempest of Blade is going to be there for Kaltizi to go for the reset and find him. AP Brand just walking over EVOS Legends right now. The snipe dodged by Fluffy, but still doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, the Iron Hook will be able to find Kaltizi, but Kaltizi is an assassin. Blazing Duet even committed.
Might be enough. Just at the sliver of health, right at the end, he finds the kill. I mean, Brands is keeping this intact for EVOS Legends, just barely. He's putting on the band-aid.
Yeah, Brands and Hijume, these two are your main heroes from the side of EVOS Legends. These two are your main characters. Protagonists, female and male protagonists maybe, you know, in terms of the heroes. But if you take a look at the items, that's early clock for the side of EVOS Legends already. So that should be ticking. Now going straight into the Lightning Truncheon. That's also a second item power spike. So double the Lightning Truncheon.
And zone into a Divine Judgment. Dream will get flapped easy, but this time won't be able to save Fluffy. No damage from the side of EVOS Legends to clean it up. Brands will get the top tier 1. A silver lining in all of this chaos.
Yeah, that's the only thing that EVOS Legends can do, play cross-map, right? Sending Brands all the way up top, that's really good. Fluffy was the punching bag for the side of EVOS Legends, the only one that could technically sustain all this damage. I think if you asked me the question, right, how is EVOS Legends gonna turn this around and play this, right? Maybe play with the fight with Hijume now securing the Lightning Trunk at the same time. Just need to make sure that he is safe from Kaltizi. The Link would definitely try to find her, shut her down, and then all of a sudden you can't really do anything. Leave that bloody hunt only for Kaltizi. You gotta have to play this Franco defensively.
Yeah, it's not ideal for EVOS Legends for sure. Lore has already spawned an AP Brand straight onto the objective. They don't even need Kaltizi to be there. That's how far ahead they are.
Kaltizi will be there in the blink of an eye. He's never gonna let them down, and he's never gonna turn around and desert them because he's already right here at the Lord.
Good attempt by Hijumi, but it was never meant to be. Lord in the hands of AP Brand. That goalie will continue to increase in their favor. Taz is power farming, but he's constantly at a 3-level deficit. So, like you said, he needs another 15 minutes early on. Now he needs another 10. Or maybe another 20 because he just got solo killed by Kaltizi.
That's exactly what I was going to say the next time. But at the very least, Brands actually picked up the golden stuff, or maybe that's how EVOS Legends could play around Brands, play around Hijume, use Dreams to pick AP Brand off one by one. That's how they're going to play the game. Dreams going to blind hook as much as possible because one of the days, the fish might be biting for the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, you just gotta, an iron hook and a prayer. I mean, hooking someone is one thing,
right?
but hooking someone is one thing, but killing them is another.
I think they do have the damage. Like Brands right here, golden stuff already. They do have a decent burst amount of damage from Hijume if the second skill does land. Yeah, maybe they could actually play something. Because if you see how AP Brand, how squishy they are, yeah, I think EVOS Legends does have enough damage to burst it out. Now that's a BOD being built by the side of EVOS Legends for Task. But we're looking for to finish.
Yeah, good hook and a flicker. It's gonna be Flap TZ, pretty durable. He's gonna waddle out of there, I guess. But they do snipe Ogwen. So it is something for the side of EVOS Legends. Lord will be taken down. all the inhibitor turrets will stay alive. And LTZ, meanwhile, on the mid side, Dreams getting pressured. Super Marco continuing to try and take down Destructor, and he will be able to do so. Hijumi, oh my goodness! In the red, almost going down. Taz wants a kill, but sidestep by Super Marco. The penalty zone keeping him away, and EVOS Legends, that's the best case scenario for them.
Yeah, like cracking open bot lane, that's actually a-okay. And now hold on a second, they're going to continue on the onslaught. How TZ finds Dreams, looking for brands, looking for more.
And he is going to give his life out for this for sure. It is a telegraph. But EVOS Legends, I mean, they AP Red, they don't mind at all. Still going to have 4 members pushing down mid. EVOS Legends have no damage to do with them. Hijumi himself is not enough.
Yeah, Hijumi is the only one that is the highest in terms of damage from the side of us Legends, right? Super Marco and KTZ are already activated, but Super Marco, I think that's a consume play. Where did Taz go?
What? Well, that's a magic trick.
Airstrike stun and also the Bennett bombs. It's just Taz is too far behind to basically contribute over the side of EVOS Legends already. Yes, he just picked up the BOD. He tried to make a play right here for Super Marco. If he gets a shutdown goal, great. But Super Marco does have the flicker that prevents him from being killed. So EVOS Legends, that plan, just go to the dumps. You gotta have to look at plan C right now. What is plan C? Use Fluffy to probably open and cut the waves at the same time. But then again, KTZ can match you easily because you can jump from one lane to another.
The one game that we see the Lancelot and we were like, wow, we gotta go full damage. That's where he gets you, right? Full damage Lancelot is paper thin.
Yeah.
Second Lord, the game spawn out. AP Ren, pretty quick for a bit. The Lord not even alive for 15 seconds and he's already dead.
Yeah, no contest at all. Taos knows that he's way too behind to do anything. Brands and Hijumi, they are too squishy. If KTZ, speaking about BOD, KTZ secures and now his dash is gonna hurt even more. He could easily burst anybody from the side of EVOS Legends down. Hijumi is only level 11. KTZ is already at max. Now the Lord enhanced one this time around, going to be marching down mid. They just need to try to hold down the fort. They do have decent wave clear though from the side of EVOS Legends this time around. It's not gonna be a Ruby mid lane, so that's a-okay. But AP Brand looking up top instead. There's a 3-prong attack up. Awkward can always go into conceive play right here, trying to look for somebody to pick up.
Hook. And that's gonna be it. Iron Hook again to the blood behind, but this time it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Hijumi back into the base as KTZ cuts off Raz. That probably doesn't even matter anymore because AP Brand might be looking for the end right now. EVOS Legends hanging on by a thread, but they just don't have enough to stop AP Brand. And the Filipino dynasty from AP Brand continues to reign supreme. It's a 3-0 score for them so far in this group stage.
3-0 score. 2-1. 2-1 score, but literally
3-0 in the group stage. They won all the series.
In the group stage. Sorry. Yeah, 3-0 in the group stage. What am I thinking about? Because I'm still really distracted the fact that level 1 Taz just didn't get the proper buff and then proceeds to just that snowballs, that spiral. Just spiral EVOS Legends out of control. All of a sudden, your Lancelot can't assassinate, can't secure the buffs. KTZ has the free reign all across the map. Don't forget this time around to make things matters even worse. That's a lane that could just jump very quickly and out-rotate that Lancelot, right? But you also don't forget Super Marco on the Beatrix does have a lot of priority. Brands is starting to pick up the damage. I talked about the fact that he already has the golden staff. Unfortunately, the picks from Franco wasn't enough. And you also start to also ask the question, right? Do they have enough damage to burst it down? Yes, they do provide it if they catch the right target. The right target was Super Marco, but Super Marco, like I said, free hitting from behind in that last team fight.
Honestly, next time if I call for an early surrender and people ask me why, I'm gonna show them that very first minute of game number 3, right? People who say that games cannot be decided from the draft or from the early minutes, now there you have it. This is a very good case study. One lost buff led to the entire game going down the drain, and it's a painful way to go for EVOS Legends. They are now 0-3 in their group. They have 2 more series coming up, and truth be told, it is not going to get any easier, right? The remainders in their group, guess what? I mean, they have Toda. That's probably the best chance they have, but they also have Bigatron Alpha that they have yet to face off against.
Yeah, and don't forget, it is also AP Brand that says that they also want to face against Bigatron Alpha, right? So there's a lot of... Bigatron Alpha feels like this person that's really popular in Group B, but like I said, it's just the fact that, this is how it was snowball out of control. You make one mistake, AP Brand was just gonna find that and make it even bigger, right? Make it even bigger mistake. Taz goes down into this downward spiral. He was performing really well on this Joy, but unfortunately, Joy got shut down in game number 2 in a sense, and also this time around, it wasn't even considered. If you take a look at the item builds this time around, right? Yeah, Brands right here already has. Wait, I thought he has a golden staff. No, he sold it just because he needs a Wind of Nature because Super Marco is just on a roll right here. Once he tags somebody with the auto attack, the Blade of Harvesty's proc will work, slows down, and also it's an instant burst amount of damage that Super Marco was able to deal against the roster of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, and we also just got an update right earlier on in Group B. Onyx just beat Begatron Alpha 2-0. So we got a Group B in our hands. The plot just continues to thicken, but this is just a it's a pitiful game for Taz, right? It really felt like he could not play the game at all. This entire game he was not having fun. It's the opposite of joy. This does not spark any joy.
Not at all. And don't forget, AP Brand, the rotations is really on point, right? Like how easy, like I said, the link, the mechanics of link, not only just the link. If you can always land down fire support, this is an artillery tank that can actually fly, right? It's just flying fire support from the side of you, right? Like the wings by wings allow him to rotate from mid down to the bot to help Super Marco make sure that Brands doesn't get out whack. But if you notice, right, Brands on the other hand was starting, as long as he stays safe, he was able to output the damage as well. He was able to do so, but unfortunately, like the members of EVOS Legends is just too far behind from doing anything at all because, you know, he steps forward just a little bit more, Kyle TZ will be on him. If Hijime steps a little bit further ahead, Kyle TZ will be there. Kyle TZ is just everywhere for the side of EVOS Legends, and the fact that they lost the mid lane turret so early on. Taz has no jungle to farm, Brands has no safety. Hijime that relies in the jungle to provide that safety because of the long range snipe is not safe anymore as well.
It's this is definitely one of those jungle gap games, right? It's a very painful way to lose, and you know you say that Taz was kind of dead weight in that game, and it really did show true. So very unfortunate for EVOS Legends. However, for AP Brand, Super Marco 4-0-1 on the speed trace, completely uncontested, untouched, and definitely one of the prime reasons why AP Brand even got this far.
Yeah, like if you notice that Dream's actually landing on this blind hook just to open up the map, I think because of that, he doesn't really have the high end hook to lock down Super Marco, right? Super Marco was free hitting from behind, and they know they cannot effectively dive him, and it's just really hard to access Super Marco because of his positioning. And to make matters worse, the Wind of Nature also helps him a lot in terms of the survivability. The closest time that when he almost died was when Taz actually picked up the Blade BOD, wants to go and assassinate him, but he has that flicker on hand just in the nick of time just to get out of the dodge.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, with that being said, we're gonna just kind of look back at this game, which is a very painful game to watch. We have a decent start, right? As much as we say about Taz, it was level 1, 1.5 minutes in, but we did have Hijumi getting 3 kills, and we thought that was going to be enough to kind of keep EVOS Legends in the game. Barely. And then that mid tier one goes down, and AP Brand decides that this entire map belongs to them, and there was no contest afterwards.
Yeah, the only time when EVOS Legends was able to do anything against a first pick link, like what AP Brand did in game number 1, was to have that jungle priority, right? They're hoping that the Lancelot was able to do that, and they're also hoping that Hijime was able to land down fire support from afar. The second skill may also allow him to steal away the purple buff, but that's not the case. You can see how P was so far ahead. The credit airstrike going in, just zoning a rest of Mimba down. You blink and the Oldzen has is dead just now, right? With the help of Super Marco, with the bombs as well. And in this particular team fight, this is also something I'm also very concerned for EVOS Legends, because they're too focused on the team fight. Even though they're so far ahead in the goal, they try to basically throw as much bodies as they can to just protect that last bastion. But then again, that Lord is marching down bot is also starting to encroach them, and AP Brandon is more than happy to allow them to fight right there and then, because that Lord is actually doing free damage against the core of EVOS Legends.
I mean, it's definitely been a pretty interesting series, right? We started off thinking that, okay, we're gonna have a quick one, and then EVOS Legends, you know, they were able to land a blow onto AP Brand. They just were not able to land a knockout punch. With that being said, let's talk to the victors of the series from AP Brand. We're gonna bring one of the AP Brand boys up on screen right now and see, get the thoughts on the series.
Especially, I want to pick their brain, of course, game number 1, right? I think that's the one that I would really want to look out for. So hopefully we get to see him coming up soon because, man, AP Brand, game number 1, I think there's a lot of questions in a lot of fans' minds as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we just got word the interview is ready. So we are gonna bring up AP Brand for the victors and let's see what they have to say about this. Hello, Flapteezy. First of all, congratulations on that victory. It's been a pretty interesting series, right? You guys are now up 3-0 in Group B. 2 more series to go. Yesterday, I spoke to Phil, and he said that you guys are looking at Bigatron Alpha as the final boss. But up to this point, how has the previous games been? Was this the position you expected your team to be in? 3-0?
We don't really expect that much. We're just going with the flow.
Right, so I want to quickly pick your brain about Game 1, right? So what happened in Game 1? Because it was so much different from the rest of the series. EVOS Legends won Game 1 and you guys just came back and kind of mopped the floor with them.
We're just trying to know their rotation on Game 1. That's why we didn't go hard on the draft.
Also, you guys were actually you guys just drafted something to test out EVOS Legends.
Yes, to test them out, and then in the next game we will know what to do.
Definitely. Game number 2, you literally know where Taz is, right? Even though Taz goes back to the Joy, I think you made it seem like it's Taz's mistake to go back into the Joy because you guys read him like an open book.
Yes, we already saw them. We already see them coming. So that's why we're happy.
That is pretty crazy, right? Because you are essentially, putting yourself, letting EVOS Legends get to match point before getting that reverse sweep. So I think this is something that it's the first time that I heard of something like this, that a team would go that far. But it worked out for you guys, so that's great. Yes. Up next, we have you guys at Bigatron Alpha tomorrow. You guys are also, I believe, going up against Aura Fire, if I am not mistaken. And just now we saw, I think Onyx, they just beat Bigatron Alpha 2-0, and that was the team that you guys beat 2-1 yesterday. Do you think that this Group B dynamic is gonna continue to shift, or do you feel like there's a certain front runner, that there's a team that's gonna go undefeated?
I would feel like BTR will be so hard tomorrow because they want to win, because they just lost against Onyx, so they want to win against us.
Alright, so I think it's safe to say that you guys have most likely locked in top 6, right? So I want to kind of look further a little bit. Top 6 team, which are the other teams that you feel like are going to join you guys there? So you have you guys, AP Brand. Name 2 teams you feel like are going to be in top 6.
In playoffs?
In playoffs.
I think Echo and RSG will join us because they're strong in their bracket.
All right, the Filipino pride. So
yes.
Looking forward to that. Thank you very much for chatting with us, LTZ. Get some good rest and all the best for the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Wow, it just feels like it feels like they really want to meet up against a PH and make it like an MPLP, a pseudo MPLPH once again, right? Because we've seen some of the tournaments actually went that way, especially when you go into the international tournament, because AP Brand, they have a lot of things to prove, right? The fact that they're always consistent for 2 seasons in a row, I think that also drives them even hungry, and because they know how hungry they can be, Bigatron Alpha, they're also hungry too, right? Losing one series from Onyx eSports.
And the craziest thing is that if both Echo and RSG make it, you have all 3 Filipino representatives in top 6, which is wild, right, for a region that strong. Yeah. And you look at how AP Brand played, they play monstrous, all because they took a swig of the monster energy. And if you want to be like Kyle TZ on that Ling, you want to be like Kyle TZ just running around the map like Hayabusa, I think monster energy will give you the boost that you need to hop from wall to wall. But if you're looking for someone to deliver monster energy to your doorstep in the blink of an eye, even before you order it, well, we have a partner DHL with us who are also running the FEBot Dash Cup that will give you an opportunity to participate and win up to 5,000 euros. Check out the link at esl.gg/FEBot. download the game on your device, get to the top of the leaderboard, and win 5,000 euros for yourself.
Yeah, the best part is you get to walk away with some prizes after just by playing games, because the only time that I'm able to do that is to play in MPL, which is impossible to do because of my skill level. But apart from that, you know, Cup coming up next is going to be Echo going up against RSGSG. Not gonna lie, this is going to be a tough one for RSGSG.
I think it's definitely going to be kind of like the last hurrah, right? RSGSG, the final, the lifeline that they need to earn, they had to get it from Echo. So if anything, I feel like RSGSG, even though the odds are stacked against them, like I said, I want to see the same thing that esports Legends showed against AP Brand. Put up a good fight, see where they stand, and I'm pretty sure that by the end of it, regardless whether they win or lose, they can pat themselves on the back and and say that they have done the best that they could.
Definitely try to make our the Singaporean fan proud, but of course, on the other side, Echo, right? I think they haven't been doing quite well in their own respective group. Like they lost against wait, no, they actually did quite well. Sorry, I was reading the.
They only lost against
the results the other way. Yes, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, Echo is having a good time so far. But with that being said, we still have one more series coming up: RSG Singapore against Echo. But for now, we're gonna sign off. That's it for me for the night. I'm gonna bring on Cloudy Boy to finish off the last series with my friend right here. We'll be back after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight. Gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed, this ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Jay Johnny right here this time round. Sir Cloud. Yep, I'm ditching my friend Husky for a Cloud this time round.
Oh yeah. An animal for a, I don't know what you're gonna call it, a weather. Okay.
A phenomena.
A phenomena.
Yeah, see? Yeah, it sounds a lot better than an animal. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we got another game for another series on our hands. This time around is going to be Echo going up against RSGSG, and you know, from as a Singaporean caster myself, yeah, I'm high on the hopium.
Well, we didn't talk about this yesterday, like when we were deciding on like, okay, who's gonna cast what game or what's our schedule gonna be like. You have to cast this game, man.
Man, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough for RSGSG. I think they are one of the bigger, well, no, this is the biggest challenge that RSG Singapore will be facing in Group A.
Well, they did get a couple of good wins, so anything can happen though. In fact, they got one win over EVOS Legends earlier today.
EVOS Icon.
EVOS Icon, sorry, today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, we're up for surprises.
Yeah, it's just one game, but Eva's Icon actually managed to slap back with a 2-1 fashion. So I like how Husky put it, right? RSG Singapore this time around currently just at 4th position right here. Just one more series will allow them to basically rise up into actually qualifying for the playoffs in Astoris and Nyan, right? But then again, the one team that's standing in between that idea and also having an extended vacation is Echo.
Yeah, and Echo as well, they don't want to go down, obviously. I mean, Group A is stacked, right? Like, you got Judo Richards there, RG Philippines, as well as Echo now in the top 3. It's hard to see any of these teams drop. Not gonna lie about that. But yeah, miracles can happen.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm a bit too protective of all these teams. You know, especially when you see these teams all throughout during the group stages, you just want to keep every single one of them. But yeah, people call me a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, but let's not get greedy over the airtime. Let's head on to the intro video. Here it is, your teams.
Back to the land where they won that World Championship, back to Jakarta. I hope it awakens something in them, and I hope this shakes them back up.
They are the end of the game with a bang!
We lost to Onyx at MSC and we made a preparation like how to end the game clean, and hopefully we're gonna do a lot better than before right now. Playing Jakarta feels like more exciting because there are so many crowds and they're so loud, and it gives me morale boost. I think I'm not different to any explainer because I just do my job and my team carries.
Sanford 1v1 against CW right now is going to be able to dash out, but it's not going to be enough as the flicker comes through. Sanford!
I think Indo teams are much stronger now because they're so hard to fight with. We lost against Onyx in MSC, but this time we are very prepared, so we will win.
And there you go. This is the lineup for Echo. A little bit different. It's a different flavor for Echo this time around. They'll be bringing back into Astoris and Nyan. It's a bit of a homecoming story for the side of Echo this time around. Eh, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, a lot of memories here for Echo, right? But ever since then, I know they wanted to do the multiple champion sort of thing, create history and all that, but it's always some team stopping them. And they did mention about Onyx stopping them the last time around in MSC, so who knows? Maybe this time around RSGSG. Just saying, just saying.
I mean, for RSGSG, I think that stage is a little bit of a nightmare for us. But of course, for on the other side, Echo, right? The most important thing is just maintain the cool. This is slightly different. You don't see Betty Cutie and you don't see Carl Teasy. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at their contenders. Currently fighting for tournament life in the sense it is RSG Singapore. This time around, bringing a different mid laner. Instead of bringing Roy, they brought over the Bougie. There are a few mixed comments all across the board on YouTube as well. Bougie, whether he's able to fill up that shoes of Roy after you saw his successes in MSC.
Yeah, but what Diablo said yesterday in the interview, Bougie is like having a wild card. Like, teams don't have enough data on what this guy can do, so they can use that to their advantage. And so far, I can't say that we've seen the best of Bougie just yet, but because of the wildcard factor that Bougie can bring to this game, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. When speaking about Bougie, here you go. Here's Harrison. This is Sanji. This is He is in the main roster that won Echo M4. The other hand, the rookie to replace Roy in. If you take a look at the side by side, skill participation goes over the side of Buji. In terms of the most pick heroes, it's more or less the same.
Yeah, I guess he's more like a team player, right? You want to talk about skill participation. He gets into team fights a little bit more as compared to Sanji. Ooh, the other stats do stack up against Sanji. DPM is his, GPM is his as well, just by a small margin, but it's still his. KDA obviously favors onto Sanji as well.
Yeah, if you compare the DPM and the GPM, right, Sir Cloud, if you notice that the DPM for the side of Sanji is even more, like a whole 1,000, right? This shows that Sanji is a very efficient mid laner as compared to Buji. Of course, this is still, Buji first debut, not only just in, SPS in a sense, right, on international stage, even to us as well. We don't really see him in MPL Singapore at all because he was the sub player was supposed to be Roy that's playing around in MPL Singapore. So yeah, so a lot of pressure, I guess. And immediately when I said the word pressure, everybody starts laughing because this time it's very to me that Diablo is studious because usually he's not. He's the one that sleeps during the drafts.
He's the one that sleeps during the draft? Yes. Oh, okay. Now, I'm curious. I don't know if you have this information, right? Like, now that they don't have Coach Kuja with them, who will be in charge of the draft?
It is Diablo. He, on his Insta story, he revealed that he's the one doing the drafts. And I was just joking with him yesterday. It's like, hey, this time around, Diablo picks up a notebook, and that actually surprises every single one of us. So, anyways, with that said, ladies and gents, don't forget to also put in your prediction. Who shall walk away with this particular series? Yeah, definitely. I feel like Echo is really strong right here, but I am gonna put all my hopes and dreams onto RSG and watch it crush and burn.
Well, honestly, I don't remember what you predicted, so I guess we'll get that graphic really, really soon. But for all of you out there, channel your power. I believe in the power of support from the fans.
That's right.
Genuinely, be the sixth player. Put all your positive comments in the comment section. Well, because the players do read them. But hey, wait a second, Jace.
Yeah,
I thought you said that, you have your hopium
I told in the start of the cast, I told Husky, right, that I literally ran out of it. I used it all in yesterday in the match Todak against AP Brand. They used it all up, so I've got no stocks left. So yeah, Echo should be able to clean this one up, maybe drop one game, hopefully overtime RSGSG. It's all up to how, they execute their draft as well, right? Don't forget, Echo is a very efficient team, especially the mid laners, the contest between the mid laners. And I like the way that you say it, right? Like being that sixth player, being that immoral support for the team is very beneficial. Sanford said it in the interview, playing in Jakarta during M4, the support was very helpful. That it practically won them M4, right?
Yeah, and the truth is that players do take their time to read the comments. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your chance to show your support in the stream as well. So, but anyway, we're going to jump into the draft really, really soon, right? So, RSGSG, okay, we always talk about Diablo's draft. Khalid, but we know that that's going to be banned off. But recently, he has been playing Uranus, Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, Gunavera, Pakino, Edith. I mean, this is probably the most amount of heroes that we have seen Diablo play in such a short time.
That's right. Usually for MPL Singapore, right, what we do is that they like to pick 3 comfort heroes and then they just rotate around these 3, right? Now, this time around, when the enemy actually just denies you from 2 of these picks away, yeah, it kind of hurts him a little bit, but hey, that's where, the unknown factor, which, it's the same idea as putting Buji there instead of a Roy. The unknown factor that Diablo can potentially put up into the field because, hey, I've got other EXP laners in my pockets, right? But apparently, I feel like that's how Diablo likes to play it. That's basically the badge of honor for Diablo because teams tend to just ban away the Khalid and Badang, and thus wasting 2 bans.
Yeah, wasting 2 bans, but I guess based on track record, is definitely a must-respect ban for the teams, right? But on the other side of Echo, so looking at their recent picks, right? So they have picked heroes that normally we don't really see. So they have picked Alpha, we've seen an Alpha, we have seen a Kagura, we have even seen a couple of Angelas here and there. And the best part about Angela for them is that they have played Angela as a mid and as a roam as well. So to them, Angela is a flex pick.
Yeah, definitely. Like, especially when you couple that with the Link at the same time, you fly around with Angela. Just yeah, you bring two. Basically, now you all of a sudden you have two people that's really literally flying around the map. Like support also helps to sustain that Link at the same time. So yeah, if you notice, by the way, if you take a look at the sets throughout the whole Snapdragon Pro series, right? There is two heroes that's right there that should not be in the ban pool, the Khalid and the Badang. That's all thanks to Mr. Diablo right there. But on the other hand, right, Echo, you know, this is not their main roster, mind you. But then again, it feels like, you know, they still had that chemistry on, right? They still are able to execute quite well, only dropping a game against RSGPH. But hey, that is just, you know, the MPLPH things, right?
Yeah, but who knows, right? I mean, RSG, maybe they have a secret sauce against Echo. I'm just putting some level of hope here, right? I know we
Thank you for
predicted
hoping for us.
against RSGSG. yeah. I mean, I to be fair, right? Like we want to create this. I want to see this kind of storyline whereby an upset might happen. I know there are a lot of Echo fans in the chat, but I'm sure you guys already have a lot of support for Echo, so. I'm trying to put some for RGSG, which I presume is the minority support.
I like the fact that you said that you put some support right there. I'm just gonna call you all right there. 2-0 Echo. Yeah. We remember the prediction. We remember the graphics. But okay, I admit, like, right, I just don't want to see RSG going down without a fight, right? At least, you know, guns blazing, a little bit bloody, battered, hopefully, but still at the very least take hopefully one game. We saw that happen in the previous series as well, where esports Legends took one game away from AP Brand. Hopefully RSG this time around can go back in, and there you go. That's Angela and Khalid and Badang once again as well.
Oh yeah, I mean the day a team doesn't ban Khalid and Badang from Diablo, okay, that would be the day. But anyway, so Fedrin, yeah, this is a very safe standard pick. But the best part about Fedrin for Echo at least is that it's a flex pick for them. It can go in jungle, it can go on the XP lane, so it's still a wild card kind of pick for them. And Bougie is going to go for the Yves. Ooh, I think this is the first time we actually see him playing a Yves. He played once. Yeah, he played once.
I think Sanji on the Yves is really cracked, right? Especially prevalent in M4. I think right now, especially in Snapdragon Pro Series, he didn't really have to pull it out this time around. He's pulling it out, so I'm really glad to see that. But RGSG, you know, first picking the Fredrin is super easy to counter, right? Echo can always draft the carry, but this time around, no, that's going to be a Kaja. That is just telling, right? Now, the Arlot's wide open. I don't think Diablo plays the Arlot. There's also the Joy that Break may also potentially play, so that's why Echo also second pick that Kaja.
So the last time we saw Kaja being denied away from RSGSG, they went for somewhat similar of a Kaja type of playstyle that is a Franco. It did work out for them. Okay. I mean, the hooks were on point that time. So I would expect to see the Franco being picked at the second phase pick, meaning that if Echo were to anticipate that, they might choose to ban the Franco away from Lucian QT.
Yeah, I think that Echo would definitely take that away in the second phase ban. I feel like carry should be picked up by Echo right here. If not, RSGSG will take it away. But don't forget, RSG right now just showing their cards right off the bat. That's definitely Oki going to the Beatrix. He's really crazy on the Beatrix, mind you. But also something very interesting though, like Novaria is also wide open. RSGSG once used the Novaria and the Beatrix combo to great success, and now, because it is Bougie instead of Roy, they opted for the Valentina instead. It's also going to work very well because there's a Eve on the other side, but Echo now, you know, this is going to be Sanford's Uranus going up against RSGSG.
I have a feeling that the reason why they pick Uranus is because they anticipate the Fedrin will go on the XP lane. So, meaning that the Dirov, I don't know. Yeah, the Dirov they're going to bat out because we've seen earlier today how the Dirov just melts down Uranus. So we could probably see, we're potentially going to see a Paquito here because we saw the other day, Paquito against a Uranus played by Diablo. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, that was one of it. He was a one-trick Paquito back in MPL Singapore Season 1, right? So that's definitely up his sleeve if he wants to go back there. But if you notice, you mentioned about the Darif, there you go. Echo is just going to take it away. And then, of course, start to cut down Lucian QT's draft, right? The Franco also taken away. But RGSG, because Echo opted for the Uranus pick, RGSG decides to take away that carry right off the bat. Now looking to cut even more marksmen away. I think take away the Leslie, which is really strong, especially in this meta. Just 2 shots, your marksman, and then you're dead.
Okay, so Paquito is still open. I think we can expect to see that being picked up. Assuming that Paquito doesn't get picked up, right? Like, what other answers are there to a Uranus? Like head-on answers.
Benedetta, you just countercut the enemy, and the best part is Benedetta can rotate faster, and that is also what Diablo might also play. But RGSG this time around, Bray finding a lot of successes in this Fragile, right? Especially with the recent buff, it helps him really clear and also do damage quite well and sustain even harder because of the Brave Smite. Now Echo this time around, they have to try to go for either a marksman or a jungler this time round, Gonna be, that's not gonna be a traditional marksman, that's gonna be a Harif going into the gold lane.
Yeah, they played a Harif before, but that was like in MSC.
M1.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, in MSC they played that as well. They played one Harif once, and that gave them the win. So they're pretty confident with that. But let's see if it pulls off. I'm more curious to see what would Diablo pick, because his hero pool is so limited. Although he has been trying to pick different heroes recently, it did not necessarily give him the best of wins. Like he picked a Lapu-Lapu, he picked a Yuzor. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. Kinevera got him a win, but now they're going to deal with a Uranus that is expected to go and cut lanes on RGSG side.
That's going to be the Esmeralda. RGSG decides to go for that one, and then that's going to be a Florin. That's going to be a Fragile from the other side on Bray. That's going to the jungle. This Esmeralda works wonders against the Harry because of the shields, and there's also shields in the Yves, there's also shields in the Uranus. Yummy for Diablo. But then again, the Florin, just in case, for this Lucian QT, it's my first time seeing him playing that one. But with the Florin coming to play, the Bloom is going to help him to prevent any assassinations. And speaking about assassin, the Zyda on the Fanny.
Normally we see Lucian QT like playing those kind of like big buffy type of heroes, right? Like the Minotaur, Francos, even like the Kaja, right? But this time around, he's going to pick a QC one. So I'm not sure what sort of playstyle is he going to show this time around.
Yeah, this is definitely out of his MO, right? Usually he likes this like engaged kind of heroes, but Florin doesn't really engage. So this is really Lucian QT showing, hey, I have a different side of a roam in me. I do have that kind of support roam in the pocket, right? Like it kind of reminds me of Lozy back then, when all of a sudden he decides he's also kind of like a similar has a similar hero pool with Lucian QT as well, the ex-roamer of RGSG. But then again, he also once showed the Estes. So Lucian QT coming in makes it feel like, we never miss Lozy at all.
Okay, let's see. Because this is going to be a very different playstyle here for Lucian QT and for the rest of RTSG as well. Let's head on to game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, Echo versus RSGSG.
Now, this is something that I'm going to be very, very concerned from the side of RSGSG. If you take a look at the draft coming out from Echo, right, this is a very big AoE-ish, and it's a lot easy to catch, right? You got Kaja to catch people, drag him into Sanji, and then opens up the box. Outplay will be there with the Zaman Force, dish dash around, everybody's dead in the choke point, and you really can't run out of the Zaman Force because you are perma-slowed by Sanji.
Yeah, the Zaman Force. Oh, but in the mid lane, JP is down to 40% of health. That's putting pressure onto Bougie. Now, this will be also a big one for Bougie, though, because now Lucian QT, he seems to be taking care of Bougie, but at the top, Sanford doing Sanford things now. He's going to go and cut the lane right now.
Yeah, at the very least this time around, with Esmeralda going up against an Uranus, the last time I see this kind of matchup was like, 2 years ago? So it's really refreshing, because of this talent update, you start to bring back all these heroes coming back into play. But you talk about top lane, let's take a look down bot lane. If you take a look, Oki's not having a very good time against Outplay because of the burst damage coming out from the Harif in the early game.
But that's also, I guess, because like for the most part, it seems to be a 2v1. We can see the JP opening up the sides instead of being together with him on the lane. So that exposes him a little bit more. And especially if we're going up against Oki, who's playing a Beatrix, there's a lot of burst or damaging power during the laning stage that will not allow Outplay to play however he wants during the laning phase.
Ooh, Diablo actually got ganked. Zyda was actually up top right there on the Fanny. He survived that ordeal. Even take the cutthroat away, Diablo will be recalling. Something interesting from the side of the emblem picks, by the way, Diablo opted for the common emblem. Same idea as the clock, right? You want to land down pressure constantly. Put your shields up, constantly heal, and the mana and that mana regen allows you to basically just go back in the fight over and over again. Brave and Diablo will be here. Sampo will be scouting out. Doesn't really have level 4. Lucian QT coming on as well. Sanji does have the real world manipulation. He can actually strike. He will strike it now. Brave looking at the turtle right now. The turtle down low. Retreat to save. Buji will respond with the real world manipulation as well. Zeta coming in. That's the first blood. Given over to the side of Echo. The onslaught continues. Sampo looking for more. The Ionic Edge slowing down everybody for the side of RSG. And now it's just 3 of them looking at Sanford, and Sanford is walking around like a Giga Chad. He doesn't really care. He is tanky like a Uranus.
That is his role. His role is just to go around and be a nuisance. Be that spoiled brat that everyone just gets annoyed with.
I want to play games.
No, you cannot. No, we're just going to ignore you. But look at this. Great. Now we'll be the next target.
Brave got chunked down a little bit low. Does have the Appraiser's Rab. Maybe he can make an outplay right here, but it's going to be Sanford. Oh, the Appraiser's Rab will be able to get a bit of damage on top of JP done, but Diablo actually trying to peel for Bray. Unfortunately, Sanford is just this big nuisance, and because Bray is down, the purple buff is up for contest. Echo is looking at that one right now.
Ooh, okay, let's see if the steal can happen. Diablo tries to get it, but unfortunately not. It's stolen away, so Zyda will be the one to get it. Sanford as well, he's A-okay by the bottom lane. JP down to the last hit. Oh, JP
down low. Nibiru's Passion just out of reach right here. Outplay will be outplaying Oki right underneath the turret. Just one more hit will secure that kill. And once again, speaking on the topic of kills, that's going to be mid lane assassination done on top of Buji. Echo exploding out of control.
Okay, based on this lineup, RGSG has another issue. It's how are they going to deal with the Fanny?
That's right.
Yeah, they don't have anything to pin down a Fanny. If they have like a Moskov, then, well, it's counted towards Fanny, right? So, unfortunately, with this kind of setup, Fanny, once it snowballs, maybe like the 10th minute, it's going to be really, really deadly.
I think the Fanny has already snowballed, right? Like right now, Zyda is already on 2 kills. Bray is actually down 1 death and obviously behind. But because of that 1 kill on top of Sanchi, because he underestimated Abrasive's rack damage, that's a good thing for the side of RGSG. But now with that said, Echo, even with Sanji down right there, the turtle is still up, right? So he can actually coming down and reinforce. But right here is going to be Bray on the job right here at the turtle.
Oh, everyone has arrived, and looks like JP will get his first target. That's going to be Buji going down, and the turtle will be secured by Bray.
Definitely, right? Like, it's really nice, but at the same time, you know, that's Buji being the sacrificial lamb for the side of RSG, so that's A-okay. By the way, Diablo was actually screening for Sanji and, of course, Zyda at the same time, so it allowed RSG to buy some time to take the turtle, so that's A-okay. But Echo right here looking down bot, Lucian QT round half HP, Zyda is joining the fray at the same time. Oki hiding in, wrong gun, Sniper is not a very good gun against the Fanny. That's another kill in the name of Zyda.
Yeah, it's already 3 kills now for Zyda. I guess like what you said, we don't even need to wait for the 10th minute mark. Zyda is really, really deadly now. And for RCSG, this moment at least, there's no way to respond to him.
Yeah, and now what if you look at where Sanford is trying to cut 2 lanes at the same time, this means that Sanji can also rotate around together. And if you notice where Diablo is doing the exact same thing, this is basically, you know, the strategy 2 years ago, right? So our oldest goal coming out, but don't forget, speaking of our oldest goal, go get the tickets. And speaking of getting the tickets, Buji will be getting a ticket back into base. Unfortunately, Diablo coming in, joining the fray. Zamapol to be used by Outplay at the same time. The burst damage, Diablo couldn't handle it.
Look at what Sanford is doing right now.
Oh, he's
just doing Eurus. Yeah, he's already in the base. He's already cutting the waves, and this could be difficult for RSGSG now. Look at this. He's just chilling there.
I don't think Buji... Oh, Buji does have the burst damage. Look at that. Sanford just heals all the way up.
Oh, man. This is just Bing chilling inside of the base. I mean, they're just going to totally annoy him like the spoiled brat he is.
Yeah, he's gonna absorb 2 lanes gold, right? Sanji right here, I think he's relegated into like a pause 5 position, unfortunately, because he's not gonna be able to get any gold right here. Now Zyda, Screedy looking at Diablo instead. Oki losing that 1 turret down bot is gonna hurt him even more. And not only just that, the Uran is cutting top and mid as well. The turtle is up this time. Echo is in a better position to get it because right here, Sanford being a nuisance right here, Bray will be able to find him.
Yeah, 3-4 onto Sanford, and he still survives. There's nothing that he can do about him. And the moment Zyda arrives, can you imagine all the skills thrown on the Sanford, assuming that they do that? Zyda just comes in and just takes everyone out.
Yep, and Outplay coming in, dashing just a little bit right here. That's the first skill going in, but that's also a kidnap onto Buji once again. The Florian Bloom coming in, the Bandit's Rage connect on the 3. Sanji going, open the box. Buji can also do the same. Then Sanji this time around is the one that has to burn the flicker. Outplay still upping damage. Make a kill, given over the side of Outplay. Diablo coming in for the flank, but a little bit too late for the party.
And Zyda managed to get away with about 10% of health left. That was a good swift getaway there by him. Diablo and Buji both in the mid lane. Not too sure what they can do about this because they don't have the damage to take down anyone yet.
They definitely don't, right? Buji survived that onslaught coming off on JP, all because Lucian QT coming in a little bit clutch as well. But Sanford, you know, just providing free vision for the side of Echo. RSG knows they have not enough damage to deal with this nuisance.
And the dominance eyes are really completed on the side of JP. No dominance eyes at all as of now for RSGSG. It's getting a little bit more difficult as time goes by for them. I guess for them to start to try and snowball, to try to counter up against Echo, is for them to try and cut those buffs. Try to get the purple buff away, not allowing Zyda to get any of it.
Zyda, in fact, will be getting more kills. That's a Bloom committed Diablo getting bursted down because of the down on 4. JP next on the toppling block instead. Sanji landing down the real world manipulation. At the same time, that's also JP going down. The Praise's Wrath connects onto Sanji, and RSG continues to chase Zyda right in the bush, patiently waiting to pounce onto Buji. Buji gets away, does have the Divine Judgment stolen, but Sanford coming into play at the same time. He also wants to play. He wants the PS controller. And you talk about the lack of dumb eyes is starting to hurt. It's obviously showing.
Yeah, and right now they already got the second turret. So Echo has full control of the jungle at this point. The moment RGSG comes out, they want to farm. There's nothing left, and Oki. Wait a second, Oki survived that.
Oki's pretty lucky right there. He's gonna have to buy a lottery based on this date right here. But maybe because of the NOD coming in for the side of Lucian QT, maybe they can deal with Sanford right now. But then again, you know, the lack of dormant eyes, especially in the pockets of Diablo, unable to duke it out against Echo. With that said, RGSG hasn't taken a single turret as of yet, all because of the aggression of Zyda. 4-0-2 is the score.
There you go. The Lord will be started by Echo. They're waiting. They're just using the Lord as a bait. If RSG shows up, if everyone shows up, that's it. Echo will just pounce on this one.
I think RSG plays here is to ignore it, but speaking of ignoring it, JP forcing the issue. Buji this time around, Blue will be able to save. Sanford coming in, ironing edge, but Outplay will be still picking up the mid laner from the side of RSG. He's going for more. Zaman force, Lucian QT flickers. No, he actually dies. He didn't even flicker. He also flickered to his death, and Zyda wasn't even in the fray at the same time. Bray getting chunked down by 4. Diablo joining in the fight at the same time, but Bray will die at the same time. Zyda looking to end the suffering of Diablo, but Diablo walks away to safety. Echo in a dominant lead right here, man.
They probably could get this inhibitor turret, but they need to get away now. The rest of RSG is back, but they still have the Lord though to take Sanford.
How many people does it take to deal with Sanford?
Yeah, man. What? They got 4 onto him. Everyone's throwing all the attacks on the Sanford, and he's just like, it tickles.
He's a kid. I know we call him the sport brat, especially, you know, he's looking around for attention. But Sanford is big. He is this omega big kid in the kindergarten just holding up chocolates from the rest of the small kid, and he's eating it right in front of the face. 4 of them are throwing all the damage onto Sanford, not enough to burst him down.
And that bought a lot of time for the rest of Echo to secure the Lord. I mean, there's no way they can do with Sanford right now. 1-0-6, still a clean round for him. And as the minions push in, Sanford will go in as well, and he will absorb as much as he can.
Yeah, Diablo actually split pushing up top. Sanji will be trapping Bougie as well. Now Outplay coming in at the same time will be able to pick up that kill for himself. JP coming in looking for more at the same time, looking around, but Diablo coming in blessing the ultimate, but JP kidnaps him instead, flickers into back to safety. Diablo desperately tried to run away. Bray was able to hold on the Lord right in front, preventing him from actually clashing in. Echo running out of minions, but this time around with another fresh batch of minions coming in. That's a taunt going in on top of Sanford at the same time. Now he's stunned, but by Lucian Cutie, Diablo just peeling for the team. Appraiser's Rab lands. Sanford still alive though. Diablo cannot deal with him. Outplay coming in, trying to just zapping around. Zyda joining in the fray. Diablo busted down underneath its own turret. Nowhere is safe for RSGSG.
Oh, and the Zama Force used at the right timing, allowing Sanford to just back off and heal up again. The moment he does, well, just look at this. He's just being there again. And now we're at the 12th minute, and RSGSG can't even get out of their base because of Sanford.
Sanford is like being at his own base. He's actually healing in the enemy's base. That's what Sanford has been doing for the past 12 minutes. Make it stop.
Oh man, the only way to make it stop is for this round to end. And everything's thrown to Sanford, but there's nothing they can do.
Oki gets dragged. It's instant deletion for the side of the marksman for RSGSG. Zyda will be also picking up another kill at the same time, but there's already 3 members of the side RSGSG going down. Echo right here in a dominant form, taking game number 1 without any questions or doubts.
It is undoubtedly a massacre from Echo onto RSGSG. They had everything. Okay, they have Sanford, who absorbs all the damage. And then you have Zyda, who dishes out all the damage. So you have best of both worlds basically, and there's no answer from RSGSG towards these 2 heroes alone.
I like the Uranus gameplay, right? Just every Uranus out there, I just love how you guys play it. Just if you're big enough, you have, you know, the 2 core items like the book and also the oracle, you can just walk to the enemy base and treat it like your own home, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what he did earlier on. And you pointed out that for 12 minutes, I think it's about like, realistically, it was like 80% of the time he was in the enemy base.
That's right. Even Diablo tried to use the Esmeralda to counter him, and he tried to cut the waves, but unfortunately, Esmeralda right now in this current patch, you kind of built her towards the damage. I really want to see his item builds because I don't think he's tanky enough to deal with any damage coming out from Echo. Don't forget, Zyda on the Fanny can just immediately rotate back to base, deal with Diablo, and also you blink, he's down at Oki's lane. So it's really tough for RSGSG. They don't really have answer to Uranus because Echo took away the carry.
Yeah, and the Fanny as well, no answer. There's no way for them to lock down the Fanny. And whenever the Fanny just flies in, especially with the power spike, 1-2 hits, gone. That's it, deleted from the map. So at some point, I think it was like, what, the 6 minutes onward, it doesn't seem like there's any chance for comeback for RSGSG at that time.
Yeah, Zyda did wonderfully, right? Like, he snowballed out of control, the space that Sanford was able to create. And then you also started to ask the fact that, you know, Sanji was also allowed to rotate together because, you know, Sanford is actually taking away all the minions from Sanji as well. So that unlocks him to actually going around to join the fight elsewhere, right? If you notice, he also doesn't really pack a lot of damage. I think the score ended with 0-3-7. He's there as a utility. He's not actually positioned 3 or position 2, right? He's actually position 5. And if you take a look right here, Sanji went for the ice cream one first, so which means that he's gonna just provide so much utility.
Yeah, we have
an imposter right here.
Oh,
Bray?
Bray.
Is that someone from Yudu eSports?
Oh yeah,
Red Giant Series.
That's someone from Yudu Red Giants. Okay, but yeah, I guess Bray is just too shy now. So like what we said the other day, right? If you want to unlock Diablo, RSGSG has to win. Maybe this time around, if you want to unlock Bray, RSGSG has to win again.
Yeah, they have to unlock Bray. They are able to unlock Bray. Bray was able to do the Appraiser's Wrath damage, right? But Diablo, if you take a look at the items, right, this is more of a traditional build where it's not the damage Starlim side, Esmeralda that slaps a lot of damage. This time around, it's forced to build pure defense. If you take a look at Oki on the other hand, right, it's just starving, right? Just BOD and Malefic Roar, he's starting to pick up the damage, but it's a little bit over because Zyda could just instantly delete him right off the face of the map.
Yeah, so if we kind of think about it, like, okay, Diablo goes defense, Bray is going defense as well. So there's not enough damage overall. Yeah, you're depending on Oki, but he can't farm in the first place. So it is hard. It is hard for Oki. And plus, you have a Fanny on the other side. Oki will be easily be targeted anyway.
Yeah, and just not enough DPS, right? Like, Oki is the only one that can reliably dish it out. And I think opting for the Fury Hammer first item makes sense because you really want to try to win the lane against Outplayed, but Outplayed was solidly winning the lane down bot, right? Because Stadium side does a lot of burst damage at the same time. You also have a decent wave clear. Harith has been the menace, especially during M4 the M4 meta, because there's around the carry around the lane bully right here inside the Echo. But right now, if you take a step back and just look at the whole game plan, right, I don't really think it's an item. It's just the fact that, you know, Echo just out-rotated RSG SG, right? It's always up in Bray's faces, and Bray, you know, he tried his best to... Oh, there you go. It's fixed right now. Bray actually tries his best to basically hold down the fort because of the tankiness, right? But that's not enough. The burst damage coming out from Echo is a little bit too much to bear.
Yeah, you're right. I guess talking about items is really not a big factor, because by the time Echo has like all the items, they have snowball, not only the items. Okay, looking at the level, Sanji is already at level 15. Nobody on the side of RSGSG is level 15. In fact, their highest level is 13. But for Echo, their lowest level is 12. So we can see the gap here by itself just by the level. Before they're able to reach max level, the game ends.
Yeah, that's surprising to me, right? Like, Sanji's constantly getting his farm denied because of Sanford's method of cutting. But then again, he still hits level 15. So yeah, this utility mage is coming to show. And before we enter the game, we also talked about how easy to execute Echo's draft, right? JP go in, catch somebody, you open the box, you blend out the Zaman Force, just go in, zippy-zappy it around, and then if somebody doesn't die, Zyda comes in for the cleanup. Zyda, the janitor right here, mopping up RSG stragglers.
703. So, but surprisingly, he's not the highest goal earner though. So it's going to be Harriet. But anyway, the MVP is going to be, I guess it's based on the KDA, right? So the MVP, it is going to be Outplayed. But he did play really, really well at the bottom lane as well.
I mean, not only just the fact he did very well, and I don't think it's just about the KDA. It's just the fact that he was able to shut down Oki in the early game, and then after that becoming an eminent threat during team fights, right? You couple that with the Sanji combo as well. Outplay literally going in, outplaying every single one. And there's, like what you said, there's nobody to lock it down. Not only just the fact that they need to lock down the Fanny, the Harith also needs to be locked down. You also see other people going for the Archive to push the Harith out of his Zaman Force to prevent him from dashing around. Maybe take a look at the emblems, right? Instead of going for the Mage emblem, going for full-on penetration and attack speed and tenacity, just why not?
Yeah, so he's prepared to dish out damage. So there's a lot of damage potential for the side of Echo. Obviously, Outplay, and then you have the Fanny as well. So there's a lot of options that they have. In case one of them goes down, then they can switch it over. Like, okay, you take over the damage dealing. And I think in one instance during one of the fights, Zyda was super duper low. So he cabled his way out of the fight, went back to base, but then Outplayed was still there, and Outplayed was the one to finish up some of the other kills.
Yeah, and speaking about Outplayed, there you go in the early game, right? That's kill go over to the side of the Harith. It's allowed to snowball out of control, right? And not only just that, if RSGSG looking for these fights around the choke point, so this is where, you know, Outplay just truly shines. And not only just that, it's a lot easier. Like I said, it's very easy. JP come in, that's also a Divine Judgment that secures the kill immediately, right?
Okay, I think this is where, yeah, this is the moment. So just look at Zyda. Zyda is like super low. He goes back, and look who's still there. Outplay. Outplay still has a good amount of health, and he gets the mega kill. So they kind of like do the swap in, swap out sort of role of who is going to dish out the most damage or who finishes off the opponent.
I like the fact that you said the swap in, swap out, because immediately in my head, I was thinking, you know, with sharing the damage, you want to say how cool Echo knows how to share the damage. There you go. They did that as well. RSG did the same. But doing so means that they're super low, and that's where Zyda will come in and strike, right? And not only just that, Echo understood the roster well, right? They know who to burst down. I think the reason why Echo was working on why they wanted to close out the game early is because, you know, when they go into long draw fights, that's where they make the most mistakes. If you notice how Echo plays it, JP targeting onto Oki, it deletes him off. It literally delivered the win on a silver platter for Echo in game number 1.
Yeah, I guess on top of that, it's also because somebody wants to get supper, so they want to finish up the game fast. Yeah. Well, in Indonesia right now, it is about 9:30 p.m. So I guess it's about time by the time they finish the second game. If they do win a 2-0, then it's good time for supper before the shop closes.
Yeah, I mean it's a long day for everyone, for the teams as well, right? Yesterday was even a longer game, right? Longer day, right? Like we got 4 series yesterday, but this time around today it's a little bit more forgiving for the players. So it's only just 3 series, right? But you can tell almost immediately, Echo, the fatigue didn't get to them, right? They are still, very well trained, they're very well hyped up, looking to snowball, bring us into a 2-0 clean sweep, and it's up to RSGSG this time round. I think Fredrin is going to be very important for Bray because that's one of his best heroes. And of course, Echo, if they really want to play just a little bit more, maybe just, how much do I need to do for you to leak out the Padang and the Khalid?
Like, okay, just let it go for one round and let's see what happens, right? I mean, might as well. But I think now that we reverse everything, right?
Yeah.
I would say the round 1 was RGSG being outdrafted by Echo. Because by the draft itself, like, okay, they don't have an answer for Fanny, they don't have an answer for Uranus. So draft itself, like, there was an answer there.
Yeah, I think so, right? There's the lack of CCs ultimately hurt them. I think they're relying too much on Lucian QT's second skill on the foreign, because that's an AoE CC. If you actually land it quite well, like I said, it's on if. I don't think up against a team like Echo, I don't think you want to rely on an if.
Yeah, so with that being said, right, like drafting was a big issue in the first round. Like, how are they going to fix round 2? Because they can go for the same bans and they can still overcome RGSG unless some drastic change needs to be taken. Maybe RGSG, I don't know, take away some of the heroes that Echo have played previously and they're comfortable with, like your Uranus, for example.
I think they really don't have an answer to Uranus. I think they're putting a lot of hope on the Esmeralda to limit that Uranus. I mean, that matchup worked well, like what I said 2 years ago. But I mean, that was 2 years ago. That was even before the talent update, right? Because with the talent update coming in, it indirectly buffs Uranus so much, and he's a threat. You saw 4 people try to deal with him. He just stand there. He could just AFK away from phone. Sorry, AFP this time around. Just away from phone. Just watch his Uranus getting beaten up by 4 men, and it doesn't tickle him.
Yeah, he can go get a instant noodle, eat while he plays. Like, yeah, guys, I'll be just standing there, don't need to do much. But what needs to be done is for us to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being together with us. When winning matters, of course, because it all matters when you win. You guys out there, the viewers, everybody wins thanks to Snapdragon because they are around. You get to enjoy. So show them some support, show them some love in the comment section.
Yeah, definitely the preferred chipset for most of the phones, right? But of course, speaking about phones, Galaxy S23 Ultra is the phone to go. I remember I like how Husky brings it up. Like, you take a photo of your girlfriend, and if she still looks ugly, yeah, that's a biological problem. I love how he puts it right there. Man's not gonna be able to talk to his girlfriend for a while now, I guess.
Yeah, pretty savage there, though. Pretty savage there. I wouldn't know how to respond to that, to be honest.
Yeah, immediately. I remember your face like, poggers, literally. But of course, I think speaking about response, right? Like, how is RSGSG going to respond? I feel like you talk about drastic changes. I think it's a drastic change for RSGSG, right? Lucian QT, he doesn't play these kind of rovers. And also, surprisingly, if you notice, right, Echo proceeds to ban away the Angela. I don't think any of these players play the Angela.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. So I guess it's just to kind of like, maybe it's like that one ban, they'll be like, we had a bad experience with Angela somewhere, so we might as well just ban it off, just in case sort of thing. But whoever they have banned, I think they've banned enough, honestly. You ban out all the engagement heroes from Lucian QT. You ban out all the comfort heroes from Diablo. That's pretty much two-fifths of the team already banned out.
Yeah, and notice this, right? Lucian Kitty does have the Kufra still available, so I'm very surprised that RSG actually decided to not go for that one. Now 10 seconds on the clock right here. I'm seeing we're still missing one player. If Buji doesn't come back, we have to put Ben right there, right?
I guess Buji is still traumatized from the previous round.
Look at him just chilling right there, like how Sanford was chilling in their base. But speaking of which, on the other side of our Echo right now, we still have the game phase on. They're ready to go right now. I think Outplay just really tremendous show on the Harith, just doing really well against the Beatrix in the goal lane. Okay, Buji's back, so Ben doesn't need to play.
All right. A little bit worried there. So, okay. Right. Next draft, I mean, definitely we're going to see the standard bans from Echo. It's going to be Khalid, Badar. Diablo's not going to see the light of day. So, I expect to see the same sort of bans from Echo. But for RSGSG, just ban out the Uranus. There's no answer to it. Yeah. Unless they can play unless they can play those tank shredders, right? Like a D-Rock.
Yeah, I don't think Diablo plays a Dyro, mind you. But of course, you know what? Oh, okay, we got the draft up, but it's our phase instead. So yeah, this time around, we'll be doing the drafting, huh?
Yeah, it's our turn now, okay? Let's decide. Okay, so standard bans. We got the Link banned out. Probably consider banning out the Fanny too for RCSG. If not, the Uranus.
Fanny is also a good ban, right, for the side of RSGSG, but this time around they banned away the Kadita instead. There's also the threat of a Kadra coming out from RSGSG as well, but I feel like Echo might first pick it right off the bat, and that's the problem, right? Going in as Diablo right now, Echo wasting 2 bans right there. I think it has become a meme right here. For Diablo, never gonna see the light of day of these 2 heroes. So yeah. But something interesting this time around is RSGSG this time around entering this game number 2 as second pick. So they're able to pick 2 heroes, 2 priority heroes. So nope, okay, they're gonna remove the Kajar right off the bat. But this means that Joy is wide open, Echo can take it.
Yeah, Veteran's wide open as well. Let's not forget about that. So they can take that away from Bray. And if you mentioned that, okay, Bray's pretty good with Veteran, I do agree with that as well. He has a good win rate with it. So I think it's an opportunity for them to take the Veteran because Veteran is flexible to play either in the jungle or the XP lane. But Marksman first, Claw, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's a very early Claw. I think Oki can immediately respond with a Leslie. There's also a Navara that's also wide open as well for the taking. That's the issue, right? You play against you draft against RSG, immediately all these meta heroes is so wide open for both sides to take, and it makes it very hard to draft, especially, you know, if you are RSG or even if you are Echo. Yes, people say that, hey, it's easy to draft against RSG, right? Just take those 2. But then again, you see Navara, Arlot, Valentina, the Eve wide open for RSG to take.
I think if you want an insurance policy, RSG can consider to take the okay, RSG can consider to take. Hang on, give me a minute. The Moscow. Yeah, just to answer in case there's a Fanny.
I really don't think you want to preemptively pick a Moskov right here, even before seeing the shadow or the cable of a Fanny, mind you. But Echo, on the other hand, you know, there's going to be an Eve. Fredgen taken away from Bray this time around, but there's still also other heroes. Like, he also did quite well on the Martyrs back then during M4. During the group stages as well, so maybe they can also play it out. Don't forget, Martyrs still prevalent in this meta once he gets the dunks going on, right? But now, if you take a look at Echo's draft, this is a very big AoE team fight comp. RSGSG this time around, they have the Franco, they're looking to go fishing with the burst of Buji, hopefully this time around to burst anybody that Lucian QT decides to catch.
Yeah, at least Lucian QT has the Franco now, so that's at least more of his comfort pick. I am looking to see whether, okay, they're going to go for Beatrix, and you did mention that Oki's pretty nice on Beatrix, so definitely not going to be the Moscow. So now they have to ban out the Fanny. If not, at least with this draft, they don't have a real answer, unless they want to depend on Franco to really lock down with the Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, I think that's the way. RSGSG may just leak the Fanny Open, right? Just let Lucian QT just bloody hunt this time around. If you see Echo go back to the Fanny by Zaida once again, the Franco will relegate himself into this defensive Franco instead right now. Leslie, I feel like was a good pick for the side of RSGSG, but no, Oki wants to go back into one of his comfort, right? His Beatrix. I think he once got the Savage in MPL Singapore because of this hero, but of course, you know what? Let's take a look at the bans. It is going to be, the Uranus. They have no answer for that one in game number 1.
Yeah, so at least if Fanny does show up, then they will have like a Franco, at least though. But that also means that Lucian QT will need to play it differently this time. So now that, okay, we can expect to see Echo going in for a tank. So they will want to find an answer to, in case Franco does go wild. We did see a Franco going wild with Lucian QT, did really, really well. Perhaps try to pick up at Akai, maybe?
Akai is good right here. I think in the pockets of RSG or even Echo, both these two teams can look at the Akai as well, right? Like the heavy spin can push someone to the edge of the real world manipulation, open to a wall, so it's an easy catch, right? However, RSG this time around they need to ban something right here, right? Like I feel like they can always go back, ban the Fanny away. They have no answer in game number 1. So RSG, if you notice this drop, right, is very reactive on what they experience in game number 1.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Despite them having somewhat of an answer for Fanny, but they still went for it. So, but that also means that they open up the opportunity for Lucian QT to play like how he normally plays a Franco, like just goes in and engage. Maybe start off with a Bloody Hunt or start off with a Hook. Either one is fine. So that would also mean that they would need more damage on their side, and they cannot depend only on a Beatrix to dish out all the damage.
Yeah, taking away the Edith that Diablo used in, I believe, the first series that we saw featuring RSGSG, right? I don't think that is something that I don't think this is what Diablo wants to go for. But of course, the percentage HP damage that Edith can solidly output against the likes of Fragile as well is also quite good. So maybe Echo is just making sure they, walk away with a solid 2-0.
Yeah, I would have preferred Echo to ban out the Lapu Lapu though, but anyway, that's okay. I think Edith is fine. It's very versatile.
Yeah.
So now when it comes back to picks, I would like to see a damage dealer from RSGSG. Lapu Lapu is still open though. Good damage dealing, able to lock down, able to tank a little bit, but looks like they're going in for Martyrs. Pretty much the same concept as well. Anti-CC. They can go for a little bit more tankiness to him, or they can go for all-out damage.
Yeah, I think from the pattern that we're seeing all across the board in Snapdragon Pro Series, right? Like Martyrs, the build is still kind of similar. You still go for the Hunter's Strike, but the difference lies in the talents, right? Now you can actually bring Festival of Blood that helps you out a little bit, but you kind of sacrifice the Season Hunter, right? So that doesn't help with the kills. Doesn't help with the clears. Now it's going to be Echo's turn to pick. Don't forget the Fredrin can always be flexed back into the EXP lane, but no, it is going to be a Yuzhong, which is a known counter against the Eve, and then that's also going to be Minotaur. We talk about big AoEs. There you go. Echo is going in loud and proud with all those AoE damage. Guinevere, what?
Well, okay, so that's going to be Diablo's hero. All right, at least he has gotten a win with it before. So win rate, 1 pick, 1 win. He's pretty confident with it. So okay.
All right, look at Lucian. It's like immediately when the Guinevere gets locked in, he's like, okay, we're going for this one again. But RSG, if you take a look at this roster, right, it's pretty interesting, right? They have a good catch. They can buzz anybody quickly, easily, and it makes it a lot easier to execute, right? Like you've got a Franco to hook anybody up, Bloody Hunt, and it's easy pickings for the Magic Tom to come in and the Violet Recruit to just proc up by the side of Diablo. But now the question is, the Yuzhong can always rotate very quickly, right? And Oki is not safe against this Yuzhong.
And I really like the combo from Echo. Can you imagine this? All right, so
yeah,
it's going to be
I'm imagining
Minotaur
right now.
All right, imagine this in a team fight. Minotaur goes in first. Real world manipulation opens, and the Blazing Duet comes in just to finish everything off. I think this 3 combo will be very, very deadly for Echo.
Yeah, I was closing my eyes right there, and immediately I was like, nightmare. But anyways, ladies and gents, Echo going up against RSGSG. Onto the land of dawn we go. Echo currently at match point, looking to secure a clean sweep unless the X Factor, which is that Diablo on the Guinevere, managed to, just allows Sanford to just not have a good lane. That's how you counter the Yuzhong. But then, this is Sanford that we're talking about, right? The fact that this guy is so good as an EXP laner, he's just crack on the Lapu Lapu, man. It's gonna be tough for Diablo to basically deal with Sanford.
Okay, so speaking about the X Factor, right? I think in this round, the X Factor will be Bray, Martin. He has to do really well because he's the anti-CC. So he can be the one to evade the initiation from JP. And then he can go on to the backline, can do his thing, and try to get kills early on during a fight.
Yeah, but Bray, right now, right, he needs to snowball. He needs to find those pickoffs right here. RSGSG is trying to play a little bit aggressive right here. Diablo dives onto Sanji, and fortunately, JP just knocks him up in the air. Sanji permits slowing down. He's a little bit down low right there, but no follow-up coming from Echo. Bougie will be the follow-up instead. Flicker for Flicker, that's terrifying. JP is trying to run away, and he will be able to do so. The Terrify doesn't look very scary all by Bougie, but Zaida is here. The Taunt is here at the same time. Sanford joining the fray. First blood given over to the Black Dragon.
Wow, Sanford all the way from the other side, from the top lane down to the fight in the middle lane and managed to get a kill. I opened up a little bit of space for Bray to farm on the side of the jungle of Echo, but like what you said, he really needs to farm really, really fast. So this round, I think is really determined on whether Bray can really farm as fast as he would like.
Yeah, Bray needs to farm heroes right here. That's also the Mortal Coil coming in. Second skill for the side of Bray. Trying to push Sanford right into a bit closer towards the turret. But both of these two junglers are up in the XP lane already. They're looking at the turtle. But turtle priority goes in the favor of Echo. Sanford opening up, just opening up the map, pushing Bray away. Bray has no way to enter into Zaida's turtle.
Diablo's there though. Is he trying to do something funny there? No. Not able to. So Zaida will secure the turtle. Man, and if Bray doesn't get the space that he wants, it's going to be hard. But speaking about the space that he wants, JP is that they know that he's the target man. And if they can stop Bray from farming like what JP is doing, this could be their ticket to the 2-0.
Wait, that was a solo kill for JP, right? The Concussive Blast coming in really clutch right there, just outputting so much damage. Diablo has been missing this Magic Thumb, unable to knock up Sanford just now. Sanford, insane human reactions coming in, was able to dodge it twice, especially at a crucial point. But Lucian Cutie in a spot of trouble right here. JP and Sanji outplay along, so a real 1 minute play to go in. Lucian Cutie down a little bit low. Okay, outputting some damage. Flickers forward just a little bit, switching over to Nibiru. That's Sanji going down, right down at the gold lane.
Oh, they really, really wanted Lucian QT there. But Blazing Duel, unfortunately, not able to reach the target, and Lucian QT managed to get away. And now they need to stop Bray from getting this extra bonus. Yes, they will not.
Bray right here, I think, all eyes on him, right? Like, he really needs to try to land down these dunks, but RSGSG this time around. Oki picking up that first kill is really good. Bougie, on the other hand, has to just get out of there. Void Crystals just slowing down everybody. Lucian Cutie looking for pickoff right here, but there's a lot of minions in the way, so I don't think he's able to land the Iron Hook. But RSGSG stabilized just a little bit. The goal lead not too far, but both of these two sides looking at the opposite way. Diablo going in, that's a bloody hunt, but at the very least was able to secure that kill up top. But Oki now in the trouble at the same time. Both these two teams mirroring each other.
Oh yeah, getting Oki is definitely needed for them because Oki had a good time at the bottom lane so far, but now JP is going in again for the engagement and Bray is in trouble.
Oh, this feels like an Enigma. Oh, Zaida. Okay, Appraisal's Rev, I believe, was also used. Buzzing down Bray right down to the ground. RSGSG this time around, don't forget, I think right now they have to play around the gold lane. They have to play around the EXP lane, but then again, outplay so early on. Taking away all this turret energy is so good, but hold on a second. RSG is also leading the fight down bot at the same time. Diablo just contesting for this one. Sanford goes into Dragon form. Zaida securing the turtle, just buying some time. Zaida will be able to walk away from that, but also the true drama is happening down bot. RSGSG, Oki picking up another kill, and also with the help of Lucian QT taking down another kill at the same time. That's a spearhead down bot.
Yeah, they lost the turtle. That's fine. They got 2 kills at the bottom. I think it's a worthwhile trade. But now Diablo, okay, managed to get away. Sanford as well as Zyda couldn't catch him. But we might see a middle fight now. Keep your eye on there as Bray will be at the forefront, stealing another jungle creep away.
Yeah, and Bray right here hasn't really popped off as of yet, right? Doesn't really have enough items, doesn't really have enough support, because if he's walking like this, just brazenly, like he owns the whole Land of Dawn, that might be very scary for Bray. But at the same time, you know, RSGSG is finding a lot of success on the side lane. Bougie this time around stepping up, bursting down Sanford. Zyda will follow in, that he's getting caught up. Diablo following up, try to knock up Zyda right in the air, try to peel for Bougie. Zyda decides to go for the Appraiser's Wrath, would not be able to connect onto anybody for the side of RSGSG.
Yeah, Zyda doesn't have the damage yet at this point, so it's more of like just shooing his opponent away. But I can see that Bray is starting to be able to invade into the opponent jungle, and JP is stopping his movement around onto Bray itself. He knows that he's at the stage where he does not have enough damage to solo kill Bray at this point.
Yeah, the win con right here is not Bray anymore. Bray is just there just to provide his body, just to be a little bit annoying. The win con is on the Bougie. It's also on to Oki, right? Lucian QT putting that investment down bot instead. If you notice Echo's rotation starting to lean towards bottom side, they know Sanford is slowly losing a bit of that priority, because Diablo was able to juke him around for now, and Echo knows not to waste time against Diablo on this Guinevere.
Oh, we're going to see the next turtle up now, and definitely Echo has interest in it, but you're waiting for somebody to make that move at the middle river, but nobody's coming close. Lucian QT all alone, but Bray is there. Bray now he needs to get away from the real world.
Slowing down, that's a knockup on JP. Blazing Duet at the same time, committed by Outplay. That's going to be Bray down to the ground. Like what you said, nobody will be able to take away this turtle from Echo again, unless Diablo does have the ultimate. He may try to do something funky right here, but he decides not to, conceding the turtle over the side of Echo.
Oh yeah, Zyda will secure it, and now Echo, everyone in the mid lane. Sanford is going for the backline.
Sanford looking for the backline. Oki's main target right here. Petrify at the same time, gets knocked up into the sky high at the same time. The bloody hard, a little bit too late. Unfortunately, Sanji landing down the real world manipulation, but a little bit slow. Nice hook coming out from Bray. That's finally a shutdown. Going in for RSG. Bray looking for more at the same time. Outplay the next person on the chopping block at the same time. Now that's also double kill. Bray going wild, jumping over the wall at the same time, trying to look for more. That's 2 kills. Given also Bray. Echo paid the price by losing 4 men.
And this is what we talk about, right? Like, Bray needs to be online. He will be very important because of his anti-CC. Now, just look at the engagement. Engagement is great, but I think a little bit too greedy from Echo. There's 2 turrets still active there, so they're kind of sandwiched between the 2 turrets, and the 2 turrets helping RGSG to get the kill.
Yeah, those 2 turrets is basically on the side of RSGSG. Echo completely forgotten about that one. They dove a little bit too deep right there. RSGSG ultimately will be smiling, and not only just that, after that kill, you know, Oki crack open top, Diablo cracking open bot, so that's A-okay, exactly what RSGSG wants.
Yeah, and the goal lead swings towards RSGSG after that fight. Now they have plus 500 on their side. Looking good so far for RGSG, as Bray will gain confidence after that fight, and now he continues to farm. Expect the next fight to be an even tighter one.
Oh, Bray going in pure defensive. That's the radiant armor being built by the side of this Martyrs, right? Good pickups coming out from RG as of now, but then again, all hope is still not lost for the side Echo, right? They can always stabilize. This is what we're speaking about. Stabilizing Diablo, losing his life down bot. That's not how you want to stabilize as RGSG. Lucian QT finding the pin down onto JP. That's also the bombs coming in. Outplay just shredding Oki all the way to the back line. Oki dashing over the wall this time round. Bougie coming to pill. Will be able to find Zyda. Unfortunately, Oki walks all the way in. Bray trying to do decimation, the last ditch effort, not able to find anything more. Sanford looking at Bougie, goes into dragon form. He's hungry. He wants to chew Bougie alive, but he wouldn't be able to. His own Bougie away. The main prize right here, the mid lane potentially, and even that Lord.
Oh, and great targeting earlier on by Outplay to go in for the backline to try to just shoo away Oki, because Oki was dealing free damage from the back as a marksman would do. So that was a really good play by Outplay, and Oki had to use the flicker to get away to safety, but unfortunately he was still chased down and finally been taken out.
Yeah, like right here, it's just Outplay just picking up the damage. Even though he didn't get credited for any kills of it, but you know, it's just the fact that, you know, the damage for Outplay is starting to show. Oki on the other hand, with this Malefic Roar is going to help him a lot. Diablo just peeling right here. The turret's down a little bit low. The taunt right here. Praises Wrap. Ethan right at the face. Bonk.
Too bad they were caught just by the edge of the targeting of the turret, so the turret couldn't really help them there. But right now, in the middle of the fight's happening.
Yeah, Sanford just cutting the retreat, going in deep. We'll be able to find Oki. Oki's no more. Bray gets slowed down to the ground because of Sanji. The real world manipulation. The main problem that RGSG was able to walk out from. Man, 3 men already down. Let's take a look at the items.
Okay, just looking at the items. No dominance eyes for the side of RGSG at all. Oh, there's one. Okay, so there's one for Lucian QT. But the thing is that Lucian QT, he is in... We don't get to see much of his action. Like, he don't get the hook as much. I guess it's because of the roaming that's done by JP, opening up a lot of space that Lucian QT can't really show his stuff.
Yeah, JP, the knockups is just so annoying, right? But look at Diablo's item, right? I think he actually went for the concentrated energy and then go for the Genius 1. So he's actually trying to out-sustain Echo, but then again, you know, the Sanford, the Shard Residue is so potent, right? Not only just I do damage to you, I'm also healing out of that. And, you know, that's something that RGSG needs to look out for. Go earn most of them, given over to Outplay because of the fact that he has that early game turret energy, just soaking all of that up, and now RGSG getting put right back into their base. Remember, Sanji doesn't do a lot of damage in game number 1. This time round, he's living up to his name. He's able to do a lot of damage, but speaking about damage, Diablo has to run away. He brings 3 members away.
Oh, he's been split up by his from his teammates. Nothing much he can do about that. That simple chase down will cost him his life. And right now, we can see Echo has a lot of control over the jungle of RGSG. RGSG, they're starting to be pinned back onto their own base.
Yeah, Bray, we talk about Bray needs to farm, right? Like, yeah, after that double kill, he doesn't really get access to farm. Echo upping up the aggression, just denying Bray from any form of gold at all. Where's Lucian Cutie going? He's on a one-man journey. He's opening up the map, but on the other side.
Oh, yeah, okay, he's trying to. They have to because they don't have enough space to farm. Looking at the difference of gold right now, 6,000 towards Echo. RGSG needs to chase back, but the next Lord, they will be ready to contest this.
And you talk about this, right? I think RSGSG is just on the other side of the map. They're looking at bot instead. So Echo, this should be a free Lord over to the side of them because RSGSG decided not to try to fight this. They're trying to put a spearhead down bot instead. You can see Diablo just inching around. We'll be able to provide vision. Zaida will secure that Lord for now. Sanford does have the Petrify, will not be able to connect onto Oki, concealed as well, just allowing Oki to just get back to the safety. RSGSG now has to defend against a Lord.
Yeah, and now it's all about disciplined gameplay from Echo. Earlier on, we did see a couple of greedy moves from them, but now they're just waiting for the Lord to come up before they make a push in.
Yep, now, not only just that, this purple buff is basically just bonus for Outplay, right? Like, he's gonna regen mana out of control. He's gonna make sure that his first skill, Art of Thievery, is up so that he gets his max stacks, and when he gets his max stacks, he's gonna just shred through RSGSG's draft. Nothing to be done here by the side of RSGSG, just we're hoping that, you know, Echo falls for the ambush, but JP will be able to find Lucian Cutie in their rotation.
Oh, the moment they see JP, it's like, okay, just get away from him. We don't want to be part of that Minoran Fury. And now it's all about defending for RGSG.
Yep, right now the defenses go. Real one manipulation coming up top. Diablo right here just has to run. Lucian Cutie will burn the flicker as well. Bray trying to deal with the Lord in the middle, but this time round we'll be able to get away. Second skill. Nobody from the side of Echo to catch, but Echo cracks up on top and cracks up on mid.
They cleared out the minion, so now second wave minion coming in, but Echo, I don't know if they want to continue to go in for it. They don't have the Black Dragon now. So they might be chilling here, just waiting for the next objective to come before they go back in.
Yeah, the longer this game goes, right, it definitely favors Echo, right, not RSGSG. RSGSG right here, they can't do anything. They know that the jungle is already off limits. Echo solidified their control on RSGSG side of the map. If you take a look at the items, yeah, just carve out a gold, right? Like, it's just all the damage in the favor of Echo. And I think, you know, if you take a look at the Eve, I think this is not a correct item view, but hold on a second. Sanford Goes in Black Dragon. Diablo will be the victim right here. Outplay will be picking out. Bray trying to peel for the team, trying to split up fight. Lucia Kitty will be able to land down the Bloody Hunt at the same time. Outplay still takes down the Lord. And it's the turret and cell. That's a double kill given over side. Echo. Zyda now with only 2 men from the side of RGSG. Echo securing this game number 2. They will pin them down to the ground. Echo picking up 2-0.
Well, I guess who needs the objective? Who needs the Lord? Echo just need to have that one opportunity to get that one kill, and then it will just snowball all the way into the base. And the moment I noticed that they took down Bray, that's it. They have RGSG has no other answer towards countering back onto Echo.
That's right, they've got no frontline, right? Like, even if you see Bray desperately trying to wave clear using his second skill and first skill as well, you can see a bit of a banter going in for the side of these two teams as well. Man, it's just RSGSG knowing what's going on already, because Echo, you know, they are, well, M4 winners as well, right? So there's they know better not to tangle with them as well. I think Diablo, that was a last-ditch effort to try to make a play right there, unable to catch anybody because everybody from the side of Echo is so slippery, right? The Claw with the BMI, and then you've also got the Sanford on the Dragon, can also technically dash as well.
Yeah, and at least this time, it's a better fight for RGSG. Like, the draft was pretty balanced. They have enough damage. They don't really have counters onto them. It's more of about coordination and how the map control goes. But we got to give it to Echo. I think the Minotaur played really, really well, going around, just trying to stop Bray from snowballing too early on.
Yeah, and I think we all look back at that game number 2, and we also ask the question, how did the Minotaur get that kill onto Bray? I think Bray was a little bit overestimating his ability to sustain in his own jungle. The Concussive Blast actually does a lot of damage, mind you, because it's based on HP. I agree with what you said, right? RSGSG is just a balanced draft. They got decent amount of damage. Bougie actually stepping up quite well, in my opinion, in this particular game. So yeah, props over to Bougie, mind you, but Echo, on the other hand, Outplay just playing out of his mind. And then you also got Zyda, the jungle, the replacement for Kyle Easy, looking like he never left.
Exactly 15 minutes was the game. So looking over at the stats, Bougie unfortunately couldn't secure a kill for himself, the only one without a kill. I was expecting that Bray would be the one to be able to dish out the damage, but unfortunately his items are not complete yet, so he does not have enough damage on his side to really be the one to carry the team in team fights.
Yeah, he's relegating himself into this frontline Martis role, right? And only goes in to decimate one after another. But if you take a look at RGSG, they kind of keep go in with this mindset. They're able to have enough burst for Diablo on the Guinevere, and then you follow out with the Bougie and Oki perhaps with the bombs as well, and Obrey has to do come in dong dong dong. But unfortunately that's not the case, because Echo has this one combo breaker in the form of JP, the Minoan Fury, and just toss out all the combos, and all of a sudden you get knocked sky high. Zyda tags onto you, you get CC to know tomorrow. Nobody can actually execute each of their own heroes combo.
So look at this stat that the damage dealt highest is going to be Bougie. I guess it's also because of his counter real manipulation that gives him the stats. But for Bray, okay, yeah, we do expect him to come up with that amount of damage. But for Bray, I thought that he would go for a little bit more damage so he would be able to get the numbers on the board. But unfortunately, he went, I wouldn't say unfortunately, but he went for a more defensive frontliner type of build. So that's where he soaks up a lot of this damage.
Yeah, but that's because also Diablo going in for the damage Guinevere route, right? Like, there's a period of time where the tank roam Guinevere is a little bit annoying, a bit of my pet peeve thing. It was a meme, but Diablo instead not to opt for the meme, right? Going for pure damage. But then again, you ask this question, the last patch of Guinevere actually modified her a little bit. They reduced the scaling and increased the flat out damage. So technically speaking, this Guinevere, this build that he's going for will work, but not in this match.
So looking at the damage tower, no surprises here. Oki with the highest and Diablo coming in at second. On the other side, Outplayed the highest. No surprises here. Pretty standard damage to towers. Unfortunately, RSGSG couldn't take that many towers, so that's why the difference is quite significant. Almost more than double, in fact, compared to Echo.
Yeah, the only time where RGSG was able to take down the turrets is when, Echo is on the other side of the map. You saw how Lucian QT and Oki was this task force that RGSG decided to send down bot just to sneak away a few turrets. Hopefully, pray that it will phase Echo just a little bit. Obviously, they don't really care. Echo is playing their own game. Zyda's so far ahead, just healing non-stop as well. And if RG decides to run, there's also Sanford with the Black Dragon form to cut any form of escapes.
And total heals. Well, it's more towards Echo, and I can understand why. It's also because that RGSG, they didn't get the chance to heal up. They got deleted in team fights a lot by Echo, so that's why the stats is only like 52k for them. With Diablo taking the most, I wouldn't say taking the most damage, but he spends the most time healing in this game. And I guess that's also because like he's one of the type of heroes that's able to escape better than the others.
Yeah, he's trying to be elusive, right? Your second skill, your second skill. Yeah, your second skill of the Guinevere allows you to go invisible to hopefully do some outplays. Unfortunately, Diablo will not be able to do so. Instead, sorry, I'm actually distracted. Diablo, that's okay. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted by the name of Diablo because that's supposed to be an L instead of an I.
Yeah, I realized that as well. It's a Diablo now.
Diablo.
Yeah. Sanji is going to be the MVP in this round.
Definitely stepping up this time around. I'm not too sure whether this is... Wait, hold on a second. This is the fighter emblem that he decides to go in. Pretty interesting, right? And then you also got Weapon Master and movement speed. If he's going for this one, he's looking to heal up from and sustain, right? Because that's what the fighter emblem is known for. And going in Weapon Master boosts on his magic damage that he earned from each item. That's why he's able to output even more damage conveniently against RGSG.
Yeah, I guess his role is just to really put out a lot of damage. And of course, as a Yve, yeah, this is the way to go. If you're able to have a good frontliner like a Minotaur, and then you have a good follow-up later on, or like a good backup that goes to the backline like a Claude, then might as well you go all out damage and just take wins in team fights. And I think this is the setup for Echo, right? We did talk about like the combination that they can do with at least those three heroes. So with those three combined with the amount of damage that Sanji can dish out, I mean, every team fight does favor towards Echo.
Yeah, and if you notice, it started in the early game. Bray immediately got shut down because Sanjay did take a look. The real world manipulation just deep enough to cut away the escape at the same time. You speak about escapes. That's the case with Davian should escape, right? There's always the threat of Sanford coming in. If you notice how Sanjay is being very safe, positioning really nice at the same time. I believe this is the only one that they overextended just a little bit, allowing Bray to just dunk, and then, they finally got a bit ahead in terms of goal lead, but that absolutely shattered when Diablo was overextending now.
Okay, this is where I really like the movement there from Outplay. Went all the way to the back line, just shooing away the opponent. Yeah, that was... If he didn't do that, then it would have been a free hit. So he just jumped straight there. Even though he didn't get the kill at the first place, but as long as he's able to shoot away, that's fine. They still win the fight.
Zyda looking very low right there, mostly great health. Unfortunately, the Bray wasn't able to secure the kill right there, but it's a very tough fight for RGSG. We all know this, right? Echo is just cutting all the escapes from RGSG, so it's really up to how Echo plays this, right? Even though, they know that they are, well, truly the fan favorites in this particular series, and they won a solid 2-0, they still at least respect RGSG in the sense that, I'm gonna play it all out, make sure I checkmate you in everything you want to do, including execution. And there you go. This is a roster of no escape, right? Trap people in the box. If you manage to get out of the box, there's also the dragon. And even if there's also the dragon that you sky high, there's also this angry cow that's gonna bull rush you. Flicker ulti, everybody's in the air again.
Yeah, they have a lot of options if you kind of think about it. We don't talk about the Black Dragon form that much, but it does disrupt a lot, especially on the laning phase and also going to the back line. But you know what? What we got to mention as well, it's not only about that, but it's also about this. Thank you so much to our sponsors for supporting this show. We got Monster Energy drink here together with us, ladies and gentlemen. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. monsterenergy.com/gaming. Check out the other flavors of Monster Energy because they have tons of them.
I know you like the mango one, the blue color, the blue can one. But of course, you can unleash that same energy, like how the Yuzhong drinks this monster energy drink, and then he becomes a dragon at the same time. But don't forget, you can also help to play a game that goes around you're collecting coins. And of course, this is none other than our preferred delivery partner, right? DHL, really very helpful. I also worked with them quite a few times in my full-time job back then. Their customer service really helpful in helping me tracking these parcels that I kind of miss. But don't forget, they're also having this small little competition, the 5,000 euros up for grabs. Find out more in the link esl.gg/ifibot.
Yeah, it's basically a mobile game that you guys can download, and it's pretty straightforward to play. All you need to do is just run and evade objects, and you know how it's done, right? Just download it and then you find out in the leaderboard to be in the running to get 5,000 euros. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into an interview after this, and we're going to speak to one of the MVPs from Echo. So it's going to be Sanji. Let's go.
Hey Sanji, how are you doing, man?
I'm fine.
You're fine. Are
I'm
you okay? Like you're sounding a bit soft on my end, but of course, how does it feel like back to Jakarta as well, where you guys managed to earn the name for Echo?
I'm feeling excited to fly again in Jakarta because but we're here before, so I'm comfortable with the people, with the food, and yeah, I'm having fun at Jakarta.
I'm so glad you're having fun, man. But of course,
Yeah.
Can I also pick your brains a little bit? Zaida, JP, and also Outplay. How was the chemistry going along? It feels like you guys, work together pretty well. How was your training like with them?
We're training 12 hours a day, and our chemistry is so good because our team is formed after we're team 2 before of Echo. Okay, so our chemistry is so strong. It's so good.
I mean, your chemistry has to be strong, like 12 hours per day.
Yeah.
People work 8
Yes.
hours a day, and they work additional hour. They complain about all overtime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these guys definitely work hard. But okay, we've played a few games already from yesterday to today, right? I'm sure that you have a good overview about how all the other teams are performing. Which team do you think so far will pose you the biggest challenge in this tournament?
I think RSCPH because we lost to them. RSCPH. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. With that
Yes.
said, before we actually go, do you
and
have anything you want to say to the fans?
I have
is there
one
another?
team. Yeah. Onikindo.
Oh man, the grudge match, right? From MSC, is that right?
Yeah, the MSC champs.
All right. With that said, before we let you go, do you have anything to say to your fans, especially dropping the game against RSGPH? Say a few words to kind of win back that support, right?
I think we're doing a same routine, and good. Thank you for supporting Echo PH. We revenge.
Of course. Looking forward to that revenge arc going into the final playoffs as well, right? With that said, thank you very much, Sanji. Amazing job,
Thank
man.
you.
I think, by the way, your Eve was super crazy. I'm very glad that you're basically back at the same venue info where we saw you just doing all the damage from afar. Thank you very much, Sanji.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love these Echo kids, man. I love these Echo kids. They're so cute and they're so humble.
I mean, we didn't get the chance. You didn't get the chance to interview Diablo, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But at least you get Sanji, so I guess that's a decent replacement, I think.
Yeah, I guess so, but I don't think anyone can replace my Diablo in my heart. But with that said, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the standings as of now. Don't forget, these standings, by the way, is updated as of now. Don't forget, there are also a couple of streams that's running concurrently as us as well. So don't take this to heart as well, because anything and everything can change. By the way, this is only the second day of the group stages, so there's another one more day to go. Anything can change.
Yeah, I mean, the points were really, really tight right before we started this match. Like whether it's Group A, whether it's Group B, I noticed that there are a lot of similar points. So tomorrow will be a big decider for a lot of these teams, whether they survive or not. Maybe some of the teams by the end of the day can take tomorrow as a chill pill, but I think majority of the teams tomorrow will still be fighting for their lives.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the standings as of now, because right here, I think something that's going to be very spicy, right? For both these, both Group A and Group B, right? Don't forget, only the top 3 of each group will be able to make it into the LAN tournament, right? The bottom 3, on the other hand, is going to have to drop out, and we're already seeing some people that are bordering around, number 3 and number 4. Those two, the mid part pack of that whole standing, would be the most competitive spot in the standings.
Yeah, even like big names, at least from the last we know of the squad, right? Like Bigatron, just by the border, Aura Fire as well, just by the border. So they could still be close there. But let's get a confirmation right now as will be shown these standings, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a look.
Yeah, there you go. Like immediately you see you do Red Giants, right? It's 8 points. Evil's Icon on the way as well, just contesting that mid part pack. So tomorrow will be a key day for both these two teams. On the other side, Group B, on the other hand, Bigatron Alpha and R5 and Oleg at the same time, all tied in 7.
Yeah, all the big teams there. My goodness. In fact, all these 3 teams happen to be Indonesian teams.
Yeah, I think that's also the common denominator. A lot more variety from the side of Group A, right? Like you also got a Malaysian team, you do Red Giants. I think they've already proven their mettle. They are able to stand alongside with giants such as Echo, such as RSGPH, right? But of course, a lot of things for Evo's Icon to prove as well, right? Because borderline right there. Just win one more game, or perhaps just hopefully the standings will shift again in their favor so that they can get to play in their own hometown.
Yeah, we're speaking about favors. Not looking good for EVOS Legends as well as Toda. Currently down there with only 3 points. So we need to retabulate the scores like by the start of tomorrow just to really know for sure how far are they from the top 3. But here are the highlights from today. Here's how the plays of the day. So you guys can cast your votes as well because Super Red, Turkey as well as Outplayed here nominated for today.
Yeah, plays of the day, right? Top 3. Just cast your votes right here, ladies and gents. Up for voting Super Red, Calteezy, and of course Outplayed, right? Literally outplaying RSG early on just now. But you know what? Here's amazing ride for day number 2. There's a lot of weird upsets coming out at the same time, especially that one game is a 2-1 AD brand finally, take EVOS Legends finally taking one game away from AD brand, so don't count them out just yet. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day for all of these teams.
Yeah, and it's quite hard to pick one, right, out of these. I mean, they are very situational, but I guess if I were to pick one, I think Super Red would deserve it because Red Giants in general, I mean, they are running the Cinderella story now.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like you mentioned, you guys were talking about this and discussing with Husky, right? Like these are new teams that just kind of form fresh off the boat, and all of a sudden, hey, I start to stand around the Giants at the same time. But I think my vote goes over to Outplay, right? Because shutting down Oki like that with the Harp, and then in the second game at the same time, just pushing Oki away with a blatant duet. I think that's just juicy plays coming out from Echo as well. Technically not the main roster because many QT's super cracked, but then again, Outplayed, I think looks quite strong as well from the side of Echo.
Yeah, especially in the game where he played the Harif. That was a really good game for him. The swap in swap out thingy, he managed to deal a lot of damage as well. So I think Outplay, definitely one of the worthwhile nominees here. It's going to be a hard one to pick among these 3. I mean, all these 3 are they're really good.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, this is just, don't forget to cast your votes as well, right? Like, because these are top 3 plays of the day. But of course, you know what? It's been a pleasure having you guys here at Stream C, Stream Chilling, as what I like to call it, in day from day number 1. But of course, the Zaman, this is the one that, where Outplay is just literally outplaying RSG, right? Like, I think this is the one that you're talking about, right? Just sharing taking turns to do the damage, right?
Yeah, so this is the one, Here we go. Just look at Zelda. Zelda's low, he gets away, and just outplays everyone for that. They thought they got Zelda, but nope. Zelda wasn't the main target, or Zelda didn't want to be the main target. And it's just outplay, just coming in, stepping in on behalf of Zelda.
Yeah, of course, Zyda, right? Like 403, these two, technically like Echo newcomers, right? They are not from the main roster of Echo, but they are kind of really like just making sure that they play the games well against, even if it's against RSGSG, right? So that's really good to watch. From the side of Echo, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's stream, this is the schedule for tomorrow. AP Brand going up against Bigatron Alpha will be our first stream of the day. Echo, Burn X Flash following suit, and of course, the last and the least for, well, the group stages, right, will be Alpha going up against AP Brand.
Yeah, and we'll be starting a little bit earlier tomorrow as well. So make sure you guys set your clock correctly because it's 12:15 GMT plus 7 for the first game. Same goes for the other streams as well. And if you're wondering where your favorite team is, well, just look at the chart. We got stream A, stream B, and stream chilling. That's us.
Stream chilling. But of course, you know what? Apart from that, right? When we're showing the standings, right? We also highlighted a few teams that needs to play their best in group number 3, right? Red Giant eSports, one of them, EVOS Icon as well. On Group B, on the other hand, it is about Bigatron Alpha and R Fire. They just need to secure that win so that they are able to stay in the top 3 and proceed on to the LAN event.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the final scores for today because it's like really, really tight. And we get to summarize that tomorrow when we start the show, like which team still has that chance to move on to the next stage. But for you guys to find out what's new, what's coming, what's going to be in the future, well, be the first to know, ladies and gentlemen. Do hit the latest news and updates here through this link, esl.gg/MLBB-newsletter for more updates in the future.
Yeah, because you don't want to be the one that knows the things last about MLBB news, right? So head on down to the link right here, get the latest update because you don't want to be the person that did not calibrate your satellite at the right place, right? So that you are missing out on all these action. But of course, you know what? This is just crazy coming out. And speaking about craziness, don't forget, you can watch all these teams going out live at the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals in MLBB. This time around, we're doing a LAN tournament, so not online anymore. It is going to be for you guys to watch it live at Istora Senayan, Jakarta.
Yeah, and I understand as well, besides watching live the players right in front of you, in different areas around the Southeast Asia, I think some countries are also running watch parties. So do check out your local information as well. And I believe there's a lot of information that you can get on social media on all that. But if you want more information about the tickets, head on to esl.gg/SPSMLBB tickets starting at 30,000 rupiah.
Yeah, and you also mentioned about that, right, Sir Cloud? Like, tickets are literally running out, so seats are limited. Get yours right now at 30k rupiah. You don't want to be the one that's missing out all these action, right?
Yeah, and who knows? Like maybe that's the chance to get goodies, get all the merch from all your favorite teams there.
No, now it's just crazy, right? Like today is a very fruitful day for everybody, especially in MLBB world. You get to see some form of upset. You also get to see some form of excitement as well. You also get to see a bit of a teaser coming in from these teams. What is in store coming up during the LAN event as well.
Yeah, a lot in store there for the LAN event. So make sure you don't miss out on that, ladies and gentlemen. But don't miss out on tomorrow as well. Remember, we're going to start the show a little bit earlier. So hopefully you guys are up for it. And we will wrap up the group stage by the end of tomorrow to get a confirmation which of the top 3 teams from their respective groups that move on to the playoff. That is all for us for today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with my buddy here, the wonderful Jays. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Bye.
My mom never called me one.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Lo que bueno, lo que bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixing, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work, 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 work.